Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Before we start the story, I want to let you know that this video has no ads, so just sit back and enjoy. I hope you give this video a chance because I truly believe you won't find stories like these anywhere else. Before you get too comfortable, a like or a subscription would mean a lot to me, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Leave a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is for you. It really helps us feel like the global community we are now. Let's begin day 0. Danny Kowalczyk knew the exact time because he'd been staring at the microwave clock when the first sound tore through the thin walls of Eastgate apartments. Not a movie scream, not the clean, sharp note of someone startled by a spider or a boyfriend jumping from behind a door. This was a raw, shredding sound, the kind that ripped itself out of a human throat only when the body understood, before the mind could catch up, that it was being destroyed. He was standing in his kitchen in boxer shorts and a Browns t-shirt with a hole under the left arm, holding a fork with a piece of reheated lasagna on it. Third shift had ended at 6 that morning. He'd slept until 2, watched videos on his phone until his eyes burned, microwaved the leftovers Terry at the distribution center had shoved into his hands 2 nights ago. A normal night. The last normal night, though he didn't know that yet. The fork stayed suspended halfway to his mouth. The scream came again, closer now, or maybe just louder, the way sound swelled when a door opened between you and its source. It was coming from the hallway, from Mrs. Ferris's apartment, directly across from his. Danny set the fork down. His hand was steady. That was the strange part, the part he'd replay 10,000 times in the weeks to come. His hand didn't shake. His legs didn't move either. He stood in his kitchen, 4 steps from the front door, and listened to his 73-year-old neighbor die. He heard the sounds, the wet ones, the ones that didn't have names in any language he spoke. He heard her stop screaming. He heard something else start, a thud against his door, then another. Not knocking, not the purposeful rap of knuckles. This was a body hitting wood, the dull impact of weight thrown without coordination. The doorknob rattled. He'd locked it out of habit when he came home, the way he always did, the way his mother had taught him as a boy in the same neighborhood. Lock the door, Danny, always lock the door. The rattling stopped. Footsteps, shuffling, dragging, moved down the hallway. More sounds from other apartments, more screaming. A man's voice this time, then a child's, then something that might have been a dog but wasn't. Danny stood in his kitchen for 47 minutes. He knew this because when he finally moved, when his legs remembered they were attached to a body that could make decisions, the microwave clock read 5:04 a.m., and the lasagna had gone cold again on the counter. He did not open the door. 3 days. He stayed inside for 3 days. Not because he was smart. Not because some survival instinct kicked in and told him to barricade and wait for rescue. He stayed because he couldn't make himself leave. Every time he reached for the doorknob, his hand stopped. His fingers would hover over the brass, close enough to feel the cold of the metal, and then pull back as if it were electrified. He had food for about a week if he stretched it. Half a case of energy drinks, the cheap ones from the gas station on Star Avenue. A box of cereal, the lasagna, some canned soup, a jar of peanut butter with a knife stuck in it from 3 days ago that he hadn't bothered to wash. Tap water still ran, though by the second day it came out with a yellowish tint he tried not to think about. The power held. That surprised him. He kept the lights off anyway, some animal part of his brain understanding that light drew attention even before his conscious mind worked out why that mattered. He watched through his window, second floor, facing the parking lot, and beyond it, Star Avenue and the flat sprawl of East Toledo's industrial district. Day 1 was chaos. Cars screaming down the street at twice the speed limit. A pickup truck jumped the curb and took out a fire hydrant, water geysering 30 feet in the summer air, and the driver stumbled out with blood sheeting down his face, and something wrong with the way he moved, his legs going one direction and his torso another, like a marionette with tangled strings. He made it maybe 40 feet before 3 figures came out of the shadows between buildings and brought him down. Danny watched from behind his curtain. He'd pulled his chair to the window, sat in the dark, and watched his world end like it was something on a screen. Day 2 was quieter. That was worse. The street was empty except for the things that moved through it without purpose. Shuffling shapes that used to be his neighbors, their clothes still recognizable even when their faces weren't. He saw Mr. Oleski from 3B in his bathrobe, one slipper on and one foot bare, the bare foot leaving dark prints on the asphalt. He saw the woman from the laundry room whose name he'd never learned, still wearing the earbuds she was never without, the white cord swinging as she lurched into a parked car and kept walking into it, her hips grinding against the fender in a motion that would have been comic if not for the sounds she was making. Low, guttural, like she was trying to speak through a throat full of gravel. He didn't see Mrs. Ferris. He didn't look for her. On the afternoon of day 2, his phone buzzed. He'd forgotten about it. It had been charging on his nightstand, the battery now at 63%, and the notification was a voicemail. From Amanda. His hands shook then. He pressed play and held the phone to his ear so tight that the case dug into his cheekbone. Danny, if you get this, we're leaving. The National Guard said, glass breaking. Not nearby, somewhere behind her, in another room maybe. Heading to the church, the big one on, Lily, get in the car, now! The call ended. Timestamp, 11:47. AM 2 days ago. He played it again and again and again until he had every breath, every hitch, every background sound memorized. The glass. Lily's name, Amanda's voice rising on the second syllable, the way it always did when she was scared, but trying not to show it, because Lily could read her mother like a book, and fear was contagious in an 8-year-old. Centerville, 150 miles south. His daughter was 150 miles south, and he was sitting in his apartment in his underwear, eating peanut butter with a dirty knife, too afraid to open his door. He played the voicemail one more time. Then he put the phone down, walked to the door, and put his hand on the knob. He stood there for 20 minutes. He went back to the window. On the morning of day 3, someone knocked. Not the broken thing knocking of whatever had hit his door that first night. This was purposeful. 3 quick raps, a pause, 3 more. A pattern. Something with intelligence behind it. Hello? A man's voice high and tight with panic. Is someone... I can see the light under your door. I know someone's in there. Please, they're on the stairs. Danny was at the door before he knew he'd moved. His hand found the knob, and this time it turned. Not because he'd found courage, but because the voice on the other side was so terrified that his own fear became secondary. A reflex. The same one that makes a person reach for a falling child without thinking about the traffic. The man on the other side was tall, lean, dark-skinned, wearing a white pharmacy coat that was streaked with something brown and something red. Wire-frame glasses sat crooked on his nose. His eyes were so wide that Danny could see white all the way around the irises. "Oh, thank God," the man said. "Oh, thank God. Oh, Jesus, thank you." He was already pushing past Danny, and Danny let him, because down the hallway, at the door to the stairwell, something was coming through. It had been a person. That was the thought Danny's brain produced. Calm and clinical, even as his body flooded with ice. That used to be a person. The shape was wrong now. The jaw hung at an angle that no living skull could support, and the skin of the neck was torn open, showing things that were supposed to be inside, glistening purple-red, catching the fluorescent light of the hallway in a way that made Danny's stomach lurch sideways. He shut the door, locked it, put his back against it. The man in the pharmacy coat was on his knees in Danny's living room, hands on his thighs, breathing in the sharp, whistling gasps of someone on the edge of a panic attack. "Derek," the man said between breaths. "Derek Okonkwo. I was CVS on Broadway, the pharmacy, 3 days ago. I've been in the stockroom for 3 days, eating cough drops and he laughed, a broken sound. Benadryl. I ate a whole bag of gummy Benadryls. Don't do that, by the way. Diphenhydramine overdose. Presents with tachycardia, urinary retention, and..." He stopped, looked at Danny. "I'm sorry, I talk when I'm scared." "I don't do anything when I'm scared," Danny said. It was the most honest thing he'd said in years. They left that night. Derek had a plan, or at least the shape of one, the building next door, an insurance office that had been empty since the company moved to the suburbs 2 years ago, connected to Eastgate apartments by a maintenance ladder on the roof that the building super had installed for HVAC access. Danny knew about it because he'd filed a complaint about it once. The ladder rattled in the wind and kept him up during his precious sleeping hours. "You complained about a ladder," Derek said, staring at him. "I worked third shift." "Worked?" Danny pulled on jeans, a flannel shirt despite the July heat, boots he hadn't worn in months. "The noise was right outside my bedroom wall. That ladder is going to save our lives, and you complained about it." "I didn't know it was going to save our lives." "Unbelievable." "Absolutely." "Okay, do you have a bag? Something for supplies?" Danny had a gym bag he'd bought with good intentions 3 years ago. It still had the tags on it. He ripped them off and started filling it. The remaining canned soup, peanut butter, energy drinks, a flashlight from under the kitchen sink that he'd never used, a steak knife that felt absurd in his hand. Too small, too domestic, a thing made for cutting meat that was already dead. Derek watched him pack. "Do you have any medications?" "Ibuprofen, half a bottle." "Bring it. Any antibiotics? Anything prescription?" "I'm not sick." "You will be." Derek adjusted his glasses. "Wound infection is the #1 killer in any survival scenario." "Well, #2 now. #1 is..." He gestured vaguely at the door. "At the world." The hallway was clear when they opened the door. Not safe. Danny understood on some cellular level that no space would ever be safe again, but empty for the moment. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, half of them dead, the rest casting that greenish light that made everything look underwater. The carpet was brown, had always been brown, but now there were patches of darker brown that were sticky under Danny's boots. He didn't look at Mrs. Ferris's door. They moved fast, Danny leading, because he knew the building. Stairs to the roof, access on the 4th floor, a locked utility door that Danny had a key for, because he'd helped the supercarry equipment up here once. In exchange for a month, knocked off his rent. The key turned, the door opened. Night air hit them, hot, humid, smelling of smoke, and something under the smoke that Danny's brain refused to identify. Toledo was burning, not all of it. Pockets, a glow to the north that might have been the refinery district, a brighter flare to the west near the waterfront, scattered orange blooms across the skyline like the city had broken out in luminous soars. The sky should have been dark, but the fires painted the clouds the color of a healing bruise, purple and yellow and sick. "The ladder," Danny said, because if he stood here looking at this, he'd never move again. The ladder was exactly where he remembered it, bolted to the wall between buildings, extending from roof level down to a narrow alley. It rattled when he touched it, that same sound that had kept him up at night, and he felt a hysterical urge to laugh. "I'll go first," Derek said, and didn't wait for Danny to argue. He swung his legs over the edge and started down, his pharmacy coat flapping, his hands making too much noise on the metal rungs. Danny looked back at his building. His apartment was in there, his bed, the microwave with the clock that had marked the end of everything, the chair by the window where he'd watched his world die. He climbed over the edge and followed Derek down. The insurance office was dark and smelled like dust and old carpet. They moved through it by flashlight, Danny's beam catching cubicle walls and motivational posters, a cat hanging from a branch with the word perseverance underneath, which, under the circumstances, felt like the universe was mocking them. Ground floor, back door. The alley behind the building was narrow and smelled like garbage that had been ripening in July heat for 3 days. Danny's eyes watered. Derek gagged. "Which way?" Derek whispered. "South." That was all Danny knew. South, toward I-75, toward Centerville, toward Lilly. But between here and south was 6 miles of urban Toledo, and he could hear them out there. The shuffling, the groaning, the wet sounds that traveled through the darkness, like something physical, something that stuck to your skin. "The library," Danny said. "Main branch. He tried to think. Geography had never been his strength, but he'd driven these streets for 15 years. Maybe a mile, big buildings, stone, good doors. Why there? Because it's the only place I can think of. Derek stared at him, then nodded. Good enough. They moved through the alley, staying close to the walls, and Danny learned something about himself in those first 100 yards. He was quiet. Not brave, not fast, not strong, but quiet. 15 years of third-shift work had taught his body to move without sound, to exist in the margins of the waking world, to be the ghost in the machine. His boots found pavement without cracking debris. His breathing stayed level. His body, which had failed him in every meaningful way for 34 years, turned out to be good at not being noticed. Derek was not quiet. Derek's shoes squeaked. Derek's coat rustled. Derek breathed like a man drowning in air. But Danny didn't leave him. Couldn't. The thought didn't even form. They made it 2 blocks before the first one found them. It came from between 2 parked cars, a shape that unfolded from a crouch, and Danny realized with a sick lurch that it had been feeding. He saw the dark mass on the ground, the pale limbs, the thing that rose with strings of something hanging from its mouth. A woman, maybe. It was hard to tell. The face was a ruin, the features redistributed by whatever violence had claimed her in life. And the sound she made wasn't a moan. It was a clicking, a wet staccato, like someone tapping their tongue against the roof of their mouth over and over. Danny froze. His feet stopped. His hands stopped. His lungs stopped. He was at his apartment door again, listening to Mrs. Ferris, his hand hovering over the knob, and the world reduced to the sound of his own heart and the clicking thing 3 car lengths away. Derek grabbed his arm, pulled. Danny's feet moved because Derek moved them, not because Danny told them to. They ran. The clicking followed, but slowly, and after 2 blocks, it was lost behind them, replaced by other sounds farther away, the city alive with things that used to be people. Danny and Derek pressed themselves into a doorway, chests heaving, and Danny realized he was crying. Not sobbing, not breaking down, just tears, streaming silently down his face, his body processing what his mind refused to. You froze, Derek said, not an accusation, an observation. Clinical, the way he said drug names. Yeah. Is that going to keep happening? Danny wiped his face with his sleeve. I don't know. Because if it does, we're dead. Both of us. Not just you. I know. Derek adjusted his glasses, studied Danny's face in the faint light of distant fires. Whatever he saw there, he didn't comment on. The library, Derek said. How far? 8 blocks. Maybe 10. Let's go. They went. The Toledo-Lucas County Public Library, main branch, sat on Michigan Street like a stone fortress, which, in a sense, it was. Built in the early 1900s, renovated twice since then, but never losing its fundamental solidity, it had thick walls, heavy doors, and narrow windows on the ground floor. Someone had already recognized its potential. When Danny and Derek approached from the east side, moving through the pre-dawn gray, they found the main entrance barricaded with bookshelves and furniture, but a side door propped open with a brick and a handwritten sign taped to the wall. Survivors inside. Knock 3 times. No infected. We will check. Danny knocked. 3 times. The door opened 6 inches, held by a chain, and a face appeared in the gap. A black woman, heavyset, her gray hair cropped close to her skull, reading glasses hanging from a chain around her neck. She studied them with the kind of assessment that food service workers develop after decades of watching people approach a counter. What do you want? What are you going to be difficult about? And how tired am I going to be after dealing with you? Bit? She asked. No, Danny said. Either of you? No, ma'am. Show me your arms, neck. Turn around. They complied. The woman, Terry. Danny would learn her name was Terry Rhodes, though in that moment, she was just a pair of sharp eyes behind a chain, examined them with more thoroughness than any doctor Danny had visited. She checked their pupils with a penlight, asked them to count backward from 10, made them touch their nose with alternating index fingers. Neurological baseline, Derek said, recognizing the tests. Smart. Stage 1 presents with confusion and loss of fine motor. I know what it presents with, baby. Terry unchained the door. I've seen it up close. Come in. No weapons drawn inside. You got any weapons? Danny held up his steak knife. Terry looked at it, looked at him. Something shifted in her expression. Not pity exactly, but a recognition of the absurd. "Lord help us," she said. "Come on." The library held 23 survivors when Danny and Derek arrived. By the end of the first day, it held 27. By the end of the week, 31. Terry ran it. Not officially. There was no vote, no appointment, no declaration. She simply started organizing: food inventory, water collection, sleeping assignments, bathroom schedules, watch rotations. She did it with the same no-nonsense efficiency that had managed a school cafeteria feeding 400 children daily. And people followed her instructions for the same reason those children had. She radiated a competence that made obedience feel less like submission and more like relief. Danny watched her work and felt something loosen in his chest. Someone was in charge. Someone was making decisions. He didn't have to. The library was a good place to survive for a while. The main reading room became the sleeping area, its vaulted ceiling and tall windows giving an illusion of space, even packed with cots and sleeping bags. The children's section, walled off with its own entrance, became a quarantine zone for new arrivals, 72 hours of observation before anyone was allowed into the general population. The staff break room served as Terry's command center, its whiteboard now covered in supply lists and rationing schedules, instead of birthday announcements and meeting times. They found the others in those first days. Pastor David Monroe arrived on the second morning, leading a group of 11 from his Baptist church in Bowling Green. He'd driven them 40 miles through hell in a church bus, and the bus was now parked across the library's loading dock, its windows dark with dried blood that wasn't his congregation's. He was tall, broad-shouldered, his head shaved clean, and he still wore his clerical collar. When someone asked him why, everything he'd seen, everything that had happened, and he was still wearing the collar, he touched it with 2 fingers and said, "This is who I am. I'm not letting the dead change that." Helen Cho was already there when Danny arrived. She'd come in on day 1, walked straight to the reference section, and started researching. By the time Danny met her, she had a notebook full of information she'd pulled from every medical text and scientific journal the library held, cross-referenced with what she'd heard on the radio before the stations went dark. She had small, precise handwriting and wire-rimmed glasses and a way of looking at you that made you feel like she was calculating your caloric value. "We have enough food for 13 days at current population," she told Danny on his first morning. 12 if more people arrive, which they will. "That's bad." "Yes. The water situation is better. The building has its own well system, legacy from the original construction, which I assume was maintained during the renovations. We'll need to boil it, but we won't die of thirst." She paused, pushed her glasses up. "Dehydration kills in 3 days, starvation in 3 weeks. The math is straightforward. I know what I am." She went back to her notebook. Tyler Brandt was found in the children's section on day 2. Terry discovered him, curled behind a beanbag chair, clutching a book about dinosaurs he'd clearly grabbed at random. He was 17, lanky, covered in acne, wearing a Metallica shirt and still carrying his school backpack as if he might need his geometry homework. He hadn't spoken in 3 days. Terry sat next to him, didn't touch him, didn't ask questions, just sat there, solid and present, until the boy's breathing slowed and the whites of his knuckles faded. "You hungry?" she finally asked. Tyler nodded. "Good. That's good. Hungry means alive." She held out her hand. "Come on, baby. Let's get you fed." Tyler took her hand. Danny watched from across the room and felt his throat close. Lily was 8. Lily might be hiding behind something right now, clutching something at random, waiting for a hand to take hers. He looked away. Jerome Patterson arrived on day 3 a few hours before Earl. He came alone, carrying nothing but a gym bag and a haunted expression that Danny would come to understand only later. Everyone called him Rome. He was massive. 6'4", 260 pounds of muscle that had been built for football and was now, by cruel accident of timing, built for survival. He'd been a high school football coach and history teacher in Toledo, and he spoke in a voice so soft it seemed to belong to a different body. When Terry asked him what happened, he said only, "I got out. My players didn't." He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. The guilt was visible in the way he moved, careful, deferential, as if he were trying to take up less space than his enormous frame demanded, as if smallness could retroactively undo whatever he'd failed to do. He was the strongest person Danny had ever seen. He was also, Danny would learn, one of the gentlest. Rome carried things for people without being asked. He stood watch without complaint. He spoke to Tyler with the patient encouragement of a coach who understood that scared boys needed guidance, not commands. And when he thought no one was looking, he sat alone and wept with the silent, shaking grief of a man who'd left children behind. On the fourth day, Danny made himself useful. Not through any burst of initiative, Earl Whitmore told him to. Earl had appeared on day 3, walking up to the library's side door in the full afternoon heat, carrying a hunting rifle and a toolbox, wearing a mesh-back John Deere cap and a squint that looked permanent. He was 67 years old, wiry as a fence post, and missing 2 fingers on his left hand. A factory accident he didn't talk about. He knocked 3 times, submitted to Terry's inspection, and then walked straight to the library's mechanical room to check the plumbing. "Pipes are good," he announced to no one in particular when he came back. Whoever maintained this building knew what they were doing. The boiler's gas, though. Gas will run out eventually. We'll want to think about that. He found Danny sitting in a window alcove, staring at his phone. The voicemail. Danny had listened to it 38 times. The battery was at 11%, and he was rationing it, allowing himself 1 listen per hour. Earl looked at the phone, looked at Danny, sat down with the slow deliberation of a man whose joints had opinions about furniture. "That's somebody you lost?" Earl asked. "My daughter. She's in Dayton, Centerville, with her mom." "How old?" 8. Earl nodded, took off his cap, ran a hand over his thin white hair, put the cap back on. "You planning to sit here and listen to that till the battery dies? Or are you planning to go get her?" Danny's jaw worked. The question was so direct, so stripped of the careful circumlocution that everyone else used. "How are you holding up? Is there anything I can do? I'm sure she's okay." That it hit him like a slap. "I can't. It's 150 miles. "Yep. Through all of that." "Yep. I don't know how to." "Nobody does." Earl pulled a wrench from his toolbox and turned it in his 3-fingered hand. "The question isn't whether you know how. Question is whether you're going." Danny opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. "I'm going," he said, and the words surprised him. They'd come from somewhere beneath the fear, beneath the paralysis, from a place he didn't know existed. Or maybe had always existed, but had been buried under 15 years of night shifts and microwave dinners and the slow erosion of a man who'd stopped trying. "Good." Earl stood up. "You'll need help, and you'll need to not be useless. So tomorrow, I'm teaching you how to use that rifle." He pointed at the hunting rifle he'd leaned against the wall. "Tonight, you're helping me reinforce the back door. It's got a gap at the bottom. I could fit my hand through it. A rat could fit through it. Other things could too." Danny stood. His legs felt different, not stronger, but directed, like they finally had somewhere to go. "Why are you helping me?" he asked. Earl looked at him. His eyes were pale blue, nearly colorless, set in a face that had been weathered by 70 Ohio winters, and the work that filled the spaces between them. "Because I had a daughter once, too," he said, "and I was too late." He walked away before Danny could respond. The days at the library blurred into a rhythm that felt almost sustainable, which made it dangerous. Routine was a narcotic. It dulled the understanding that this was temporary, that the walls were not thick enough, that the food was not endless, that the world outside was not going to fix itself while they organized sleeping schedules and rationing charts. Danny learned. Earl taught him the rifle first, a Remington 700, bolt action, the kind of weapon that rewarded patience over speed. They practiced in the library's basement, dry firing at paper targets Earl drew with a Sharpie. No live ammunition to waste. "Squeeze, don't pull," Earl said for the 30th time, standing behind Danny with his arms crossed. "You're yanking it like you're trying to start a lawnmower. The trigger's not your enemy. Be gentle with it." "I'm trying." "Try harder. Your girl's counting on you." That worked. Danny's hand steadied. The trigger broke clean. Earl grunted, the closest thing to approval Danny had heard from him. Helen taught him something else. Information. She'd mapped everything she knew about the infection on the library's whiteboard, erasing Terry's schedule to Terry's visible annoyance. "The pathogen is a modified prion," Helen said, pointing to diagrams she'd drawn with the precision of someone who'd spent her career making spreadsheets. Prions don't respond to antibiotics, antivirals, or any conventional treatment. They're misfolded proteins that cause other proteins to misfold. Think of it as a chain reaction at the molecular level. So there's no cure, Danny said. There's no cure for regular prion diseases. This one was engineered, or at least modified. Vanguard Biosolutions was working on a CJD treatment. Something went wrong, she paused, tapped the whiteboard. Or something went right, depending on your perspective. Who would want this? No one wanted this. That's what makes it worse. This isn't a weapon. It's a mistake. A mistake that someone decided not to fix, because fixing it was expensive. Helen took off her glasses, cleaned them on her shirt, a gesture Danny had seen her make dozens of times. A reset button she pressed when the world got to be too much. I was an accountant. I understand cost-benefit analysis. I've done the math on human life. Actuarial tables, insurance projections. It's clean when it's numbers. It's supposed to stay numbers. She put her glasses back on. It didn't stay numbers. Danny found Pastor David on the roof one evening, watching the sun go down. The western sky was spectacular, reds and oranges that would have been beautiful if the color didn't remind Danny of the fires that still smoldered across the city. David stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture that of a man accustomed to being watched, even when he was alone. Danny. David turned, smiled. It was a real smile, which made it almost unbearable. Join me? Danny leaned against the roof's low wall. Below, the streets were quiet. The dead drifted in their aimless patterns, drawn by nothing going nowhere. One of them wore a FedEx uniform. Another pushed a shopping cart. Do you believe in God? David asked, the way another person might ask if you believed in rain. I don't know, I used to, when I was a kid. My mom took me to St. Stanislaus every Sunday. And now? Danny watched the FedEx zombie walk into a lamppost, stagger, adjust, walk into it again. I don't think about it much. David nodded. Most people don't. That's not a criticism. Faith isn't a faucet you can turn on and off. It's more like a muscle. It atrophies if you don't use it. But it doesn't disappear. You still believe after... Danny gestured at the city, at everything. More than ever. David's voice was steady, but Danny noticed his hands, clasped behind his back, but the knuckles were tight, the tendons standing out. Not because this makes sense. It doesn't. This is horror beyond my comprehension. But I've seen people, you, Terry, Helen, that boy Tyler, I've seen people choose to help each other when every rational instinct says to run. That's not biology, Danny. That's something else. Danny wanted to believe him. Wanted it the way a drowning man wants air. Desperately with his whole body. But the wanting and the believing were different things. And the gap between them was exactly the width of Mrs. Ferris's door. I let someone die, Danny said. He hadn't told anyone. The words fell out of him like stones, heavy and final. My neighbor, first night. She was screaming. I was right there. I could have opened the door. David turned to face him. His expression didn't change. No shock, no judgment. Just attention, full and unwavering. I stood there, Danny continued. I stood there and listened to her die, and I didn't open the door. Silence. The kind that has weight. What was her name? David asked. Ferris, Mrs. Ferris. I don't know her first name. She'd lived there 11 years, and I never asked her first name. Do you believe opening that door would have saved her? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. But I didn't try. David put his hand on Danny's shoulder. Heavy, warm, grounding. That's the wound, David said. Not that you failed. That you don't know if you would have failed. You can't forgive yourself because you can't know what you're forgiving. Danny's vision blurred. He blinked hard, swallowed. Your daughter, David said. That's the door again, the same door. Yeah. This time you open it. I'm trying. I know. David squeezed his shoulder. I know you are. They stood on the roof until the sun finished dying, and the fires took over the job of lighting the sky. On day 8, the fire came. Not to the library, to a warehouse, 2 blocks east. A massive structure that had been a furniture storage facility. It went up just after midnight, and the glow was visible from every window. Danny was on watch. His third rotation, he was getting better at staying awake, at keeping his eyes on the streets, and he saw the first flames lick through the warehouse roof like tongues tasting air. He woke Earl first, then Terry. Within 10 minutes, every survivor in the library was awake, pressed against windows, watching the fire grow. "It's drawing them," Helen said. She was at the east-facing window, binoculars pressed to her eyes. A pair she'd found in the library's lost and found. The infected. They're moving toward the light. Danny looked. She was right. From every direction, shapes were converging on the warehouse. Not running, walking with that broken, purposeful gait, but converging, drawn by the light or the heat or the sound of combustion. Dozens, then hundreds, an arterial flow of dead flesh pouring toward the flames. "That's good, right?" Tyler said. He was standing behind Terry, close enough to touch her, but not quite touching. "They're leaving. They're going to the fire. For now," Helen said. "When the fire burns out, they'll disperse, and they'll be closer to us than they were before." Terry had her arms crossed, her reading glasses pushed up on her forehead. She was doing the math. Danny could see it on her face. The same calculations she'd made every morning when looking at their food supplies, their water, their people. Input versus output. Need versus have. "How many?" Terry asked. "I've counted over 200, Helen said. "Moving in from the north and east. There'll be more from the south. The residential areas had higher infection density. When the fire dies, hours, maybe till dawn. The warehouse is big, lots of fuel. And then they're between us and every direction out." Helen lowered the binoculars, met Terry's eyes. "Yes." Terry looked at the room. 31 people. Children, 3 of them. The youngest, only 4. Elderly, 2 besides Earl, and one of them couldn't walk without a cane. The able-bodied, the ones who could run and fight and carry, numbered maybe 15. "We leave before dawn," Terry said, "and before the fire dies." "Leave and go where?" A voice from the back, one of David's congregation, a woman named Grace, who had not handled the past week well. Her voice had the high, tight quality of a wire about to snap. "South," Danny said. Everyone looked at him. He felt the weight of their attention like a physical thing, pressing on his chest, trying to push him back into the man who stood at his door and didn't open it. "I'm going south," he said. "I-75. There's a National Guard checkpoint," was one, on the south side. "There might be vehicles, fuel, supplies." "That's 6 miles, Helen said. "It's through downtown." "I know. At night. With hundreds of infected between here and there." "I know. You'll die." "Maybe." Danny looked at Earl. The old man was leaning against a bookshelf, arms crossed, watching Danny with those colorless eyes. He didn't nod, didn't encourage, just watched, the way a teacher watches a student working through a problem. "I'm not asking anyone to come," Danny said, "but I'm going. My daughter's in Centerville. I need a car. The checkpoint is where the cars are." Silence. "I'll go." Derek stood up from where he'd been sitting cross-legged on the floor. He straightened his pharmacy coat, adjusted his glasses. His hands were shaking. They always were now. A fine tremor that he tried to hide by keeping them in his pockets. "Me too." Earl. No hesitation, no drama. He just picked up his rifle and his toolbox. "If there's vehicles, we'll need drivers." Terry. She uncrossed her arms and started toward the supply area. "I'm not dying in a library, no offense to libraries." "I can navigate," Helen said. "I've been mapping the horde concentrations. I know which streets are clearest." David stood, touched his collar. "Where my flock goes, I go." Tyler opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. I want to..." "You're coming," Terry said, already packing. No discussion. Grace and 7 others chose to stay. Danny couldn't blame them. Leaving was insanity. Staying was death. There was no good choice, only choices, each with its own flavor of terrible. They spent 2 hours preparing. Terry distributed food into individual packs, equal shares, ruthlessly portioned. Earl checked the weapons. His rifle, a baseball bat Helen had found in a janitor's closet, 2 kitchen knives that were better than Danny's steak knife, but not by much, and a fire axe from the emergency case in the stairwell. David led a prayer that Danny didn't join but didn't walk away from. At 3:47 a.m., they opened the side door and stepped into the darkness. The air hit Danny like a wall, 90 degrees even at this hour, humidity thick enough to feel on his skin, the smell of smoke, and underneath it the other smell, the one that was everywhere now, the sweet, sick rot of a world that was decomposing. He breathed through his mouth and followed Helen, who walked with her notebook open, reading it by the faint glow of a penlight held between her teeth. 16 survivors. 6 miles. Before dawn. Danny's hand found the grip of the baseball bat he'd been given. His palm was slick with sweat. His heartbeat was loud. Too loud, wasn't it too loud? Could they hear it? Could the dead hear the frantic pounding in his chest? He thought of Lily, her green eyes, the gap where her front teeth used to be, the way she said "daddy," with the emphasis on the second syllable, like the word was a question and an answer at the same time. He walked. The first 2 blocks were clear. Helen's mapping was good. She'd identified the dead zones. She'd used the term without irony, then flinched when she realized what she'd said, and routed them through residential side streets, where the houses were dark and the infected were sparse. They moved in a loose column, Earl at the back with his rifle, Danny and David in the middle, flanking Tyler and the other civilians, Helen and Derek at the front. The silence was its own kind of horror. Not true silence. There was the shuffle of 32 feet on pavement, the ragged breathing of frightened people, the distant crackle of the warehouse fire still raging to the east. But the absence of normal sound, no cars, no televisions bleeding through apartment windows, no dogs barking, no distant highway hum, created a void that Danny's brain tried desperately to fill. Every rustle became a threat. Every shadow was a shape. They crossed Lagrange Street without incident. The intersection was clogged with cars. A minor accident that had become a permanent installation, 2 sedans and a delivery truck frozen in their moment of impact. Doors open. Contents scattered. Danny saw a child's car seat in the back of one sedan, empty, the straps unbuckled. He looked away. The trouble started on Erie Street. Helen stopped, raised her fist, a gesture she'd learned from movies, probably. But it worked. Everyone stopped. "Listen," she whispered. Danny listened. At first, nothing, just the background static of the ruined world. Then he heard it. A clicking. Wet, rhythmic, organic. The same sound he'd heard on his first night outside the apartment. The tongue-against-palate sound of something that used to speak, trying to remember how. "How many?" Earl whispered from the back. Helen peered around the corner of a beauty salon. Danny watched her body language, the stiffening of her shoulders, the slight backward lean. 12, she said, maybe 15. They're clustered around something in the street. Feeding? Probably. They're focused. If we're quiet, there's an alley. Danny pointed. He knew this area. The distribution center where he'd worked was 3 blocks south, and he'd walked these streets during smoke breaks, learning their geometry out of boredom. Cuts through behind the restaurant row. Comes out on Adams. Helen consulted her notebook. Nodded. They backtracked half a block and entered the alley. It was narrow, single file, and dark. The buildings on either side blocking even the faint glow of the distant fire. Danny went first this time. Not because he was brave, but because he knew the way, and knowing the way was the only thing he could offer. The alley smelled like grease and garbage. His boots crunched on broken glass. Behind him, someone stumbled. A muffled gasp. A hand slapping against brick. Danny stopped. Waited. The sound settled. No response from the street. They were halfway through when Tyler made a noise. Not loud. A whimper. A small, involuntary sound forced out of him by whatever his eyes had found in the darkness to the left. Danny turned his flashlight. A body. Not infected, at least not anymore. A woman slumped against a dumpster. Her wrists opened with something sharp. A kitchen knife lay next to her hand. She'd chosen. In the end, With the world falling apart, she'd taken the decision away from the dead and made it herself. Tyler was staring at her. His face was white in the flashlight beam, his mouth working, no sound coming out. "Don't look," Terry said, appearing behind Tyler with the silent efficiency she'd developed over 8 days of managing the impossible. She put her hand on the back of his head, turned his face away. "Eyes forward, baby. Eyes on the person in front of you. That's all." Tyler nodded, walked, didn't look back. Danny turned off the flashlight and kept moving. The alley opened onto Adams Street, which was wide and empty and lit by a half moon that had risen while they were inside. The National Guard checkpoint was 4 blocks south. They could see it from here. The checkpoint had been a staging area at the intersection of Adams and South Avenue. Concrete barriers, sandbag walls, 2 Humvees, and an armored personnel carrier parked in a defensive formation. It had been organized, professional, the kind of thing that made you believe someone was in charge, that the government had a plan, that this was temporary. It was empty now. The soldiers were gone, dead or fled, impossible to tell. The sandbag walls had been breached on the east side, a gap wide enough for a car to drive through, and the concrete barriers were smeared with dark stains that caught the moonlight. Shell casings carpeted the pavement like brass confetti. "They held for a while," Earl said quietly, his eyes moving over the scene with a veteran's practiced assessment. "Good fields of fire, overlapping positions. They did it right." "It wasn't enough," Helen said. "No, it wasn't." The vehicles were the prize. Danny approached the nearest Humvee with his heart hammering, reaching for the driver's door with a hand that trembled so badly he had to use both hands to grip the handle. Locked. The second Humvee, locked. The APC, Danny didn't even know how to open it. "Military vehicles need keys or hot wiring expertise I don't have," Derek said, his voice edging toward that high, tight register that meant his anxiety was spiking. "We can't, the ignition systems are over here." Earl was already past the military vehicles, moving toward the south side of the checkpoint where civilian cars had been abandoned, people who'd come seeking help from the soldiers and found none. A pickup truck, a minivan, a sedan, an SUV with Ohio plates and a faded bumper sticker that read, "My child is an honor student at Perrysburg Elementary." Earl had the truck's hood open in 60 seconds. His 3-fingered hand moved through the engine with the familiarity of a man who'd spent 40 years making machines obey him. "Battery's good," he said. "Fuel gauge says half a tank. That's maybe 150 miles if we're careful." 150 miles. The distance to Centerville. Danny felt something move in his chest. Not hope, not yet, but the space where hope could live if he let it. "Can you start it?" Danny asked. "Boy, I've been starting engines since before your parents met." Earl pulled a multi-tool from his pocket, stripped 2 wires and touched them together. The engine turned over with a cough, then a rumble, then a steady growl that sounded like salvation. It also sounded loud. Very loud. In a world where silence was survival, the truck engine was a dinner bell. "Move," Helen said. "Everyone in, now, now." They heard the first responding groans before they'd finished loading. From the east, from the direction of the cluster Helen had spotted on Erie Street. From the north, where the warehouse fire was finally dying. From every direction, the sound of things that heard the engine and understood, on whatever animal level still functioned in their rotting brains, that the sound meant prey. "There's too many people for one truck," Derek said, his words tumbling out in a rush. "We need the minivan. I can try, maybe I can..." Earl was already at the minivan. 30 seconds. The engine caught. "I'll drive the truck," Earl said. "Someone take the van." "I can drive," Terry said, already behind the wheel. Danny climbed into the truck's passenger seat. Tyler scrambled into the back. Derek ran for the minivan. David was helping the others, an elderly man with a cane, a woman carrying a sleeping 4-year-old, into the minivan's sliding door. "Go," Helen said from the truck bed, where she'd vaulted with an athleticism that surprised everyone. "South on Adams, then the I-75 on-ramp. Go." Earl put the truck in gear. In the side mirror, Danny saw them coming. Not dozens, hundreds. Pouring out of side streets, emerging from storefronts, rising from the places where they'd been lying dormant. The fire had gathered them, and now the engine was redirecting them. A fluid mass of dead flesh flowing toward the checkpoint. with the mindless efficiency of water following gravity. The truck lurched forward. Danny gripped the dashboard. Behind them, the minivan's headlights flared to life. Terry, driving with the focused intensity of a woman who'd piloted a school bus through Toledo traffic for 20 years and considered the apocalypse a minor escalation. They hit the I-75 on-ramp at 40 miles an hour, the truck bouncing over debris, Earl's hands steady on the wheel, his jaw set, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. The highway was a graveyard of abandoned vehicles. Cars, trucks, semis, a motorcycle on its side with its rider still attached by one leg. But Earl found the gaps, threading the pickup through spaces that seemed too narrow. His spatial awareness honed by decades of factory floors, where misjudging distance by an inch meant losing a finger. Or two. Danny looked back. Toledo was shrinking in the mirror, a dark mass against a darker sky, the warehouse fire a fading orange smear, the city where he'd lived for 34 years, becoming a memory at 60 miles an hour. He didn't say goodbye. There was nothing to say it to. "How far to Bowling Green?" Earl asked. 20 miles, Helen said from the truck bed, her voice carried through the open rear window. "If the highway stays passable. And after that? Findlay, Lima, Sydney, Dayton." She paused. "Centerville." Danny pressed his hand against his pocket, where his phone sat dead. He'd listened to the voicemail one last time before the battery died, memorizing the timestamp, the glass breaking, Lily's name in Amanda's mouth. He was coming. He was finally, impossibly, terrifyingly coming. "Earl," Danny said. "What?" "Thank you." Earl shifted gears. The truck surged forward into the dark. "Don't thank me yet." They drove for an hour before the highway became impassable. A pileup. A chain reaction of vehicles that stretched across all four lanes and both shoulders. A wall of metal and broken glass that even Earl couldn't thread through. He slowed the truck to a stop and killed the headlights. Behind them, Terry did the same with the minivan. Silence rushed back in. Danny could hear his own breathing, the tick of the engine cooling. Somewhere out in the darkness, the chirp of crickets, a sound so normal, so pre-apocalypse, that it made his eyes sting. "Off-ramp," Earl said, pointing. A quarter-mile back, a sign for State Route 25. "We take the back roads." "Back roads through what?" Derek's voice came from the minivan's passenger window. "Because back roads mean small towns, and small towns mean people," David finished. "People who may need help." "People who may shoot us," Helen countered. "Both," Earl said. He put the truck in reverse, executed a three-point turn among the dead vehicles, and headed for the off-ramp. The minivan followed. State Route 25 ran south through flat farmland that stretched to every horizon, a geometry of corn and soybeans that, in the darkness, looked like an ocean of black grass. The road was 2 lanes, cracked asphalt, no streetlights. Earl drove with his headlights off, navigating by moonlight and instinct. "How can you see?" Danny asked. "I've driven these roads since I was 14. My old man's farm was outside Perrysburg." Earl's voice was flat, matter of fact. "I could drive from Toledo to Findlay blindfolded." They passed through sleeping towns, Perrysburg, Haskins, Signet. Each one dark, each one still, each one holding secrets that Danny was grateful not to know. Occasionally they saw movement, a shape in a doorway, a face in a window that might have been living or might not. But Earl didn't stop. The truck rumbled through each town at a steady 30 miles an hour, fast enough to outrun anything walking, slow enough to avoid the ditches that flanked the narrow road. It was Tyler who noticed the lights. "There," he said from the back seat, pointing east. "See? Lights." Danny looked. Tyler was right. On the horizon, a cluster of lights, not fires, not random, organized, steady, electric. The kind of lights that meant generators and people and some fragile attempt at civilization. "That's Bowling Green," Helen said. She'd climbed through the rear window and was now wedged between Danny and the door, her notebook on her lap. "The university, BGSU." "How do you know it's the university?" "I can see the stadium lights. They've got the stadium lit up. That means generators, fuel, infrastructure." She paused. "It means a functioning community." Danny felt it again. That stirring in his chest. Not hope, the space for hope. "We should check it out," David said. He'd moved to the minivan, but had his window down. his voice carrying across the gap between vehicles. If there's a community, there's information. Someone might know about Dayton, about evacuation routes. Earl looked at Danny. Your call, Earl said. The words hit Danny like a physical blow. His call, his decision. He thought of Mrs. Ferris, of the doorknob, of 47 minutes of paralysis. We check it out, Danny said, but we don't commit. We look first. Earl nodded, turned the truck toward Bowling Green. The lights grew brighter as they approached, and Danny could see the outline of the campus taking shape, the stadium, the dormitories, the academic buildings. A wall had been built around the core campus, constructed from vehicles, debris, and what looked like sections of chain-link fence, layered 3 deep. It wasn't pretty, but it was substantial. A spotlight hit them when they were 200 yards out. Stop the vehicle, a voice on a megaphone, amplified and authoritative. Turn off your engine and step out with your hands visible. Earl stopped the truck, killed the engine. Easy, he said to Danny. Let me do the talking. They stepped out into the spotlight's glare. Danny raised his hands, squinting. Behind them, the minivan's doors opened and the others emerged, blinking, exhausted. A ragged collection of survivors who looked exactly like what they were, people who had nowhere else to go. A gate opened in the wall. 3 figures approached, armed, organized, wearing matching green t-shirts that said BGSU Campus Security in faded letters. How many? The lead guard asked. She was young, maybe 25, with a rifle held like she knew how to use it. 16, Earl said, no infected. We'll submit to whatever checks you need. The guard studied them. Her eyes moved from face to face. The practiced assessment of someone who'd done this before. Her gaze lingered on Tyler, on his age, his backpack, his Metallica shirt, and something softened in her expression. Where'd you come from? Toledo, the library. Library fell? Not yet. We left before it did. The guard nodded, spoke into a walkie-talkie. A crackle of response. Come in, she said. We've got food, cots, medical. She stepped aside, gesturing toward the gate. Welcome to Bowling Green. Danny walked through the gate and into the light. The campus opened up before him. Tents, cook fires, the sound of voices. A child laughing somewhere in the distance. The smell of cooking food. The sight of people walking without fear, talking without whispering. It looked like salvation. Earl walked beside him, his rifle over his shoulder, his toolbox in his hand. Don't get comfortable, Earl said quietly. Nothing this good comes free. Danny nodded, but his legs were shaking and the smell of real food was making his stomach clench. And somewhere a child was laughing and he wanted God. He wanted to believe that this was real. They followed the guard into the camp and the gate closed behind them. The first 3 days at Bowling Green were the closest thing to peace Danny had felt since the microwave clock read 4:17 a.m. They were given cots in a dormitory, Watson Hall, according to the sign, though someone had spray-painted "Welcome Home" over it. The mattresses were thin, the rooms were hot, the showers worked but only ran cold water. Danny stood under the cold stream for 20 minutes and felt layers of himself washing away, the grime, the sweat, the blood that had dried under his fingernails from climbing through the insurance office, the residue of terror that had coated his skin since the first scream. He shaved for the first time in weeks, standing in front of a dorm room mirror with a disposable razor someone had given him. The face that looked back was thinner than he remembered. The dark circles under his eyes had deepened into something permanent. His jaw was harder, or maybe just more prominent, now that the softness of his old life had begun to melt away. He didn't recognize himself. He wasn't sure that was a bad thing. The camp was impressive. A woman named Professor Karen Whitfield, she insisted on the title, ran the operation from the Student Union building. She was 50, sharp-featured, with a bob of gray-streaked hair and the controlled energy of someone who was managing a crisis through sheer force of organizational will. Under her direction, the campus had been transformed. The stadium served as the community gathering space and, when necessary, an emergency shelter. Its lights, powered by generators fueled from a captured fuel depot, were the beacon Danny's group had seen from miles away. The dormitories housed nearly 300 survivors, organized by family units in the rooms and singles in the common areas. The campus gardens, already established as a sustainability project before the outbreak, had been expanded across every available patch of dirt, producing vegetables that supplemented the scavenged and rationed canned goods. A medical clinic operated from the biology building, staffed by a retired nurse and two pre-med students who'd learned more in the past 6 weeks than in their entire academic careers. Derek was in heaven. The clinic had medications, not many, but organized, cataloged, preserved. He spent his first day taking inventory with the kind of focused joy Danny hadn't seen on anyone's face since the world ended. "They have amoxicillin," Derek told Danny that evening, his eyes bright behind his glasses. "A whole case. And ibuprofen, and Danny, they have Lexapro. Not my exact medication, but it's an SSRI. Same class. I can calculate an equivalent dose." He stopped, took a breath. "Sorry, I get it," Danny said. And he did. In a world where everything was taken, finding the one thing you needed felt like a miracle. Terry took over the camp's kitchen within 48 hours, not by asking, but by producing a meal from salvaged ingredients that made the existing cook cry. It wasn't complicated. Canned chicken, rice from a 50-pound bag they'd found in a restaurant supply truck, dried herbs, and something Terry did with garlic powder and paprika that turned survival rations into food. Real food. Food that tasted like someone cared whether you enjoyed eating it. "You're a magician," the existing cook, a young man named Brett, told her. "I'm a cafeteria lady," Terry said. "Same thing. Lower budget." David found a community of faith, a non-denominational group that met in the campus chapel each evening. He joined them, and his voice, that deep, resonant instrument that could fill a room without seeming to try, became the centerpiece of their gatherings. Danny heard him through an open window one evening, offering words that didn't pretend the world was fine, but insisted it wasn't finished. "We are not the last," David said. "We are the bridge, the ones who carry what was into what will be. That is not a burden. That is a calling." Helen watched everything and said little. She attended Professor Whitfield's daily briefings with her notebook open, recording data, population counts, supply levels, defensive assessments. She mapped the camp's layout, noted guard rotations, calculated consumption rates. On the third evening, she found Danny in Watson Hall's common room. "Something's wrong here," she said. Danny looked up from the map he'd been studying, Ohio road maps spread across a table, his route to Centerville traced in pencil. "What do you mean?" "The numbers don't add up." Helen sat across from him, opened her notebook. "They have 300 people. They've been operating for 5 weeks. Their food stores should be critically low, even with the gardens, even with scavenging. But they're not rationing, not seriously. The portions at dinner were generous. Maybe they found a big supply. Maybe. Or maybe they're getting supplies from somewhere. And I want to know where." She flipped a page. "Also, there are people missing. Missing how? The guard roster shows 40 names. I've counted 32 individuals. 8 names appear on the roster, but never on shift. When I asked about them, I was told they were on extended patrol. That's been the answer for 3 days." Danny felt the food he'd eaten turn cold in his stomach. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying we should be careful. I'm saying Earl was right." She closed her notebook. "I'm saying nothing this good comes free." Danny looked at his map. Centerville. Lily. The distance was still there. Still massive, still impossible. But it was closer now than it had been in Toledo. Every mile mattered. "I'll talk to Whitfield," Danny said. "Ask about the supply situation. Be careful what you ask, and watch what she doesn't say." Helen left. Danny stared at his map and tried to convince himself that the knot in his stomach was just the unfamiliar sensation of a full meal. He found Professor Whitfield in the student union the next morning. She was behind a desk that had been a reception counter, reviewing papers with the focused intensity of a woman grading finals. 2 guards flanked the entrance, the green-shirted campus security, both armed. "Danny, Kowalczyk, yes?" She looked up with a smile that was professional and warm and revealed nothing. "How are you settling in?" "Good, thank you. The food, the beds, it's more than we expected. We try to maintain standards. Civilization doesn't rebuild itself." She set down her papers. "What can I do for you?" I wanted to ask about supplies, how you're managing to feed 300 people. The smile didn't change, but something behind it shifted. A gear engaging, a wall rising. We have an excellent supply chain, Whitfield said. Scavenging teams run daily. There are warehouse districts in Finlay and Lima that haven't been fully tapped. We're efficient. That's a long way. Finlay's 20 miles. We have vehicles, fuel, and the people on extended patrol. The smile cooled by exactly 1 degree. You've been talking to your friend, the accountant. Danny didn't deny it. Whitfield leaned back in her chair. She was quiet for a moment, studying Danny with an assessment that reminded him uncomfortably of Helen. The same calculating gaze, the same sense of being measured and quantified. Danny, let me be direct with you. This community works because people trust the process. They do their jobs, follow the rules, and don't ask questions that create anxiety. We've built something here, something real. The last thing we need is someone spreading uncertainty. I'm not trying to... I know you're planning to leave. Go south. Find your daughter. Whitfield's tone softened. Not genuine softness, strategic softness, the kind a real estate agent might use when explaining why the asking price was firm. I respect that. But while you're here, I'd appreciate it if you and your people didn't destabilize things. We're not trying to destabilize anything. Good. The smile returned, full wattage. Then we don't have a problem. Now, is there anything else? Danny left the student union with the knot in his stomach pulled tighter. He found Helen in the biology building, helping Derek sort medications. She dodged every question, Danny said. I know, Helen said, because I found the answer while you were talking to her. She held up a piece of paper, a note, handwritten, that she'd found wedged behind a supply cabinet in the clinic. Danny read it again. The words didn't change. DU. 3 persons. Pick up Thursday, Route 25, rendezvous. Usual terms. MM, Danny said. Who is M? I don't know yet, but I know what 3 persons means. Helen took the note back, folded it with precise creases. She's trading people for supplies. The dormitory room felt smaller when Danny told the others. They gathered in the common room. Danny, Earl, Helen, Terry, Derek, David, Tyler. The core group, the people who'd crossed Toledo together, who'd earned a trust that was deeper than Bowling Green's walls. You're sure, Terry said. It wasn't a question. The note is clear, Helen said. 3 people scheduled for pickup. A regular arrangement. Who? Derek's hands were doing their trembling thing, and he'd shoved them into his pharmacy coat pockets. Who is she sending? Troublemakers, probably, Earl said. His voice was flat, uninflected. He'd taken his cap off and was turning it in his hands, a gesture Danny had learned to read as Earl processing anger. People who ask too many questions. People nobody'll miss. The extended patrol, Danny said. 8 people on the guard roster who aren't here. Silence. The kind that settles over a group of people who've simultaneously understood something terrible. What do we do? Tyler asked. His voice cracked on the last word. 17 years old, still waiting for the adults to have an answer. We leave, Danny said. The words came fast, without the usual hesitation, without the paralyzing consideration of every angle. Tonight, before Thursday. And tell these people? David gestured at the walls, meaning the 300 survivors on the other side. Tell them their leader is selling them? If we tell them, it'll be chaos. Whitfield has armed guards, loyal ones. If it turns into a fight, people have a right to know, David said. His voice had the resonant certainty of a man who'd spent his life believing in truth as a moral imperative. People also have a right to not get shot, Helen said. We can't just leave them. We can't save them all, David. Then we save who we can. They argued. Quietly, intensely, the way people argue when the stakes are lethal and the walls have ears. Danny listened, and for once, his indecision wasn't paralysis. It was processing. He was weighing options, measuring risks, doing the math that Helen did with numbers, but applied to people. We tell a few, Danny said. The ones we trust, invite them to come. Everyone else, he stopped, swallowed. Everyone else we can't help. David opened his mouth to object. He's right, Terry said. The words fell like a gavel. I hate it. But he's right. We make noise, Whitfield shuts us down. Maybe permanently. We take who we can, and we go. David's jaw clenched. Danny could see the war behind his eyes. The pastor's conviction versus the survivor's pragmatism. It was a battle David had been fighting since the first day, and Danny suspected it was a battle David would fight until his last. Fine, David said, but we tell them. The ones we leave behind, we find a way to get the truth out. How? Helen asked. David looked at Tyler. Tyler looked confused. The radio, David said. Tyler's been helping the communications team. He has access to the camp's shortwave. If he can broadcast a warning after we're gone, Danny said. Not before. After we're gone. Tyler straightened in his seat. The fear was still there. It was always there, in the tightness of his jaw, the way his eyes darted to the door. But something else was there, too. A thread of purpose that hadn't existed a week ago. I can do it, Tyler said. Set a delayed broadcast, program the message, set a timer, and be gone before it plays. Can you really? Yeah, I think so. Yes. Tyler's voice steadied. Yes. Danny looked around the room. 6 faces. 6 people who'd trusted him, followed him, fought beside him. They were looking at him, not at Earl, not at David, not at Helen with her calculations. At him. He thought of Mrs. Ferris's door. Tonight, Danny said. We go tonight. They went at 2 a.m. Not through the front gate, through a section of wall on the east side that Earl had identified as weak. A gap between 2 vehicles that was filled with chain link, but not secured at the bottom. Earl cut it with wire cutters from his toolbox, while Danny kept watch, staring into the darkness of the campus, waiting for a spotlight, a shout, the sound of a rifle bolt sliding home. None came. The campus slept, dreaming of safety that was bought with blood. They'd gathered 11 people. The original 7 plus 4, others who Helen had vetted and Terry had approached. A young couple from Detroit who'd been asking too many questions of their own. A retired teacher named Harold, who walked with a cane but refused to be left behind. A teenager named Rosie, Rosalinda Vega, 19, with dyed red hair and a look in her eyes that said she'd already survived worse than this. I heard you're leaving, Rosie had said to Danny that afternoon, appearing at his side in the cafeteria line with the silent efficiency of a cat. I'm coming. How did you hear? I hear everything. Also, your friend Derek talks in his sleep. Tonight, we go tonight. She stabbed a piece of canned peach with her fork. Loudest whisper in the building. We don't know you. I don't know you either. But I know what Whitfield's doing. I've known for 2 weeks. I was going to leave anyway. You just gave me a better option than alone. Danny looked at her, 19, thin as a wire, fierce in a way that seemed designed to prevent anyone from seeing the terrified girl underneath. Can you fight? Danny asked. Rosie showed him a switchblade she'd hidden in her boot. Can you? He didn't answer that. Now, they were at the wall, 11 people crouched in the dark, passing through the gap Earl had cut like thread through a needle. Rosie went first, small enough to slide through without touching the edges. Tyler next, sucking in his stomach, his backpack snagging briefly, before Derek pushed it through. The couple from Detroit. Harold, with Terry on one side, and David on the other, his cane catching on the chain link. Helen went through with her notebook clamped between her teeth. Danny was second to last. He crouched at the gap, looking back at the campus one final time. The stadium lights were off. They dimmed them at midnight to conserve fuel. The dormitories were dark shapes against the sky. Somewhere in there, 300 people slept, not knowing what their safety cost. He thought of the note. Due. 3 persons. He went through the wall. Earl came last, pulling the chain link roughly back into place. It wouldn't fool anyone in daylight, but it would buy them hours. They moved south on foot. No vehicles. The gate was too well guarded, and starting engines would bring every guard on the campus. Earl had a plan. A farm 3 miles south, where he'd spotted vehicles during their drive-in. 3 miles was nothing in the old world. In the new world, at night, through territory that belonged to the dead, 3 miles was an odyssey. Danny walked. His bat was in his hands, the weight familiar now, the grip worn to the shape of his palms. Beside him, Rosie moved with a silence that made even Danny look clumsy. She'd grown up in a bad neighborhood, she'd told him. Not as a sob story, just a fact. The way you might mention it rained on Tuesday. Moving without being noticed was a skill she'd developed before the dead made it a survival requirement. "You walk like a ghost," Danny whispered. "Ghosts are the smart ones," Rosie said. "They already survived dying." They reached the farm without incident. Earl found a pickup and a sedan, both workable. The pickup took him 3 minutes. The sedan took 5 and a string of curses that Danny was impressed Earl knew. They loaded, drove, left Bowling Green behind. As they pulled onto the highway, Danny heard it, a crackle from the direction of the campus, then a voice, thin and distorted by distance, but recognizable. Tyler's broadcast. "Not safe. I repeat, this is a warning to all survivors at Bowling Green State University. Your leader, Professor Karen Whitfield, is trading survivors to an outside group in exchange for supplies. People on the extended patrol roster are not on patrol. They're gone. If you're hearing this..." The signal faded as they drove. Danny didn't know if anyone heard it. He didn't know if it would matter. Tyler sat in the back seat of the pickup, his hands in his lap, staring straight ahead with an expression that was older than his face. "You did good," Danny said. Tyler didn't respond. After a while, he pulled his knees up to his chest and closed his eyes. The road stretched south. Flat, dark, endless, Ohio farmland in every direction, corn that was growing tall in the untended fields, the stalks reaching toward a sky that was beginning to lighten in the east. Dawn was coming. Danny drove. He didn't know what was ahead. He didn't know if Lily was alive. He didn't know if he'd survive the day, but he was moving. For the first time in his life, he was moving towards something instead of standing still. Earl, riding shotgun, tipped his cap down over his eyes. His rifle rested between his knees. His breathing slowed. "Wake me at Findlay," he said. "Earl." "What? What was her name?" "Your daughter." A long silence. The truck hummed. The corn grew tall on either side. "Sarah," Earl said. "Her name was Sarah." Danny nodded, kept driving. The sky turned pink, then orange, then the burning gold of a July morning in Ohio. And the road went south, and Danny went with it. The dead were behind him. The dead were ahead of him. His daughter was somewhere in between, and he was coming. 20 miles south of Bowling Green, the turnpike kings found them. It started with a glint, sunlight on glass, a flash from an overpass ahead. Danny almost missed it. Would have missed it if Rosie hadn't spoken from the back seat with her eyes fixed on the horizon. "Scope," she said. "Overpass, 2 o'clock. Danny squinted. "How can you tell?" "Because I grew up in a place where you learned to spot a gun before it spotted you." Rosie's voice was tight. "There's someone watching us." Earl was awake instantly. The old man had a soldier's ability to go from sleep to alert without passing through groggy. He sat up, pulled his rifle into his lap, and scanned the overpass through the passenger window. "She's right. 2 figures, at least 1 scope. Rifle or binoculars, can't tell yet." He looked at Danny. "Keep driving. Steady speed. Don't stop. Don't speed up." They passed under the overpass. Nothing happened. Danny's hands were slick on the steering wheel. A mile later, the road was blocked. 2 pickup trucks parked nose to nose across both lanes, angled just enough to create a gap that would force any approaching vehicle to slow to a crawl. Behind the trucks, 4 figures stood with weapons displayed. 2 rifles, a shotgun, and something that might have been a baseball bat wrapped in barbed wire. "Turnpike Kings," Helen said from the back of the sedan, which was following close behind. She'd stuck her head out the window, squinting at the blockade. "I've heard of them. Highway Control Group. Tolls." "What kind of tolls?" Danny asked through his window. "The kind you can't negotiate." Danny stopped the truck 50 yards from the blockade. Behind him, Terry stopped the sedan. The 4 figures at the blockade didn't move. They stood with the relaxed posture of people who'd done this many times and knew how it went. A 5th figure emerged from behind one of the trucks. Emerged was the wrong word. He materialized, expanding into view like a weather system. The man was enormous, 6'5" at least, 300 pounds, bald, with a beard that reached his chest, and a leather vest covered in patches. Motorcycle club, Danny thought. Or maybe just someone who'd always wanted to be in a motorcycle club and had found the end of the world a convenient time to start. He walked toward Danny's truck with the easy stride of a man who owned the road and everything on it. Earl's hand moved to his rifle. Danny put his hand on Earl's arm. "Wait," Danny said. The big man reached the truck. He leaned down, resting his forearms on the open window frame, and looked at Danny with eyes that were surprisingly intelligent beneath the theatrical menace. "Morning," the man said. His voice was deep and unhurried. "Name's Mike. People call me Big Mike on account of—" He gestured at himself. "The obvious. Welcome to my stretch of 75. We're just passing through," Danny said. "Everybody's just passing through. That's the nature of a highway." Big Mike smiled. "The question is what you leave behind when you pass. A toll. I prefer contribution. Makes it sound more voluntary." The smile widened. "Which it is. Totally voluntary. You can turn around anytime." "And go where?" Earl said. Big Mike looked at Earl, at the rifle, at the missing fingers. Something like respect flickered across his face. "Vietnam?" Big Mike asked. "Korea. Mechanic. Never saw combat." "Fair enough." Big Mike straightened. He looked at the truck, then back at the sedan. Counting heads, assessing. "Here's the deal. I see 11 of you, 12. You've got 2 vehicles, some supplies, some firepower. Standard toll is 1 vehicle and half your food, or, Danny said. Big Mike's smile changed. The theatrical menace fell away, replaced by something harder and more honest. "Or you do me a favor, and you pass free. All of you. Both vehicles. Everything you've got." Danny looked at Earl. Earl's face was stone. "What kind of favor?" Danny asked. Big Mike pointed south, past the blockade, past the highway, toward a shape on the horizon that Danny hadn't noticed. An industrial complex, vast and dark, its smokestacks standing like dead fingers against the sky. "Findlay Marathon Refinery," Big Mike said. "There's a warehouse on the east side, Building 7, maintenance and storage. It's full of supplies, medical stuff, food stores, tools. Problem is, it's also full of dead ones, 30, maybe 40, packed in there after a bunch of workers got trapped during the first week. You want us to clear it? I want someone to clear it. My people have tried twice, lost 3 guys the second time. The building's a maze, tight corridors, no sightlines, pitch dark." Big Mike shrugged. "You look like you've been through worse." "We haven't," Derek said from the back seat. Big Mike ignored him. His eyes were on Danny. Waiting. Danny thought. The old Danny, the one who'd stood at Mrs. Ferris's door, would have been paralyzed by this. The toll was survivable. Losing a vehicle and half their food would hurt, but wouldn't kill them. The favor was a death trap. Any rational person would pay the toll. But Danny had seen the note in Bowling Green. Due. 3 persons. He'd left 300 people behind to a woman who sold them for canned goods. The refinery warehouse had medical supplies. Medicine. For whom? For Big Mike's people, sure, but also for whoever else might need it. Children in settlements, diabetics running out of insulin, people like Derek, whose sanity hung on a small white pill. He thought of Lily, of the medicine she might need if she was sick, if she was hurt, if the world had broken her body the way it was breaking everything else. "We'll do it," Danny said. Earl closed his eyes, opened them. "Knew you'd say that," Earl said. "Damn fool." Big Mike grinned. "I like you," he said. "Don't die in there. I want to like you for a while." The blockade opened. Danny drove through. Behind them, the turnpike kings watched them pass, and the road continued south, and the refinery grew larger against the sky, and Danny's hands were steady on the wheel for the first time since the world ended. Not because he wasn't afraid, because he'd made a choice. The Marathon Refinery sprawled across the flat Ohio landscape like a mechanical city. Pipes and towers and tanks and buildings connected by a network of roads and catwalks that had been designed for efficiency and now served as a labyrinth. Building 7 sat on the eastern perimeter, a squat, windowless concrete structure with a single loading dock and 2 personnel doors, both of which were shut. Danny stood in the refinery's parking lot with his group around him and stared at the building. It looked ordinary. That was the worst part. It looked like a place where people had worked, had complained about their bosses, and counted the hours until lunch. And now, it was a tomb. "We need a plan," Helen said. She had her notebook out, sketching the building's probable layout based on industrial standards. Maintenance and storage buildings like this typically have a central corridor, with rooms branching off on both sides. 2 exits minimum, the loading dock, and a personnel door on the opposite end. "So we open both exits," Earl said. "Let light in. Let them come to us instead of going to them." "They're attracted to sound more than light," Derek said. He was pale, his glasses fogging in the humidity, but his voice was steady, clinical, detached, the pharmacist dispensing information instead of fear. "If we make noise at one exit and station shooters at the other—" "A funnel," Danny said. The word came from somewhere, a video game, maybe, or a movie. It didn't matter. Noise at the loading dock, shooters at the personnel door. They come toward the noise. We pick them off from behind. Helen looked at him. Something like surprise crossed her face. "That could work," she said. "It could also get us killed," Rosie said. "What if they don't all go to the noise? What if some of them are stuck, blocked by debris, trapped in rooms? Then we go in and finish them." Earl checked his rifle. "Room by room. The way you do it." "You've cleared buildings before?" "No. But the principle's the same as clearing a factory floor for maintenance. You go slow, you check everything. You don't assume a space is safe because it looks safe." They spent an hour preparing. Earl positioned himself and Harold, who could shoot, despite his cane, at the personnel door on the building's north side. Danny, Rosie, and David took the loading dock on the south side, the noise position. Helen, Derek, and Tyler formed a reserve group 50 yards back, ready to assist either team. Terry stayed with the vehicles. "Someone's got to be ready to drive," she said. "And if things go bad, someone's got to survive to say what happened." Nobody argued. The loading dock door was a roll-up steel affair, padlocked from the outside. Earl cut the padlock with bolt cutters. Danny gripped the handle. "On 3, he said. The smell hit them before the door was halfway up. It wasn't just rot. Danny had grown accustomed to rot, the way you grow accustomed to a noise you can't escape, pushing it to the background until it becomes part of the silence. This was different. This was concentrated, enclosed, fermented. 40 bodies, sealed in a concrete box for 6 weeks in an Ohio summer. The decomposition gases building with nowhere to go until the air itself felt solid, a wall of stench that Danny walked into like a physical barrier. David vomited. Rosie gagged but held. Danny breathed through his mouth and felt the taste of it coat his tongue, sweet and chemical and wrong. The interior was dark. Danny's flashlight beam cut through the murk and found shapes. Shelving units, stacked pallets, a forklift. Danny recognized the model, a Toyota 8FGU25, the same one he'd operated for a decade. And beyond the forklift, in the corridor that ran the building's length, movement. Slow, confused, drawn by the light and the suddenly fresh air. "Now," Danny said. He picked up the metal bar he'd brought and slammed it against the loading dock's steel frame. The sound was enormous, a ringing, clanging shock that hurt his own ears and sent echoes cascading through the building's interior. The response was immediate. From the darkness, a sound rose. Not moaning, not the movie zombie groan Danny had expected, but a chorus of dry, rasping exhalations, like a room full of people trying to scream through throats that no longer worked. And then, movement, a shambling tide of shapes pouring into the corridor, drawn toward the sound, toward the light, toward the living. Danny hit the frame again, and again. The shapes came closer. He could see them now, individual figures in the flashlight beam, wearing coveralls and hard hats and safety vests, the uniform of the working dead. Some were missing pieces. One dragged a leg that bent backward at the knee. Another had a face that was simply gone below the eyes, the lower jaw absent, a horror that walked upright. "Earl," Danny shouted, "they're coming. Your side should be clear." 2 shots, controlled. The sound of Earl's Remington, precise and unhurried. Then 2 more. At the far end of the building, the personnel door was open, light streaming in, and Earl was doing what he did, methodical, patient, turning violence into work. It took 40 minutes. Danny counted the bodies afterward, because Helen asked him to and because counting was better than thinking. 37. 37 people who'd come to work one morning and never left. Some of them had name tags. Danny didn't read them. The supplies were there. Big Mike hadn't lied. Cases of first aid kits, boxes of antibiotics, pallets of canned food that had been stockpiled for the refinery's emergency shelter program. Enough to fill both their vehicles and have leftovers. And in the back, in a locked cabinet that Earl pried open, something else. Insulin. 8 vials. Refrigeration no longer viable, but still potentially usable. Epinephrine auto-injectors. Blood pressure medication. Anxiety medication. Derek's hand stopped shaking when he saw it. "We take it all," Danny said. "We promised Big Mike the supplies," David reminded him. Danny looked at the insulin. 8 vials. Somewhere, a diabetic was dying without it. Maybe a child. Maybe in a settlement that had nothing, that was watching someone fade because a pancreas couldn't do its job, and the world that manufactured the solution had died. "We give Big Mike the food and the first aid kits," Danny said. "We keep the medications. That wasn't the deal. I'm changing the deal." David's eyes widened slightly, not at the words, at the tone. Danny hadn't asked, hadn't hesitated, hadn't offered it as a suggestion for the group to discuss. Earl, leaning against the doorframe, his rifle smoking faintly, caught Danny's eye. The old man nodded. Just once. They loaded the vehicles, drove back to the blockade. Big Mike counted the supplies with the thoroughness of a man who'd been a long-haul trucker and knew exactly how much a pallet weighed. "This isn't everything," Big Mike said. His tone was neutral. Observation, not accusation. "No," Danny said. "We kept the medications. People need them more than you do." Big Mike studied him. The intelligent eyes moved over Danny's face, reading the set of his jaw, the directness of his gaze, the absence of the fear that had been there a few hours ago. "You've got stones," Big Mike said. "I'll give you that. Are we going to have a problem?" Big Mike looked at his men, 4 of them, armed, flanking the blockade. Then back at Danny's group, 11 people, tired, dirty, but standing in a way that suggested they'd fight if they had to, that they'd learned to fight recently, and hadn't yet learned to be afraid of it. "No," Big Mike said. "No problem. You cleared Building 7. That was worth more than some pills." He stepped aside, gestured south. "The road's yours." Danny drove. The blockade shrank in the mirror. The refinery faded. Ohio's flat expanse opened before them. Corn and soybeans in the sky, and the road went south toward Findlay, toward Lima, toward the Great Black Swamp, toward Dayton, toward Lilly. Danny's hands were steady. He was making choices now. Not good ones, necessarily. Not ones that would let him sleep easily. But choices. Earl was right. The question was never whether you knew how. The question was whether you were going. Danny was going. South of the refinery, the landscape shifted. The flat, groomed geometry of active farmland gave way to something wilder. Fields going to seed, fences sagging, drainage ditches filling with water that had nowhere to go now that the pumps were silent. The Great Black Swamp was reaching back, reclaiming territory that humans had taken from it 2 centuries ago, and it was doing it with the patient inevitability of water flowing downhill. Danny drove until the road disappeared. Not gradually, suddenly. One moment asphalt, the next a sheet of brown water that stretched across both lanes and into the fields on either side. He stopped the truck, stepped out. The heat hit him like a fist. 95 degrees, the air so humid it felt like breathing through a wet cloth. Flooding, Earl said, joining him. The old man looked at the water, then at the sky. No rain for 2 days, so this is drainage backup. The systems aren't being maintained. This whole area is reverting. Can we go around? Earl pulled out a map, the Ohio Road Atlas, that Helen had designated their most valuable possession. He spread it on the truck's hood, tracing routes with his three-fingered hand. We can go west. Pick up Route 68 toward Lima. Adds 30 miles, but keeps us on paved roads. He paused, coughed. The cough was deep, wet, and lasted longer than it should have. He turned away, spat, and when he turned back, Danny saw him wipe his mouth with the back of his hand. You okay? Danny asked. Fine. Summer cold. It wasn't a summer cold. Danny knew it, and he knew Earl knew he knew it. But Earl's eyes, those pale, colorless eyes, held a warning that was clear without words. Don't ask. Danny didn't ask. They took Route 68. The detour cost them half a day. The road winding through towns whose names Danny had never heard. Mount Corey, Dunkirk, Ada. Each one was a still life of the apocalypse. Abandoned cars, broken windows, dark houses with doors that hung open like mouths. In Ada, they passed a school with a hand-painted sign on the gymnasium. Survivors here. National Guard evac point. An arrow pointed east. The gymnasium doors were open. Inside, rows of cots, neatly arranged, all empty. The National Guard had never come. Stop, David said. They were in the sedan, following Danny's truck. Stop the car. Terry stopped. David got out, walked to the gymnasium, stood in the doorway, looking at the empty cots, the folded blankets, the hand sanitizer dispensers mounted on the walls. Danny watched him from the truck. David's shoulders were straight, his head bowed, and his lips were moving. Praying, Danny assumed. But when David came back, his expression wasn't peaceful. It was hard. There are names on the cots, David said. They wrote their names on tape, addresses, next of kin. He paused. There's a child's cot, pink blanket. The name says Maya, age 5. Under next of kin, it says Mommy. Nobody spoke. David got back in the sedan. Terry drove. The gymnasium and its empty cots fell behind them. Danny gripped the steering wheel and thought about Lily's cot, wherever it was. He thought about what name she'd written. Whether she'd written Daddy under next of kin, or whether that word had been replaced by something else. A reverend's name, a stranger's name, the name of whatever system had absorbed her while her father sat in his apartment eating peanut butter. He drove faster. They reached Lima in the late afternoon, the sun hanging fat and orange above the western horizon. The city sprawled across the flat landscape like a bruise. Darker than the surrounding farmland, its skyline a jagged line of buildings and smokestacks, and the distinctive silhouette of the Joint Systems Manufacturing Center, the tank plant that had been Lima's claim to military relevance. Helen had them stop on a hill 2 miles north of the city. She raised her binoculars. Horde, she said. The word was flat, clinical. City center, dense, hundreds at minimum. Can we go around? Maybe, but we need fuel. Both vehicles are below quarter tank. The dilemma was clean. Fuel was in the city, and the city was full of the dead. They could try to find fuel elsewhere, farms, gas stations along the rural roads, but every stop was a risk, and the road south would only get harder. The tank plant, Earl said. He was studying the map, his finger on the manufacturing center's location on the city's east side. If any place has fuel reserves, it's there. Military facility. They'd have diesel, gasoline, probably enough to fill a tanker. If it's not overrun, Danny said. If it's not overrun, Earl agreed. They approached from the east, skirting the city's edge, driving through industrial zones where the infected were sparse. Factories and warehouses that had been empty when the outbreak hit. Their workers at home or in the city center where the population density was highest. The tank plant was enormous, a fenced compound covering hundreds of acres, its buildings low and massive, designed for manufacturing Abrams tanks. The main gate was closed but not locked. The chain hung loose as if someone had left in a hurry and hadn't bothered to secure it. Earl pushed the gate open. They drove in. The plant was empty. Not ransacked, abandoned, orderly, as if the workers had been told to leave and had done so calmly. Tools on workbenches, half-assembled components on assembly lines, a lunchbox on a table in the break room. Open, the sandwich inside, petrified. And vehicles. Military vehicles. Humvees, transport trucks, even 2 tanks on the assembly floor. Incomplete but impressive in their massive steel silence. Find the fuel depot, Danny said. Earl found it. A tank farm on the compound's south side. 4 massive above-ground storage tanks. Their gauges still readable. Diesel, 12,000 gallons. Gasoline, 8,000. Mother of God, Terry said. Take what we need, Danny said. Fill both vehicles. Fill every container we can find. We should stay, Derek said. His eyes were wide, moving over the compound's fences, its buildings, its resources. Danny, think about it. This place is defensible. It has fuel, shelter, tools. We could... No. The word was sharp, final. Derek blinked. My daughter's 100 miles south, Danny said. We're not staying. But the others, some of them might want... Then they stay. I'm going. Derek looked around the group. No one contradicted Danny. Not Earl, not Helen, not even David, who usually advocated for the collective over the individual. Okay, Derek said quietly. Okay. They filled the vehicles, found containers, military jerry cans, sturdy and purpose-built. Loaded 12 of them, enough fuel for 500 miles if they were careful. Earl discovered a weapons locker in the security building, mostly empty but containing 2 M9 pistols with ammunition. He gave one to Danny and one to Rosie. Danny held the pistol. It felt different from the bat. Heavier in some ways, lighter in others. A tool designed for one thing. He checked the safety the way Earl had taught him, chambered around, and tucked it into his waistband. They left the tank plant at dusk, driving south through the industrial zone, the city of Lima, a dark mass to their west. Danny could hear the horde, a low murmuring sound that carried across the flat land like distant thunder. Thousands of them, wandering through the city center, following patterns that might have been the remnants of daily routines or might have been nothing at all. He didn't look. He drove south, the sky darkened, the road unwound. Behind him in the back seat, Tyler had fallen asleep with his backpack clutched to his chest. In the sedan behind them, Terry and David and the others were visible in the rearview mirror, headlights off, following the red glow of the truck's taillights through the gathering dark. Ahead, the great black swamp. And beyond it, Dayton, Centerville. Lily! Danny drove, and the night swallowed everything behind him, and the road went south. The great black swamp had been dead for 150 years, drained, tamed, turned into the flattest, most productive farmland in Ohio. Every schoolchild in the state learned about it. The vast wetland that had stopped settlers cold, a mosquito-plagued hellscape of knee-deep mud and stagnant water, and trees so thick the sunlight couldn't reach the ground. The engineers came with drainage tiles and ditches and turned a swamp into a breadbasket. But the engineers were gone now. The pumps were silent. The drainage tiles were clogged. And in 6 weeks, the swamp had started remembering what it was. Danny saw the change from a mile away. The cornfields that had flanked the road since Toledo gave way to something else. Standing water, shin-deep, stretching between rows of corn that had grown wild and were now drowning. The ditches along the road had overflowed, and the asphalt itself was submerged in places. A dark ribbon that appeared and disappeared beneath brown water, like a snake surfacing to breathe. He stopped the truck. "We can't drive through this," he said. Earl got out, walked to the edge of the water, crouched down. He studied it the way he studied everything, with the patient assessment of a man who understood that the physical world had rules. And if you read them correctly, you survived. "Road's intact under there," Earl said, "but the water's going to get deeper. A mile in, maybe 2, we'll be in trouble. Trucks will flood out." "Then we walk," Danny said. "Walk through that?" Derek had gotten out of the sedan and was staring at the water with an expression of deep biological revulsion. "Danny, stagnant water is It's a breeding ground for everything. Mosquitoes, bacteria, parasites, and we have to go through it. I'm just saying, I know what you're saying. We'll cover up. Long sleeves, tuck pants into boots, keep mouths closed. Danny looked at the group. 11 people, standing on a road that was dissolving into swamp. We take what we can carry. Leave the vehicles. Leave them? Rosie said. And then what? Walk to Dayton? We find new vehicles on the other side. What if there's nothing on the other side? Then we keep walking. Rosie stared at him. Then she pulled her switchblade from her boot, checked it, and put it back. I hate Ohio, she said. They loaded up. Backpacks, duffel bags, water bottles, the medical supplies in waterproof bags that Earl fashioned from garbage bags and duct tape. Earl distributed the weapons, his rifle slung across his back, Danny's pistol on his hip, Rosie's pistol tucked into her waistband, the baseball bat strapped to Tyler's backpack, the fire axe in David's hands. The rest carried improvised weapons, pipes, wrenches, a crowbar that Helen held with the competence of a woman who'd learned to swing it in the past 3 weeks. They walked into the water. It was warm. That was the first wrong thing. Warm like a bath, like something alive, like the water itself had a temperature that was independent of the air or the sun. Danny's boots filled immediately, his socks squelching, the sensation making his skin crawl. The water was opaque, brown, thick, smelling of rotting vegetation and something underneath the vegetation that he didn't want to identify. Single file, Earl said from the front. He was waiting with his rifle held above his head, his mesh cap pulled low, his eyes scanning the water ahead. Step where I step. The road's got shoulders. If you go off the pavement, you'll hit soft ground. Sink fast. They moved. Slowly. The water reached Danny's knees within 100 yards, his thighs within 200. The corn rows on either side of the road, tall and drowning, the stalks leaning at drunken angles, and between them, the water stretched into a dim, flat infinity that offered no landmarks, no reference points, no sense of distance or progress. The sounds were wrong, not silent. The swamp was noisy. Frogs, thousands of them. A chorus that built and faded and built again in waves. Insects, mosquitoes swarming in clouds that settled on any exposed skin within seconds. And something larger, dragonflies maybe, that buzzed past Danny's ears with a mechanical drone. Birds, unseen but present, their calls echoing across the water in ways that made them impossible to locate. And underneath all of it, something else. A shifting, a settling. The sound of water being displaced by things that moved through it. Keep together, Earl said. His voice was tight. They'd been walking for an hour when they found the first one. It was standing in the corn, waist deep in water, facing away from them. A man, or what had been a man. He was bloated. Not the normal bloat of decomposition, but something extreme. Something that had happened to the body when it spent weeks submerged. His abdomen was distended to the point of grotesquerie. The skin stretched tight and shining, almost translucent. The dark fluid inside, visible through the thinned flesh, like shadows moving behind a curtain. His limbs were swollen, sausage thick, and he swayed in the water with a motion that was less walking than drifting, a buoy of dead flesh anchored to legs that still moved. Bloater, Helen whispered. She'd read about them. Survivors on the radio had described them. The waterlogged infected whose bodies had been changed by the submersion. Don't touch it. Don't get close. If it bursts... I know, Danny said. They gave it a wide berth, moving to the far edge of the road, the water lapping at their waists. The bloater didn't notice them. Its eyes were gone, dissolved, or eaten by whatever lived in the water, and it stood in its patch of drowned corn like a scarecrow made of nightmares. The smell reached them 20 feet later. Not the usual rot. This was wet rot. Fermented rot. The smell of something that had been sealed in fluid and allowed to cook in the summer heat. Danny's stomach heaved. Behind him, Tyler made a sound that was almost a retch, but not quite. The boy clamped his hand over his mouth and kept walking, his eyes streaming. Breathe through your mouth, Terry said. She was behind Tyler, her hand on his backpack guiding him. Shallow breaths. Don't think about it. How do I not? You just don't. Focus on my voice. Focus on walking. one step at a time. They passed the bloater. It remained where it was, swaying, oblivious. Danny looked back once and saw it turn, not toward them, just turning. A slow rotation that might have been intentional or might have been the current. He walked faster. 2 more bloaters in the next mile, then 4. Then a cluster of 7, standing in a rough circle in a flooded field, facing each other like some horrible parody of a prayer group. These ones were making sounds. Not moans, not the rasping exhalation of the dry infected, but a gurgling, a bubbling, as if they were trying to breathe through waterlogged lungs. The sound traveled across the water and settled into Danny's bones. "This is a nesting area," Helen said. She was writing in her notebook. How she kept it dry, Danny had no idea. But the woman's organizational skills apparently extended to waterproofing. They congregate in water. It preserves them, slows decay. But the bloating makes them more dangerous. If one of them pops, you keep saying that. What happens if one pops? The fluid inside is concentrated infectious material. Spray radius of 10 to 15 feet. It gets in your eyes, mouth, an open wound. I get it. You're infected. No bite required. Danny looked at the cluster of bloaters, 30 feet away. The water between them was dark, and something in it caught the light. A sheen, an oiliness, as if the water around the bloaters was contaminated by the leaking fluid that seeped from their skin. "Don't walk through the runoff," Danny said, "then stay on the road. Everyone." They stayed on the road. By noon, the water was chest deep. The road had descended, a gentle slope that Danny wouldn't have noticed in a car, but that, on foot, in rising water, felt like walking into a grave. The corn was gone, replaced by stands of scrub trees and marsh grass that rose from the water in clumps, breaking the flat surface into a maze of channels and islands that looked solid but might not be. Rome was at the front now. Jerome Patterson had taken point when Earl's coughing got bad. The old man had stumbled, gone to one knee, come up gasping and red-faced, and Rome had simply stepped forward and taken the lead position without being asked. At 6'4", the water that was chest-deep on Danny barely reached Rome's solar plexus. He moved with a steadiness that belied his size, his massive arms sweeping the water ahead of him like a man clearing a path through snow. "Stay close," Rome said. His voice, always surprisingly soft for a man his size, carried across the water with the gentle authority of a coach, keeping his team together. "Watch your footing. The road's got potholes." Madison was struggling. She'd said nothing. Maddie never complained, never drew attention to her own discomfort. But Danny could see it. She was shorter than most of the group, and the water was at her collarbone, forcing her to tilt her chin up to keep her mouth clear. Her backpack, waterlogged, dragged at her shoulders, and there was something else. A careful way she moved, a protectiveness of her midsection that Danny had noticed but not understood. "Let me take your pack," Danny said, moving alongside her. "I'm fine." "You're not fine. You're drowning standing up." "I said I'm fine." Her jaw was set, her blonde ponytail plastered to her neck, her eyes fixed ahead with a determination that Danny recognized because he'd seen it in Amanda. That particular female stubbornness that was less about pride and more about refusing to be the one who slowed everyone down. He took her pack anyway. She started to argue, then stopped. Her shoulders rose an inch above the water. She breathed easier. "Thank you," she said quietly enough that no one else heard. They walked. The afternoon heat was suffocating. The water, warm as blood, offered no relief. It was like wading through broth, and the humidity above the surface was so thick that breathing felt like drinking. Sweat ran into Danny's eyes and mixed with the swamp water that splashed up with every step. His skin was pruning, his feet were developing blisters inside his waterlogged boots, and his thighs burned with the effort of pushing through resistance that never relented. Derek was talking. He talked when he was scared, and he was terrified now, his words coming in a continuous low stream that was partly communication and partly prayer. "Leptospirosis," he said. "That's the big one. Bacterial infection from contaminated water. Symptoms in 2 to 30 days. Fever, headache, muscle pain, vomiting. Untreated, it can cause kidney failure, meningitis, liver failure, Derek, Terry said. And that's just the bacteria. There's also parasites. Giardia, Cryptosporidium, any number of. Derek, Naegleria fowleri. That's the brain-eating amoeba. It enters through the nasal passage. And in water, this warm... Derek! He stopped. Looked at Terry. His glasses were fogged, his pharmacy coat soaked and clinging to his thin frame, and his hands, visible above the waterline where he held his medical bag, were trembling. I'm sorry, he said. I'm sorry. When I know the names of the things that can kill me, it feels like I have some control. Like, if I can catalog it, I can... He stopped, took a breath that shuddered. I can't control any of this. Terry waded to him, put her hand on his cheek. The gesture was maternal, automatic. The same touch she'd used to comfort 1,000 children in her cafeteria over 2 decades. No, baby, you can't, she said. Almost none of us can. So we just keep walking. Derek nodded, adjusted his glasses, kept walking. Behind them, the water they'd displaced settled back into place, erasing their passage as if they'd never been there at all. Rome died at 3:47 p.m. Danny knew the time because he'd been checking his watch, a cheap digital Casio he'd found in the tank plant, waterproof, still running. He'd been counting the hours because counting was something, because numbers were a framework his panicking brain could hang itself on, because if he stopped counting, he'd start screaming. They were in the deepest section. The road had dropped into what Earl identified as a drainage culvert, a low point designed to channel water when the pumps were running, now a trench that put the water at neck level for most of the group and over Madison's head. She was swimming, a clumsy dog paddle with one hand, while the other held her bag above the surface. Rome was carrying supplies, 2 duffel bags strapped to his massive frame plus Terry's pack. He'd taken it from her an hour ago when she'd started flagging, and he carried it without comment, adding it to his load the way he'd added weight plates in the gym. No complaint, no negotiation. Just the quiet assumption of burden that defined him. He was 10 feet ahead of Danny when he stepped wrong. The road's edge, the shoulder that Earl had warned about. In the murky water, invisible, the pavement ended and the soft ground began, and Rome's foot went through it like a knife through wet clay. He dropped, 6'4" of muscle and supplies vanishing to his chest, then his neck, then his mouth, the water closing over him with a sound that was almost gentle. Rome! Danny lurched forward. Rome surfaced, gasping. The soft ground had him. He was sinking, his feet caught in mud that might as well have been cement, and the weight of the supplies was dragging him down. His arms thrashed, sending waves across the surface. Get the bags off! Earl shouted from behind. Get the weight off him! Danny reached for Rome's arm. Their fingers touched. Danny gripped, pulled, felt Rome's hand close around his wrist with the desperate strength of a drowning man. And then the water moved. Not current. Something beneath. Shapes rising from the mud where they'd been lying dormant, submerged, invisible. Bloated forms that had been part of the bottom, indistinguishable from the mud and the debris, and now they were moving, triggered by the thrashing, by the disturbance, by the vibration of a living body struggling in their domain. Danny saw the first one surface next to Rome's shoulder. A face, eyeless, lipless, the skin peeled back from teeth that were still intact, still capable. It opened its mouth and the water that poured out was black. Rome screamed. Danny pulled. His grip on Rome's wrist was absolute. He would not let go, he told himself. He would not let go. This was not Mrs. Ferris. This was not the door. But Rome was being pulled in 2 directions now. Danny from above and the dead from below, and the physics were wrong. The leverage was impossible, and Danny felt Rome's wrist sliding through his fingers, slick with swamp water and the fluid that leaked from the things attached to him. Help me! Danny shouted. Earl was there. Rosie. David. Hands reaching for Rome, grabbing his arms, his shoulders, anything. But the dead were pulling too. 3 of them now, 4, 5, rising from the mud, like the swamp itself had teeth. And they were attached to Rome's legs, his waist, biting through the water. And Rome was screaming in a register Danny had never heard from a human throat. High, animal, the sound of a body that understood it was being consumed. Rome's eyes found Danny's. In them, Danny saw everything. The football players Rome had left behind. The guilt that had ridden him like a second skeleton inside his flesh, and something else, a recognition, a terrible clarity. This is how it ends for me. In the water. Pulled under. The way my students were pulled under while I ran. "Let go," Rome said. "No." "Danny, let go." "No." The dead pulled. Rome went under. Danny's hand closed on empty water. Rosie grabbed Danny's collar and hauled him backward. He fought her, fought with everything, his legs kicking, his free hand clawing at the water where Rome had been. But Rosie was strong in the way that survival made people strong, wiry and relentless, and she dragged him back to the road's center where the footing was solid. Rome surfaced once more, just his face, his mouth opened, to speak, to scream, to breathe, and then the water filled it, and he went under again, and the surface roiled with movement that Danny couldn't watch and couldn't look away from. It lasted 11 seconds. Danny counted. His brain, that merciless machine, counted the seconds while his friend died. Then the water stilled. Bubbles rose for another minute. Then those stopped too. Danny stood in chest-deep water with Rome's blood on his hands, literally, where Rome's grip had torn skin, and stared at the place where a good man had disappeared. Around him, the group was frozen. Tyler had both hands clamped over his mouth. Derek was making a sound, a continuous low keen, like an animal in a trap. Madison was crying silently, her tears indistinguishable from the swamp water on her face. Terry was the one who moved first. "We have to go," she said. Her voice broke on the word go, and she rebuilt it mid-syllable. Forcing it steady through what Danny could see was an act of will so profound it bordered on violence. "We have to go now. Before more of them—" "We can't leave him," David said. "He's gone, David. We can't just— He's gone." Terry's voice cracked fully now, the composure shattering like glass. And what came through the break was a grief so raw that Danny felt it in his own chest. But she kept moving. Her legs kept pushing through the water. "He's gone and we're not, and we move now." They moved. Danny was the last one to leave the spot. He stood there for 5 seconds, an eternity, in a place where the dead were rising from the mud, and looked at the water. "I'm sorry," he said. The water didn't answer. The frogs resumed their chorus. The sun beat down. Ohio's great swamp, ancient and patient and hungry, settled back into its silence. Danny walked. They didn't speak for 2 hours. The water receded gradually. Waist, thighs, knees, ankles. The road rose. The scrub trees gave way to farmland again. And the farmland was dry, blessedly dry. The soil cracked and baked under the July sun. They emerged from the swamp like survivors of a shipwreck, waterlogged and hollow-eyed and fewer than they'd entered. Danny walked until his legs stopped working. It wasn't a decision. His body simply quit, the muscles shutting down with the finality of a machine whose power had been cut. He went to his knees on the side of the road, then his hands, then flat, his face against the hot asphalt, and he lay there breathing, his eyes open, seeing nothing. Earl sat next to him. Said nothing, just sat there, his rifle across his knees, his cap in his lap, his breath wheezing with that deep, wet sound that Danny had learned to pretend he didn't hear. The others found shade, a cluster of trees at the edge of a soybean field. Terry distributed water. Derek checked everyone for injuries, his hands steady now, despite everything, the pharmacist's training overriding the man's terror. Madison sat with her knees drawn up, her arms wrapped around her shins, her face hidden. Tyler came to Danny. The boy sat down on the road next to him. Didn't speak, didn't touch him. Just sat there, the way Danny had sat with Lily during thunderstorms when she was 4, not doing anything, just being present, proving through proximity that the world still contained people who chose to be near you. After a long time, Danny spoke. "I was afraid." "I know," Tyler said. "Me too. Every time." Danny closed his eyes. The sun was hot on his back. The asphalt was hot on his face. Everything was hot, and Rome was cold somewhere under the water. And Danny's hand still felt the ghost of Rome's grip, the strength of it, and then the letting go. "You held on," Tyler said. "I saw. You held on until I let go. He told you to." I let go. Tyler was quiet, then, tomorrow I won't freeze. You said that to me, when I couldn't shoot. You said, Nor, tomorrow you will. And I did. Danny opened his eyes, looked at Tyler. The boy's face was sunburned and mosquito-bitten and streaked with dried swamp water, and he was looking at Danny with something that wasn't pity and wasn't comfort. It was recognition. One coward recognizing another and calling it something else. Tomorrow you'll hold on, Tyler said. Danny wanted to believe him. Wanted it the way he wanted Lily, with his whole body, with the aching animal desperation of a man who'd lost everything and was reaching for the last thing. He sat up. Earl was still beside him, and the old man's eyes were on the southern horizon, where the land stretched flat and endless toward Dayton. How far? Danny asked. 40 miles to Sydney, 60 to Dayton, 70 to Centerville. 70 miles. He'd crossed 80 from Toledo. He was more than halfway. We need vehicles, Danny said. I know. And we're one person short now. Earl was quiet for a moment. His hand found his cap, turned it. Rome was worth more than one person. Yeah. He carried more than his share. Yeah. So now we carry his. Danny looked at his hands. Rome's blood had dried in the creases of his palms, mixing with swamp water and mud. He didn't wash it off. Let's go, Danny said. They went. Andrea Sullivan found them, or they found her. The distinction would be debated later, when it mattered, when the question of who Andrea really was became the kind of question that got people killed. She was in a farmhouse 2 miles south of the swamp. They'd spotted the house from the road, a white 2-story with a wraparound porch, the kind of place that appeared on postcards about rural Ohio, except the windows were boarded and there was a dead body on the front lawn. Not infected, shot, cleanly, through the forehead. A man in camouflage pants and a hunting vest. Danny raised his hand. The group stopped. Someone's here, he said. Or was here, Earl said. That body's a day old. Maybe 2. The boards on the windows are fresh. Look at the nails. They're still shiny. Earl looked, nodded. You're learning. Danny approached the house with Earl flanking him and Rosie, circling to the back. He'd learned this, too. The basic geometry of approach, the triangulation of threats, the way you never walked at a building straight on because a window was just a firing slit if someone was behind it. He knocked on the door. We're not infected, Danny called. We're survivors. We have weapons and we don't want to use them. Silence. There's 11 of us. We're traveling south. We need water and a place to rest. We'll be gone by morning. A sound from inside, a voice muffled, female. Then, the click of a lock. The door opened 6 inches, held by a chain, and Danny saw a face. White woman, late 30s, highlighted blonde hair grown out at the roots, blue eyes rimmed with red, an expression that was equal parts terror and calculation. How do I know you're not with them, she said. With who? The ones who were tracking me, the ones I... She glanced at the body on the lawn. I had to. We're not with anyone. We're from Toledo. We're heading south. The woman studied him. Her eyes moved to Earl, to the rifle, to the group visible on the road behind them. Danny could see her doing math, risk assessment, threat calculation, the algebra of survival that everyone who was still alive had learned by now. My name is Andrea, she said. Andrea Sullivan. I was a real estate agent. I was a forklift operator, Danny said. Something in her face changed, a softening or a decision. Danny couldn't tell which. She closed the door. The chain rattled. The door opened fully. Come in, she said, all of you. But if anyone touches me, I'll shoot them. I've already proven I can. They came in. The farmhouse was clean, obsessively clean, as if Andrea had spent her days of isolation scrubbing surfaces and organizing spaces, imposing order on a world that had none. The kitchen table held a map, several pens, and a handgun that Andrea picked up and tucked into the waistband of her designer jeans, which were dirty but still recognizably expensive. Who was he? Danny asked, nodding toward the lawn. I don't know. He found me yesterday. Tried to... She stopped. Her jaw worked. He tried. You defended yourself. Yes. The word was flat, final, a door closing. He had friends. 2 others. They ran when I shot him. They'll come back. Then we shouldn't stay long. No, you shouldn't. She looked at the group filing in. Her eyes lingered on Terry, on Madison, on the women, with a recognition that Danny understood only peripherally. The specific fear that women carried in the post-apocalypse, the layer of threat that existed on top of the zombies, and the starvation and the exposure. "Where are you going?" Andrea asked. "Centerville, Dayton area." "Dayton's gone, fires. Most of the city burned in the second week." Danny's stomach dropped. "Centerville? Suburb, south side. It might be, I don't know. I came from that direction. There were evacuations, signs of organized movement." "You saw people?" "Groups, heading south. Some organized, some not." She paused. "There's a community, south of Cincinnati. Religious group. They call it New Antioch. They were taking survivors. I heard about it on the radio before the stations died." "Did you see children?" Andrea looked at him. The calculation in her eyes deepened, became something more complex. Not just threat assessment, but human assessment. The reading of a man's face for the need that drove him. "You're looking for someone," she said. "My daughter, 8 years old. She was with her mother in Centerville. I didn't see... I can't..." Andrea stopped, took a breath. "I didn't see specific people. I saw crowds, movement. I'm sorry." Danny nodded. The hope that had flared subsided to its usual ember. Small, persistent, impossible to extinguish. "Come with us," he said. He didn't know why he said it. The woman was a stranger, armed, clearly capable of violence, and carrying a wariness that suggested secrets. But she was alone, and Danny had learned something in the swamp, watching Rome disappear. Alone was death. Andrea studied him. "Why?" "Because you'll die here. Those men will come back. And we could use someone who knows this area. I sold houses. I don't... You know every house layout in 3 counties. You know roads. You know which neighborhoods are dense and which aren't. That's useful." She blinked. Surprised, maybe, that a forklift operator had identified her value before she'd identified it herself. "I have conditions," she said, "and tell me. I travel light. I carry my own weight. And nobody asks me questions about before. My past is my past." Helen, standing in the kitchen doorway with her notebook, caught Danny's eye. The look said, "Everyone who says don't ask has something to hide." Danny saw it, acknowledged it. "Deal," Danny said. Andrea picked up her bag, a single duffel, packed tight. She looked around the farmhouse one more time, at the clean surfaces and the organized kitchen and the life she'd built from nothing in the days since the world ended. "I'm ready," she said. They left the farmhouse. The dead man on the lawn stared at the sky. Andrea didn't look at him. They found vehicles in the next town, Delphos, a small city that had died quietly, its residents either evacuated or turned, without the dramatic chaos of larger population centers. Earl found a pickup in a car dealership lot, keys still in the lockbox that he popped with a screwdriver. Danny found a minivan in a church parking lot. The keys were under the mat, the kind of small-town trust that was either endearing or foolish depending on when in history you judged it. They drove south. The landscape scrolled past. Flat, green, empty. Farms without farmers. Houses without people. A country that had been abandoned by its inhabitants and was now being reclaimed by its nature. Wildflowers bloomed in medians. Deer stood on the highway, staring at the passing vehicles with the mild confusion of animals who hadn't yet understood their promotion to apex herbivores. Danny drove. Earl rode shotgun. Tyler was in the back. His radio equipment, a shortwave unit he'd salvaged from the tank plant. Spread across the seat, his fingers tuning dials, searching for voices in the static. "There," Tyler said. He pressed the headphones to his ears. Got something. Danny listened. Through the truck's speakers, tinny and distant, a voice. "Repeat, this is a general broadcast to all survivors in the Ohio-Indiana-Kentucky corridor. This is Colonel Alan Reeves, Vanguard Biosolutions Security Division. If you are hearing this, be advised. There is no federal government response forthcoming. Repeat, no federal response. The chain of command has been broken at the national level. FEMA, National Guard, and regular military units are operating independently, if at all. This is not a temporary disruption. Repeat, this is not temporary." The broadcast continued. Danny listened. The words landed one by one, each a small death. Not of hope exactly, but of the background assumption that someone somewhere was working on this, that adults were in charge, that the chaos was a phase that would end when the right people got organized. No one was organized. No one was coming. Survivors are advised to avoid major urban centers. Repeat, avoid all cities with populations over 50,000. These areas are beyond recovery. Seek small communities with defensible positions, sustainable water sources, and agricultural capacity. Band together. Protect your people. And be advised, not all threats are dead. Human predation is increasing. Trust must be earned. Vanguard Biosolutions. Security forces are operating in the Ohio region and can provide assistance to communities willing to cooperate. Tune to this frequency for further updates. This message will repeat. Colonel Alan Reeves, out. The broadcast looped. Tyler turned the volume down. Silence in the truck. Vanguard, Helen said from the back of the minivan, where she'd been listening through the open window of the other vehicle. The company that caused this. They're still operating, Danny said. Their security division. Private military. They'd have resources, weapons, vehicles, fuel, information. Helen's voice was neutral, analytical. They'd also have motive. A company that caused an apocalypse doesn't broadcast survival tips out of guilt. They want something. Like what? I don't know yet, but I intend to find out. Andrea, riding in the minivan, had gone very still. Danny saw it in the rearview mirror. A woman who'd been casually watching the landscape suddenly rigid, her hands in her lap, her face a mask. She said nothing. Danny filed it away, kept driving. They reached Sydney at dusk, a small city on the Great Miami River, halfway between Lima and Dayton, the kind of place that existed because a river crossed a highway and someone had built a mill 200 years ago. It was quiet. Not the silence of the dead, a different silence. The silence of a place that had emptied voluntarily, its residents fleeing south or east or wherever the rumors said safety was. They camped in a high school gymnasium. It was an echo of Ada, cots, blankets, hand sanitizer dispensers, but this one had been emptied properly, the cots stripped, the supplies taken. A planned evacuation, not a panicked one. Danny walked the halls while the others set up camp. The lockers were closed. The classrooms were neat. A teacher had written on a whiteboard in room 214, "Class canceled indefinitely. Stay safe. Mr. Reynolds." He stopped at the principal's office. A map of Ohio was pinned to the wall. Danny took it. Under the map, a family photo. The principal, a woman with red hair, 2 children. They were at Cedar Point, the amusement park. The children were laughing. Danny folded the map into his pocket and left the photo where it was. In the gymnasium, the group had arranged themselves in a pattern that Danny was learning to read. The geography of trust and tension and grief. Terry was at the center, her domain established near the kitchen area. She'd already begun organizing. Derek was near the medical supplies, taking inventory with hands that shook less than they had a week ago. Helen was in a corner, notebook open, mapping their route to Dayton. Tyler sat alone by the bleachers, his radio on, headphones in, listening to the void between stations. He did this every night now, scanning frequencies, searching for voices. He'd heard a few. A woman in Indiana begging someone to come for her children. A man in Kentucky reciting the Bible. A teenager in Michigan playing guitar because he didn't know what else to do. Tyler recorded them all in a log, noting frequencies and times and locations, building a picture of the living that was as detailed as Helen's maps of the dead. David was praying. He did this every evening, not a performance, not the resonant pulpit voice, but a quiet conversation with something Danny couldn't see. His lips moved, his hands were clasped, his eyes were closed. Rosie was sharpening her knife. Andrea was sitting apart from everyone, her back against the wall, her gun in her lap. She watched the group with the detached assessment of a woman who'd learned to see people as variables in an equation that determined her survival. Danny approached her. "You know something about Vanguard," he said. Andrea's eyes didn't change. "I said no questions about before." This isn't about before. This is about right now. There's a private military force operating in the area we're traveling through, and you reacted when you heard their name. I didn't react. You froze. Your hands went into your lap. Your breathing changed. Andrea stared at him. You notice things. I'm learning to. A long silence. Andrea looked at the group, at Terry humming while she organized cans, at Tyler with his headphones, at David praying. Not tonight, Andrea said. I can't do it tonight. Danny studied her. The refusal was genuine, not evasion, but exhaustion. The limits of a human being who'd shot a man yesterday and walked through hell today, and was now being asked to open a door she'd nailed shut. Tomorrow, Danny said. Maybe. He let it go. He was learning that too. When to push and when to wait. Not everything had to be decided right now. Some doors you approached slowly. He found his own space in the gymnasium, unrolled the sleeping bag he'd carried through the swamp, and lay down. The ceiling was high above him. Gymnasium ceilings always were. The heights of ambition measured in vertical feet, and in the dark, it could have been any ceiling. His apartment, the library, the farmhouse. He thought about Rome, the hand, the letting go. He thought about Lily, the voicemail, the word daddy, that he hadn't heard from her mouth in weeks, that he might never hear again. He thought about Earl's daughter, Sarah. The name Earl had spoken like a wound that had never healed. He thought about Mrs. Ferris. He didn't sleep for a long time. When he did, he dreamed of water, of something pulling him down, of a hand reaching up through the surface that he couldn't reach. He woke before dawn, gasping, and the gymnasium was quiet around him, and the world was still ending, and his daughter was 40 miles south, and he got up and started packing before anyone else was awake. Today he would be closer. Today he would keep moving. That was the only thing he knew how to do now. Move, forward, south. Toward the door he was going to open this time, no matter what was on the other side. The road from Sydney to Dayton was the most dangerous 60 miles of Danny's journey. Not because of the dead, though they were there in the expected places, clustered around gas stations and grocery stores and the intersections where panicked drivers had created barricades of wrecked vehicles. The dead were becoming routine, which was its own kind of horror. Danny navigated around them the way he'd once navigated around potholes, with a casual competence that would have horrified the man he'd been 6 weeks ago. The danger was human. They saw the first signs 10 miles south of Sydney. A car on the shoulder, stripped, tires removed, doors pried open, the trunk emptied. Another a mile later, same condition. Then a truck with its cab burned and its cargo gone. Someone was working this road. Scavengers, Earl said. Organized ones. They're not just grabbing. They're stripping systematically. Tires, batteries, fuel. They're building something. Or supplying something, Helen said. They drove slower, eyes wide, windows cracked so they could hear. 10 miles north of Dayton, they found the roadblock. It wasn't the Turnpike King's theatrical blockade. 2 trucks across the road, men standing in plain sight. This was subtler. Tire spikes across both lanes, nearly invisible. Danny saw them only because the sun caught one at the right angle, a glint of metal in the asphalt that made him slam the brakes. The truck skidded, stopped, 2 feet from the spikes. Back up, Earl said. His rifle was already in his hands, the barrel tracking across the tree line that flanked the road. Now, Danny reversed. The minivan behind them followed. They didn't make it 20 yards before the trees came alive. Not infected. People. 6 of them, stepping out from behind trunks and from under brush with the coordinated precision of a group that had done this before. They were armed. Rifles, shotguns, a compound bow. They wore civilian clothes, dirty and worn, but they moved like a unit. Don't shoot, one of them called. A man, 40s, thin-faced, with a hunting rifle held at port arms. We just want to talk. Then talk from there, Earl said. The man approached. Slowly, hands visible, the rifle across his chest. He stopped 10 feet from the truck. Where are you headed? South, Danny said. South is ours. Everything from here to the river. Whose? Ours. We've been here since the beginning. We held our ground, that means it's ours. The man's voice was reasonable, conversational, the tone of someone explaining house rules to a guest. You want to pass through, you leave one vehicle and half your fuel. We've heard that deal before, Danny said. Then you know how it works. Danny looked at Earl. Earl's eyes were on the trees. Not on the man in front of them, but on the 5 behind him, calculating angles and distances. There's another way, the man said. You've got medical supplies. I can smell the pharmacy coat on that one. He nodded at Derek. We need a doctor. He's not a doctor. Close enough. Someone in our group needs medical attention. Your man looks at them, treats them, and you pass free. Danny hesitated. The old hesitation, the Mrs. Ferris pause, the doorknob freeze. But it lasted only a second. He'd learned to feel the difference between caution and cowardice, and this was caution. What's wrong with them? Derek asked from the back seat. Gunshot wound, leg. It's been 3 days. It's not healing right. Derek's face went through a rapid sequence. Fear, professional concern, calculation, and something that looked like purpose. I'll need to see the wound, Derek said, and I'll need my supplies. You can bring your supplies, you come alone. He doesn't go alone, Danny said. I go with him. The man studied Danny. Whatever he saw satisfied him. Fine. The rest stay here. Danny and Derek followed the man into the tree line. The other scavengers fell in around them, an escort that was also a guard. They walked for 10 minutes through woods that were thick and green and alive with the sounds of summer. Birds, insects, the crunch of leaves underfoot. The camp was in a clearing. Tents, a fire pit, a makeshift shelter built from tarps and tree branches. Maybe 20 people, mostly men, some women. Children, Danny's heart clenched. 2 children sitting near the fire, eating something from tin cans. The wounded man was in the largest tent. He was young, mid-20s, stocky, his face gray with pain. His left leg was bandaged with strips of cloth that were soaked through with something yellow-green that made Derek's nostrils flare. Infected, Derek said, meaning the wound, not the zombie kind. Badly. The bullet's still in there? Couldn't get it out, the thin-faced man said. We tried. Derek knelt. His hands were shaking. They always shook. But when they touched the wound, when the pharmacist became the closest thing to a doctor this world had left, the tremor smoothed into precision. I need to debride this, Derek said. Cut away the dead tissue, find the bullet. It's going to hurt. Do it, the wounded man said through gritted teeth. Derek opened his medical bag. Scalpel, forceps, antiseptic, gauze. His hands moved with the confidence of someone who'd watched 100 YouTube tutorials and performed the procedure once before. On Helen, who'd gotten a piece of glass embedded in her palm 3 days into their journey, and who'd sat still as stone while Derek extracted it, her only concession to pain, a slight narrowing of her eyes. Danny watched. Not the surgery, the camp, the people, the children. He counted resources, weapons, food stores, water containers. He noted the way the group watched Derek, with hope, with suspicion, with the desperate attention of people who'd been praying for something and now had to trust a stranger to deliver it. The bullet came out 40 minutes later. Derek held it up, a small, deformed piece of metal that had been inside a human being, doing damage. The wounded man's scream had faded to whimpers, then to silence, then to something like sleep. He needs antibiotics, Derek said. Augmentin if you have it. If not, amoxicillin. 7 days minimum. We don't have... I do. Derek reached into his bag and produced a bottle. He set it on the ground next to the wounded man. 1 pill, 3 times a day, with food if possible. Don't skip doses. If the wound gets red again or he develops a fever over 102, the infection has become systemic and he'll need IV antibiotics, which I can't give you. The thin-faced man looked at the bottle. At Derek. At Danny. The road's yours, the thin-faced man said. Pass free. They walked back to the vehicles. Derek was quiet, unusual for Derek, whose default response to stress was a flood of pharmaceutical terminology. Danny glanced at him. The pharmacist's face was different. Not less afraid. Derek would always be afraid. But something new lived alongside the fear. A competence that was more than knowledge. A purpose that was more than survival. You did good, Danny said. Derek adjusted his glasses. The wound was septic. Another day and he'd have lost the leg. 2 days he'd be dead. A pause. Augmentin is a broad-spectrum antibiotic. Amoxicillin plus clavulanic acid, it's... He stopped himself, smiled, a small, exhausted, genuine smile. I'm doing it again. Keep doing it, it helps. The talking? Being needed. Derek looked at his hands. The tremor was back, fine and persistent, but his fingers curled with a steadiness that hadn't been there a week ago. Yeah, Derek said, yeah, it does. They drove south. The scavengers let them pass. The tree line receded and the road opened up, and Dayton's skyline appeared on the horizon, or what was left of it. Helen had told them. Andrea had warned them, but seeing it was different. Dayton was burned. Not entirely, no city burns entirely, but enough. The northern suburbs were charred, the houses reduced to foundations and chimneys that stood like tombstones. The commercial districts were gutted, strip malls and shopping centers with their faces melted, their parking lots full of burned vehicles. The smoke was gone, the fires weeks old, but the smell remained, an acrid chemical tang that coated the back of Danny's throat and made his eyes water. Don't stop, Andrea said from the minivan. Keep driving. The south side is better. How do you know? Andrea didn't answer. They skirted the city, taking the outer belt highway, which was clogged but passable. The destruction was uneven. Blocks that were untouched next to blocks that were leveled. The randomness of fire and human violence, creating a patchwork of survival and ruin. Danny watched for signs, for Centerville, for anything that suggested organized evacuation, planned movement, the hand of someone like Amanda who always had a plan. He watched and he drove, and the city that had been his destination for 6 weeks grew around him and revealed itself as another obstacle, another graveyard, another door that he had to open without knowing what was on the other side. Centerville was 10 miles south. 10 miles. He drove faster. The house was on a cul-de-sac called Maple Ridge Drive, and it was the house Amanda had chosen when she left Danny 3 years ago. A split-level ranch with a 2-car garage and a yard with a swing set in a neighborhood with good schools and low crime rates. Amanda had found it in a weekend, negotiated the price in an afternoon, and moved in with Lily before Danny had fully processed that they were gone. Now the front door was open, one hinge, the other had been torn away. Danny parked the truck in the driveway, got out. His legs were water, his hands were fists. I'll go with you, Earl said. No. Danny's voice was strange in his own ears. Flat, distant, the voice of a man speaking from inside a box. I need to do this alone. Earl looked at him, nodded. Danny walked to the front door, stepped inside. The living room. Amanda's taste. Clean lines, neutral colors, organized shelves. The couch was overturned. Glass from a broken window covered the carpet like a frozen spill. The TV was face down on the floor. Kitchen, dishes in the sink. A coffee mug on the counter. Amanda's, white with blue flowers. The one she'd taken in the divorce. A cereal bowl with a spoon, child-sized. Lily's. Danny picked up the bowl, held it. The ceramic was cool in his hands. He climbed the stairs. Lily's room was at the end of the hall. The door had a sign she'd made herself, construction paper and glitter glue, reading Lily's room in wobbly letters. Danny pushed the door open. The room was intact, untouched. The bed was made Amanda's doing, Amanda who made beds even in the apocalypse, with a purple comforter covered in dinosaurs, a bookshelf with chapter books, a poster of a T-Rex, a desk with crayons scattered across it. On the fridge downstairs, he'd missed it, went back, found it, a child's drawing. A family, a tall figure with brown hair, Daddy, a shorter figure with dark hair, Mommy, and a small figure in between with green scribbles for eyes. Above the small figure in Lily's careful printing, "We are going to find you." Danny pressed the drawing to his chest and made a sound that wasn't crying because crying was a word for something that had boundaries, and this had none. He sank to the kitchen floor and held the drawing and shook. Earl found him there. The old man said nothing, just sat on the kitchen floor next to Danny, his back against the cabinets, his rifle across his knees. and waited. "She was here," Danny said. "I know. She's alive. She drew this. She's alive." "She drew it, yeah. She said she's going to find me." Earl looked at the drawing, at the figure labeled Daddy. "Then you'd better make sure you're findable," Earl said. Danny wiped his face, folded the drawing carefully, so carefully as if it were made of something more fragile than paper, and put it in his pocket, next to his dead phone and the map from the principal's office and all the other artifacts of a world that was gone. He stood up. His legs worked. His hands opened. "New Antioch," Danny said. Andrea mentioned it. A religious community south of Cincinnati. That's where they went. You don't know that. Amanda would have gone somewhere safe, somewhere organized, somewhere that was taking children. "Danny, that's where my daughter is." Earl studied him. The old man's face was unreadable. Those pale eyes, that weathered skin, the two missing fingers curled against his palm. "Okay," Earl said. "New Antioch." They left the house. Danny didn't look back. Behind him, the drawing on the fridge was gone and the bowl in the sink was empty, and Lily's room waited in its purple and dinosaur silence for a girl who wasn't coming back. Danny got in the truck. "South," he said. Earl drove. And the road went south and the sun went down, and somewhere ahead, in a place Danny couldn't see, his daughter was drawing pictures of a father she believed was coming. He was. God help anyone who got in his way. He was coming. Part 2. The Shepherd's Gate. The drive from Centerville to Cincinnati should have taken 40 minutes. In the old world, the world of traffic lights and speed limits and the mild annoyance of construction on I-75, Amanda would have made it in 35 because Amanda drove the way she did everything. Efficiently, purposefully, with the radio tuned to NPR and Lily in the back seat asking questions about dinosaurs. Danny made it in 6 hours. The highway was a museum of the collapse. Every mile told a story. Cars stopped in perfect lanes, doors open. The contents of a family's escape scattered across asphalt that was already cracking in the July heat. A minivan with children's drawings taped to the windows, the back seat full of stuffed animals, a sedan with a for sale sign still in the windshield, bullet holes stitching a line across the driver's door, a motorcycle on its side, the rider's helmet 20 feet away, the rider nowhere. Danny drove around them, through them, over the median when the lanes were completely blocked, the truck's suspension groaning as it dropped off the concrete divider and churned through the grass that was growing wild between the opposing lanes. Earl sat beside him, his rifle across his knees, his eyes moving in the slow, systematic scan of a man who understood that danger lived in the things you didn't look at. He hadn't spoken in an hour. His coughing had gotten worse, deep, productive, the sound of lungs that were losing a fight they'd been losing for longer than 6 weeks. "You need to rest," Danny said. "I need to breathe. Resting won't help with that. Derek's not a doctor. And what I've got, a doctor can't fix either." Earl shifted in his seat, a careful movement that Danny recognized as pain management. The way you repositioned your body when something inside it was wrong and you were trying to find the angle where it hurt least. "How far?" 20 miles to Cincinnati. Then south. Andrea says New Antioch is in the hills outside the city. Andrea says a lot of things. Danny glanced in the rearview mirror. The minivan was 50 yards back, Terry driving, Andrea in the passenger seat. The two women hadn't spoken much. Terry had the instinct of someone who'd managed hundreds of teenagers and could smell dishonesty like a smoke detector smelled fire. Andrea had the instinct of someone who'd survived by controlling information. "You don't trust her," Danny said. "I don't distrust her. I just noticed that she knows things she shouldn't and doesn't say things she should." Earl coughed again, turning his head to the window. When he turned back, his lips were pressed together and his eyes were wet. "But that's her business. Right now, my business is getting you to your girl. Our business." Earl looked at him. Something moved in those pale eyes. Not sentiment. Earl didn't do sentiment. But a recognition that passed between them like a handshake. "Our business," Earl agreed. They stopped at a gas station on the outskirts of Cincinnati. The pumps were dead. No electricity meant no fuel flow. But Earl had learned to siphon from underground tanks, using a hand pump and rubber tubing. It took 40 minutes and left him gray-faced and wheezing, but the truck's tank was full. Danny walked the perimeter while Earl worked. The station was on a hill, and from the parking lot he could see Cincinnati sprawling below. Or what Cincinnati had become. The skyline was intact, the buildings standing, which was better than Dayton. But the streets were wrong. Even from this distance, Danny could see the wrongness, movement that wasn't traffic, patterns that weren't human. The dead owned the city, drifting through its arteries in clots and streams, following routes that might have been old commuter habits or might have been nothing at all. "Don't go in there," Andrea said. Danny turned. She'd approached quietly. The woman moved like smoke, appearing at your shoulder without the courtesy of footsteps. "Cincinnati proper is a death trap," she continued. "The bridges are all blocked or collapsed. The dead are concentrated along the river. Something about the water draws them. If you want to get south of the city, you go around, east, through the suburbs. You know this how?" Andrea's jaw tightened. The question she'd asked him not to ask, circling back, insistent. "Because I came from there," she said, 3 weeks ago. "From Cincinnati? From south of it? From—" She stopped. Her hands went into her jacket pockets, a gesture Danny had learned to read as Andrea's version of shutting a door. "From the area." "New Antioch?" "Near there." Danny waited. He'd learned this too, the power of silence, of not filling the space, of letting the other person's need to speak overwhelm their need to hide. Amanda had used it on him during their marriage. That particular silence that was louder than any question. Andrea broke first. "I was at New Antioch," she said. "For 4 days. I left." "Why?" "Because it's not what it seems." She looked at him, directly, fully, with an intensity that stripped the careful composure from her face and showed something underneath that was close to fear. "Danny, the people there, they're organized. They're safe. They have walls and food and medicine, and they don't let anyone leave." The words landed in Danny's chest like stones dropped into still water. "My daughter is there," he said. "You don't know that." "Where else would Amanda go? You said it yourself. Organized, safe, taking children. Amanda would have gone there. And if Amanda went there, Lily went there. Then you need to know what you're walking into." Andrea took a breath. The kind that precedes confession, or at least partial confession. The breath of a woman calculating how much truth to spend. The community is run by a man named Reverend Solomon Brooks. He used to be a televangelist. Regional, not national, but big enough to have a following. When the outbreak hit, he turned his megachurch into a fortress. It worked. People came. He saved them. It sounds fine. It sounds like what David would do if David had resources and ambition. But Brooks isn't David. Andrea's voice dropped. Brooks believes the outbreak is divine judgment. He believes the survivors are the chosen, and he believes he, specifically, personally he, is the instrument of God's will. A cult. A functional cult. That's what makes it dangerous. The lights work. The water runs. The children go to school. It works, Danny. It looks like civilization. And underneath it, no one leaves. Children are separated from parents for education. Anyone who questions Brooks is spiritually contaminated. And the guards, they call them shepherds. They're armed and they're true believers. Danny's hands were fists at his sides, the knuckles white, the nails cutting into his palms. "How many people?" he asked. 200 when I was there. Maybe more now. "How many shepherds?" 30, 40, armed with rifles and shotguns. "And you got out." "I'm persuasive." Andrea's mouth twisted. Not a smile, not quite. "And I'm good at reading buildings. Real estate agent, remember? I know every door and every floor plan. I found one they'd missed." Danny looked south, toward Cincinnati, toward the hills beyond it, where a man in a megachurch had built a kingdom and called it salvation. "I'm getting my daughter out," Danny said. "I know. That's why I'm telling you this. But you can't do it with 10 people and 2 trucks. You need a plan. You need information. And you need to understand that the Reverend isn't a monster. He's a man who believes he's saving the world. That makes him more dangerous than any monster. Danny nodded. His jaw ached from clenching. Tell the others, he said. Tonight. Everything. Not everything. Andrea's eyes were steady. Not yet. She walked away. Danny watched her go and wondered which doors she was still keeping locked. They camped in a subdivision east of Cincinnati, a sprawl of McMansions that had been built in the early 2000s and abandoned in the first week of the outbreak. The houses were large and empty and untouched, their owners having fled with the organized precision of people who had second homes and evacuation plans, and the resources to execute them. Danny chose a house with a clear sightline in every direction, a corner lot with big windows and a second floor. Earl approved the choice with a grunt that was becoming Danny's favorite form of praise. They gathered in the living room, marble floors, vaulted ceiling, a fireplace that had never been used, its gas logs pristine, the kind of house Danny had delivered auto parts to keep in business, the kind of house Amanda had wanted to live in, the kind of house that meant nothing now except 4 walls and a roof. Andrea told them about New Antioch. She stood in front of the fireplace, her arms crossed, her voice controlled. She told them about the walls, concrete barriers and chain link and razor wire, surrounding a megachurch complex that covered 6 acres. About the Reverend, charismatic, intelligent, utterly convinced of his divine mandate. About the shepherds, armed guards who patrolled in shifts, who answered to the Reverend alone, who believed they were protecting God's chosen. She told them about the children. They separate them, Andrea said, within the first week. Parents are told it's for education, a sacred school, where the children learn survival skills and scripture. In practice, the children are kept in a separate building, supervised by the Reverend's inner circle. Parents get supervised visits. Once a week. Terry's face went hard. Not angry. Something beyond angry. Something geological. The shifting of tectonic plates that precedes an earthquake. They take children from their parents, Terry said. They tell parents it's for the children's protection, and some parents believe it. Some are grateful they can't feed their kids, can't protect them, and here's a community that can. It looks like a school. It feels like a school. Andrea paused. Until you try to take your child and leave. What happens then? You don't leave. The shepherds make sure of that. Anyone who tries is purified. That's their word. In practice, it means confinement. Or worse. Silence. The kind that's not empty, but full. Full of the processing that happens when a group of survivors realizes that the dead aren't the worst thing in this new world. Danny's daughter may be in there, David said. His voice was careful, pastoral, the voice he used when truth needed to be delivered gently. We don't know that for certain, but the evidence suggests she's there, Danny said. Amanda would have gone there. She had a voicemail about a church. She was heading south. It fits. It fits a theory, Helen said. She was in her corner, notebook open, pen moving. We need confirmation before we plan an assault on a fortified compound with 200 people. It's not an assault, it's a rescue. The difference is semantic when you're outnumbered 20-1. Then we get more people. Where? Danny didn't have an answer. He looked around the room. 9 faces, each carrying its own weight of exhaustion and loss, and the specific gravity of impossible decisions. Terry, whose face hadn't softened. Derek, whose hands were in his pockets. Helen, whose pen had stopped. Earl, whose eyes were on Danny with that patient, assessing look. David, whose hand rested on his collar. Rosie, whose knife was out, turning slowly in her fingers. Tyler, whose backpack was clutched to his chest. Madison, whose hand rested on her stomach in a gesture that Danny still hadn't decoded. Andrea, whose arms were still crossed, whose face was still controlled, whose secrets were still locked behind doors Danny hadn't found the keys to. We need to get close, Danny said. See it ourselves. Find out if Lily is there. Then we make a plan. That's not a plan, Helen said. That's the absence of a plan dressed up in action verbs. It's what we've got. Helen looked at him, then at her notebook, then at the group. Fine, she said. But we do it smart. Recon first. No contact. We observe, we gather information, we make decisions based on data, not desperation. Agreed. And Danny? Helen's voice dropped. Not softer, sharper, a blade being honed. If your daughter is in there and we can't get her out, you need to be prepared for that possibility. No. Danny. No, I am not prepared for that possibility. I will never be prepared for that possibility. And if you're asking me to accept it, you don't understand what's driving me, and you never will. The room went still. Danny's voice had risen, not shouting but vibrating, a frequency that rattled the windows of the marble and vaulted ceiling McMansion and made Tyler press deeper into his corner. Helen held his gaze. She didn't flinch, she didn't soften. She looked at him the way she looked at numbers, with the unflinching assessment of a woman who believed that truth was more important than comfort. I understand exactly what's driving you, she said. I had a daughter, too. The past tense hit Danny like a fist. Helen closed her notebook, stood, walked to the stairs without another word, her footsteps precise on the marble, her back straight, her composure absolute. Nobody followed her. Nobody spoke. After a long time, Earl cleared his throat. We leave at dawn, Earl said. Recon. Smart. Helen's way. Danny nodded. His anger was draining, replaced by something worse. The recognition that he'd been cruel to someone who was trying to help him, and that the cruelty had come from the same place as the paralysis. Fear. Always fear. He found Helen on the second floor, in a bedroom that belonged to a teenage girl. Posters on the walls, a desk with a laptop that would never turn on again, a closet full of clothes that no one would wear. I'm sorry, Danny said from the doorway. Helen was sitting on the bed, her notebook in her lap, her pen in her hand. She wasn't writing. She was staring at the posters. Her name was Jisoo, Helen said. She was 14. I took her to the hospital on day 4. She'd been bitten. The emergency room was a slaughterhouse. No doctors, no nurses, just people dying and turning and dying again. Her voice was level, clinical, the accountant's voice. I knew what was coming. I'd read enough by then. I knew. Danny didn't speak. I held her hand and counted backward from 10. She was asleep by 8. I'd given her enough morphine. By the time I reached 1, her heart had stopped. Helen's pen moved in her hand, a restless motion. The only sign that her body was feeling what her voice refused to show. I made a choice. The correct choice, the impossible choice. And I will live with it for however long living lasts. She looked at him. You will find your daughter or you won't. I will help you either way. But don't tell me I don't understand. I understand better than anyone in this house. Danny sank against the doorframe. His legs, which had carried him through swamps and cities and 6 weeks of hell, finally refused to hold the weight of what this woman had just told him. How do you keep going? He asked. The same way you do. One decision at a time. Each one a little door. Open it or don't. She closed her notebook. You've been opening doors since Toledo, Danny. Don't stop now. He nodded. Couldn't speak. Went downstairs. That night, lying on the marble floor of a house that cost more than he'd earned in a lifetime, Danny stared at the ceiling and thought about doors. Mrs. Ferris's door, the library door, the truck door, the farmhouse door, Lily's bedroom door in Centerville, with its glitter glue sign. Every door he'd opened had led to something terrible and something necessary. Every door he hadn't opened haunted him. Tomorrow there would be another door, the gate of New Antioch, and behind it, maybe, his daughter. He closed his eyes. He didn't sleep. They approached New Antioch from the east, through hills that were thick with summer foliage and alive with the sounds of a world that didn't care about the apocalypse. Cicadas screamed in the trees, birds dove through canopies. A deer watched them from a ridge, its ears swiveling, then bounded away with a grace that seemed insulting in its effortlessness. Danny, Earl, Rosie, and Helen left the vehicles 2 miles out, hidden in a barn that Andrea identified. She knew the property had sold the adjacent lot 3 years ago, she said, and walked in. The others stayed behind. Terry was in charge. David was praying. Madison was sitting in the shade with her hand on her stomach, and Derek was organizing medications, and Tyler was monitoring frequencies, and Andrea was watching the road with her gun in her lap. Stay off the ridgeline, Andrea had told them. They have watchtowers, 3 of them on the north, west, and south walls. They scan with binoculars during the day and spotlights at night. No east tower? Rosie had asked. The east side faces a cliff, 30-foot drop into a creek bed. They don't think anyone can approach from there. Rosie had smiled, the first genuine smile Danny had seen from her. I can. Now they were in position. Danny and Earl on a wooded ridge, 300 yards north of the compound. Helen beside them, binoculars up, notebook open. Rosie had split off 30 minutes ago, heading east toward the cliff face, to see if Andrea's intelligence was accurate. Danny looked at New Antioch through Earl's rifle scope. It was impressive. The compound was centered on a megachurch, a massive modern building with a soaring glass atrium, flanked by administrative buildings, a gymnasium, and what looked like classroom structures. The whole complex was enclosed by a wall that combined concrete highway barriers, chain link fence, and razor wire, standing 12 feet high and punctuated by 3 guard towers, exactly where Andrea had said they'd be. Inside the walls, people moved, real people, living their lives, or a version of their lives. Danny saw a woman hanging laundry on a line strung between 2 buildings. A man pushing a wheelbarrow. Children, his heart seized. Children playing in an open area near the gymnasium, supervised by adults in matching blue shirts. The shepherds wear blue, Helen noted, writing. I count 8 visible from this position. Armed, rifles. Sidearms on 3 of them. The children, Danny said. His voice was a whisper, though they were too far away to be heard. How many? Helen adjusted her binoculars. I see 12, 15. There may be more inside. So, can you see? Danny's throat closed. He forced it open. Can you see a girl? Small, dark curly hair. She'd be wearing... He stopped. She wouldn't be wearing the T-Rex shirt, not after 6 weeks. She could be wearing anything. She could look like anything. She could... I can't identify individuals at this range, Helen said, not unkindly. We need to get closer. The east approach, Earl said. If the girl's right about the cliff. As if summoned, Rosie's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie they'd taken from the tank plant. East side is viable. The cliff is steep but climbable. There's a drainage culvert at the base of the wall. Old stormwater system. It's graded, but the grate is rusted. I could kick it in. Don't, Danny said into the radio. Not yet. Observe only. Copy. But Danny, there's something else. There's a vehicle outside the south gate. Not theirs. Military looking. Black SUV with, I can't read the markings from here, but it's got an antenna array on the roof. Communications equipment. Danny looked at Earl. Earl's jaw tightened. Vanguard, Earl said. We don't know that, Helen said. But her pen had stopped moving. Black SUV, communications equipment, military bearing. Who else has that kind of hardware in post-apocalypse Ohio? Helen didn't answer. She didn't need to. They watched for 3 more hours. The compound's routine revealed itself. Guard changes on the hour, meals at noon. Danny could smell the cooking from the ridge, and his stomach clenched. The children taken inside at 2 p.m., the gates opening twice for supply runs. The black SUV didn't move. No one approached it. No one came out of it. At 4 p.m., Rosie came back. She was muddy, scratched, and vibrating with the energy of someone who'd found something. There's a man, she said. Inside, near the east wall. He was trying to get a message out. I saw him stuff a piece of paper into the drainage culvert. I waited until he went inside, then I grabbed it. She held up a folded piece of paper, damp and dirty. Danny took it, unfolded it. The handwriting was cramped, desperate, written with a pencil that was running out of graphite. To anyone who finds this, my name is Eugene Webb. I am being held inside the New Antioch compound against my will. I brought a child here, Lily Kowalczyk, age 8, at the request of her dying mother. The child's father is named Daniel. If you know him or can find him, tell him his daughter is alive. Tell him Amanda died protecting her. Tell him I'm sorry. I tried to keep her safe. The Reverend will not let us leave. Please, someone help us. Danny read it twice, 3 times. The words swam and reformed and swam again, and his vision blurred, and he realized he was crying. Not the silent tears of the first night, but a full, shaking, ugly cry that he couldn't stop and didn't try to. Lily was alive. Amanda was dead. His daughter was 200 yards away behind a wall, in the hands of a man who believed he was God's instrument, and the woman who'd given everything to protect her was gone. Earl's hand found Danny's shoulder. The old man's grip was iron. 3 fingers in a palm that had held wrenches and rifles, and nothing as heavy as this. She's alive, Earl said. Danny nodded. Couldn't speak. Her mother saved her. Did what she had to do. Danny nodded again. Now you do what you have to do. Danny wiped his face, folded the note, put it in his pocket with the drawing and the dead phone and the map. We go back, Danny said. His voice was wrecked, scraped raw, but steady. We tell the others. We make a plan. A real plan this time, Helen said. No edge in it, just truth. A real plan. They retreated from the ridge. Behind them, New Antioch's walls glowed in the afternoon sun. And behind those walls, a girl with green eyes and missing front teeth was waiting for a father who was finally close enough to reach. The plan took 3 days to build. They camped in the barn, Andrea's barn, though of course it wasn't hers. Nothing was anyone's anymore. And Danny spread his maps across a workbench and stood over them with Helen on one side and Earl on the other and tried to figure out how 10 people could breach a compound defended by 40. You can't, Helen said. Not by force. The math is impossible. Then we don't use force. What do you use? Danny looked at David. The pastor was sitting on a hay bale, his clerical collar bright against his dark skin, his hands clasped in the posture of a man who was praying and thinking at the same time, and who considered the 2 activities to be the same thing. Faith, Danny said. David looked up. I'm listening. Brooks is a man of God, or he believes he is. You're a man of God, a real one. If anyone can talk to him, Danny, I appreciate the confidence, but talking to a narcissistic cult leader isn't the same as, it's exactly the same. You talk to people who are lost. That's what you do. Brooks is lost. He's just lost, with 200 followers and 40 guns. David touched his collar. The gesture he made when he was thinking. The unconscious connection to the thing that defined him. What would I say? The truth. You're a pastor from Toledo. You've been traveling with survivors. You heard about New Antioch and came to join. You're offering your services, sermons, counseling, community building. And while I'm inside, you find Lily. You find Eugene Webb. You figure out the internal layout, the guard schedules, the weak points. And you find a way to get a message to us. David was quiet for a long time. The barn was hot, the air thick with the smell of old hay and dust and the faint, ever-present undertone of decay that had become the world's new baseline. I'd be lying, David said, walking into a house of God and lying. You'd be saving a child. Can those 2 things coexist? I don't know. That's your department. David's mouth almost smiled. Almost. The expression was there and gone, replaced by something heavier. The weight of a decision that would test everything he believed about himself and the God he served. I'll do it, David said. David, Terry started. I'll do it. Danny's right. The child comes first. He stood, straightened his collar. But I'm not just lying. I'm also telling the truth. I am a pastor. I am offering my services. And if Reverend Brooks is what Andrea says he is, then his people need a real shepherd more than they know. The plan grew from there. Helen mapped it. Timelines, contingencies, fallback positions. She was in her element, the accountant turned strategist, converting uncertainty into columns and rows. Phase 1. David enters New Antioch alone, presents himself as a wandering pastor, gets inside, gathers intelligence, makes contact with Eugene Webb, finds Lily, reports back via the drainage culvert on the east wall, notes in the pipe, Rosie checking twice daily. Phase 2. Based on David's intelligence, they plan the extraction. If possible, David walks Lily out during a distraction. If not, they create a larger diversion and go in through the east culvert. Phase 3. Escape south. Cross the Ohio River. Get to Kentucky, where the radio broadcast suggested military presence and organized communities. What about the Vanguard vehicle? Rosie asked. The black SUV? We don't know what it means yet, Helen said. David will find out. And if Vanguard is working with Brooks? Helen looked at Danny. Then Phase 2 becomes significantly more complicated. Complicated how? The kind of complicated where people die. Nobody spoke. The word die sat in the room like a physical thing, occupying space, demanding acknowledgement. They'd lost Rome in the swamp. They all understood that the cost of this journey was measured in lives, and the balance was getting heavier. We go anyway, Danny said. Earl nodded. Terry nodded. Rosie checked her knife. Tyler adjusted his backpack. Derek put his hands in his pockets. Madison touched her stomach. Andrea watched them all with eyes that calculated and never stopped. Helen wrote it down. David walked into New Antioch on a Tuesday morning. Danny watched from the ridge, with Earl's rifle scope pressed against his eye. His heart hammering so hard he could see the pulse in the scope's view. A rhythmic tremor that made the compound's walls shake. David approached the south gate, the main entrance, a double gate of welded steel flanked by the south watchtower. He walked slowly, hands visible, his clerical collar catching the morning sun. He looked exactly like what he was, a man of faith, travel-worn and weary, seeking shelter. The gate opened. 2 shepherds came out, blue shirts, rifles. They spoke to David. Danny couldn't hear the words, but he could read the body language, assessment, suspicion, curiosity. David's posture was open, unhurried, the posture of a man who had nothing to hide and nowhere else to be. They took him inside. The gate closed. Danny lowered the scope. His arms were trembling from the effort of holding still. Now we wait, Helen said. Waiting was the hardest thing Danny had done since the outbreak. Harder than the swamp. Harder than the refinery. Harder than finding Centerville empty. Because the waiting was pure helplessness. His daughter was 200 yards away, and a man he'd known for 3 weeks was his only link to her. And there was nothing Danny could do but sit on a ridge and watch and trust. Trust. The currency of the old world, devalued by everything that had happened since. Danny had trusted the government to respond. He'd trusted the soldiers at the checkpoint. He'd trusted Bowling Green. He'd trusted the road. Now, he was trusting David. The first message came at dusk. Rosie retrieved it from the drainage culvert, a piece of paper wrapped in a plastic bag, the bag sealed with a rubber band, the paper covered in David's careful handwriting. Danny, I'm inside. The compound is as Andrea described. Brooks is charismatic and absolutely certain of his divine mandate. He welcomed me warmly. I've been given quarters in the residential wing and invited to lead evening prayers tomorrow. I've seen the children's building. It's the gymnasium, converted with cots and a classroom, guarded at all times. I have not been allowed inside yet, but was told I would be once my sincerity has been established. I have not located Lily or Eugene Webb. I'm being watched. Everyone here is watched. The shepherds are everywhere. The black SUV belongs to Vanguard Biosolutions. 2 men arrived 3 days ago. They've been meeting with Brooks privately. No one knows what they're discussing. The community is uneasy. More tomorrow. Be patient. God provides. David Danny read the note 3 times. Folded it. Put it with the others. Be patient, he said. He's right, Helen said. If David pushes too fast, they'll suspect him. I know what we need, I know. Danny's fists were at his sides. The patience Helen was asking for and the urgency screaming in his chest were pulling him in opposite directions, and the Danny who stood at doorknobs and froze was fighting the Danny who'd cleared a zombie-filled warehouse and stared down Big Mike. Walk it off, Earl said from his spot by the barn door. where he was cleaning his rifle with the unhurried precision of a man who'd been maintaining machines his entire life. Walk out there, find a field, scream if you have to. Then come back and wait. Danny walked. Found a field. Didn't scream. Stood in the middle of Ohio, surrounded by soybeans that were growing wild and would never be harvested, and breathed. The sky was enormous. It always was in Ohio, the flat land giving the sky permission to stretch from horizon to horizon without interruption, a dome of blue that turned gold and then pink and then purple as the sun dropped. Before the outbreak, Danny had never noticed it. He'd driven under it for 15 years, his eyes on the road or his phone or the dashboard of the forklift, and he'd never looked up. He looked up now. The sky didn't care about the dead. The sky didn't care about New Antioch or Vanguard or the daughter he was trying to reach. It just was vast and indifferent and beautiful in a way that made Danny's chest ache with something that wasn't grief and wasn't hope, but existed in the space between them. He went back to the barn, waited. David's second message came the next evening. Danny, I've met Eugene Webb. He's being held in what they call the reflection quarters, a room in the basement of the administrative building. He was confined after attempting to leave with Lily 2 weeks ago. He's injured, beaten, badly. He can walk, but not run. Eugene confirmed everything. Amanda was bitten during the evacuation from Centerville. She hid it for 3 days. She gave Lily to Eugene with instructions. Find Danny. Keep her safe. Tell him I was wrong about him. Tell him to be the father I knew he could be. Those were Amanda's words. I'm sorry, Danny. She died in the woods, alone by choice. Eugene says she walked away so Lily wouldn't see. Lily is in the gymnasium. I saw her today briefly through a window. She's thin, she's quiet. She's carrying a photograph. Eugene says it's a photo of you. She sleeps with it. The Reverend has taken a special interest in her. He calls her a child of the wanderer and says she needs particular guidance. I don't know what that means yet. I don't like it. The Vanguard men are still here. They've been meeting with Brooks daily. The community is divided. Some welcome the outside contact. Others are suspicious. One of the shepherds told me in confidence that Brooks is negotiating something, trading something. He didn't know what. I'm working on gaining access to the gymnasium. I told Brooks I want to teach the children scripture lessons. He seemed receptive. Tomorrow, maybe. Be ready. When I have access to Lily, I'll signal. 3 flashes from the east window of the gymnasium at midnight. Pray for us. Pray for her. David Danny read the message about Amanda 3 times. Each time, the words hit differently. The first time as information, the second as reality, the third as a wound that would never fully close. Amanda was dead. The woman who'd left him. The woman who'd called him a waste. The woman who'd taken their daughter and walked away and built a life that was better than anything Danny could provide. That woman had been bitten, and she'd hidden it. And she'd given Lily to a stranger with instructions to find the man she'd left, because in the end, she believed he could be what she needed him to be. Tell him I was wrong about him. Tell him to be the father I knew he could be. Danny sat in the barn and held the note and let the grief do what grief does. Roll through him in waves, each one different, each one carrying something away. The first wave took the anger he'd carried toward Amanda for 3 years. The second took the guilt of not fighting harder for his marriage. The third took something he couldn't name, something between hope and history, the last thread connecting him to the life he'd had before the dead walked. Terry found him. She sat next to him, the way Tyler had sat next to him in the swamp, the way Earl sat next to him on the highway, the quiet companionship of people who understood that presence was more powerful than words. She loved Lily, Terry said. She loved her more than anything. She loved you too, in her way. Danny shook his head. She left me. Baby, leaving someone isn't the opposite of loving them. Sometimes it's the only way to love yourself. Terry's hand found his, warm, strong, calloused, from weeks of survival, and years of industrial kitchens. And when the world ended, she sent her daughter to you. Not to her parents, not to her friends, to you. Danny's throat closed. He gripped Terry's hand. "You're going to get that girl," Terry said. "And you're going to be the father Amanda knew you could be. And when you doubt it, because you will, Danny, you will doubt it every single day. You remember what that woman did? She walked into the woods to die so her daughter could live. That's the standard. That's what love looks like when everything else is stripped away." Danny nodded, couldn't speak, held Terry's hand and let the waves come and go. And when they'd passed, not finished, never finished, but calmed, he folded the note and put it away and stood up. "We need to be ready," he said. "We are. No, we need to be ready for everything. If David signals, we go in. If Vanguard moves, we go in. If something goes wrong, we go in." Yeah. Terry stood. She was taller than Danny remembered. Or maybe she'd always been this tall and he'd never noticed, the way he'd never noticed the Ohio sky. "I'll tell the others," she said. "Tell them Amanda's dead." "Are you sure? They need to know. It changes the math. We're not rescuing a family. We're rescuing a child." Terry nodded. Left. Danny heard her voice in the barn's main room, steady and clear, delivering the news that would reshape the mission. He heard Derek's intake of breath, Madison's quiet, "Oh, God," Tyler's silence, Earl's cough. He didn't hear Andrea's reaction. When he came out, she was standing at the barn door, looking south toward New Antioch, her face unreadable. "I'm sorry about your wife," she said, "and ex-wife. About Lily's mother." Danny nodded. "Danny, there's something I need to tell you. About Vanguard, about why they're at New Antioch." Andrea's voice was different now, stripped of the control, the calculation, the careful management of information. What was left was raw and frightened and honest. I should have told you before. I should have told you in the farmhouse." "Tell me now." Andrea took a breath, the big one, the confessional breath. "Before the outbreak, I was having an affair with a man named Richard Elliston. He was a senior vice president at Vanguard Biosolutions. Married, 2 kids, a house in Upper Arlington. She stopped, swallowed. "He told me things. Pillow talk. The kind of things men tell women they're sleeping with because it makes them feel important." Danny waited. "He told me about VBS-7, the compound, the prion treatment. He told me about the contamination risk. They knew, Danny. The disposal method was inadequate. The scientists raised alarms. The executives overruled them because the goddamn quarterly targets were more important than..." Her voice cracked. The first genuine crack Danny had heard from her. The composure she wore like armor, splitting open to reveal something underneath. That was not calculation but fury. "They had 72 hours, Andrea said. After the first contamination event, they had a window. 3 days where they could have locked it down, contained it, warned people. They chose not to. Richard told me the board voted 7-3. The 3 who voted for disclosure were fired. The 7 who voted for cover-up are the reason the world ended." Danny stared at her. The information was enormous. A revelation that should have triggered outrage. That should have reshaped his understanding of everything. But it felt distant, abstract, because his daughter was 200 yards away and Amanda was dead, and the why of the apocalypse mattered less than the what now. "Why are Vanguard's people at New Antioch?" Danny asked. "Because Richard also told me something else. The prion has a natural resistance factor. Approximately 1 in 50,000 people are immune. Their bodies destroy the prion before it reaches the brain. Vanguard was researching it, using immune blood to develop a treatment. A cure? Not a cure, a treatment, a vaccine maybe. Something they could control. Something that would make them indispensable in the new world." Danny's mind was working now, clicking through connections with a speed that surprised him. The pattern recognition of a man who'd spent 15 years driving the same routes and noticing what changed. "They're looking for immune people," he said. "Yes, at New Antioch. They're looking for immune people at New Antioch. Yes. They test everyone who comes in. Blood tests. Brooks tells people it's a health screening. Children. They'd want children, especially. Younger immune systems. Andrea's face told him everything. Lily, Danny said, I don't know if she's immune. I don't know if they've tested her. But Vanguard is there, and they're negotiating with Brooks. And if she is, Danny was already moving. Toward the barn, toward the weapons, toward the door. Earl caught him. The old man's hand, 3 fingers, a vice grip, the strength of a lifetime, closed around Danny's arm and stopped him mid-stride. Stop, Earl said. They're going to take her. Stop. Think. You run in there right now, you die. She stays. Nothing changes except she loses her father too. Danny's entire body was vibrating. Every muscle, every nerve, every cell screaming at him to move, to run, to tear through those walls with his bare hands and find his daughter and carry her out and never stop running. Listen to me, Earl said. His voice was low, calm, the voice he used when teaching Danny to shoot. Steady, grounded, the voice of a man who understood that panic was the enemy of precision. David is inside. David is working. You made a plan. You stick to the plan. The plan doesn't account for Vanguard taking my daughter. The plan accounts for everything, because Helen made it, and Helen accounts for everything. We adjust. We don't abandon. Danny's breathing was ragged. His vision was tunneled. The world had narrowed to a single point. Lily, behind a wall, maybe immune, maybe targeted, maybe being taken right now while he stood in a barn arguing. Earl didn't let go. I lost Sarah because I panicked, Earl said. The words came out like they'd been pried from a locked box with a crowbar. Reluctant, painful, necessary. I heard she was in trouble, and I ran to her. And I didn't think, and she died. Because my panic led me to the wrong place at the wrong time. You hear me? Some Danny heard. Think first, then act. The thinking is what you've been learning since Toledo. Don't throw it away now. Danny's breathing slowed. The tunnel widened. Earl's face came back into focus. Weathered, lined, missing fingers, pale eyes that held a grief so old it had become part of the bone structure. Okay, Danny said. Okay. Earl released his arm. Danny went to Helen. Helen was already adjusting the plan. The adjusted plan had 3 phases and 4 contingencies, and Helen presented it with the cool precision of a woman delivering a quarterly report to a board of directors. Except the quarterly targets were human lives, and the board of directors was a group of exhausted survivors in a barn. Phase 1 remains the same, Helen said. David gathers intelligence, identifies Lily's exact location, and signals when he has access. This is unchanged. Phase 2 adjusts for the Vanguard variable. If Vanguard is negotiating for the children, or specific children, we have a time pressure we didn't have before. We need David to accelerate his timeline. He needs to get access to the gymnasium within 48 hours. He can't rush it, David's caller said from a corner of the barn. Danny blinked. David wasn't there. He was inside New Antioch. The collar was on a nail where David had left it. No. It was Derek who spoke, sitting in the corner, holding David's spare collar, the one he'd left behind. Derek was holding it like a talisman. He can't rush it, Derek said again. If they suspect him, I know, Helen said. Which is why Phase 2 also includes an external accelerant. We give Brooks a reason to let David near the children sooner. What reason? Helen looked at Andrea. You. Andrea went still. You approach the south gate, Helen said. You present yourself as a lone survivor, which you've done before. You ask for shelter. When you're inside, you let them discover, gradually, naturally, your connection to Vanguard. They'll kill me, Andrea said. Maybe, but maybe not. If Brooks is negotiating with Vanguard, someone with inside knowledge of the company is valuable. You become a bargaining chip. And while they're focused on you, David has room to maneuver. The barn was silent. Danny looked at Andrea. She was standing against the wall, her arms crossed, her gun at her hip, and her face was showing something he'd never seen on it before. Genuine, unguarded terror. You're asking me to be bait, Andrea said. I'm asking you to be useful, Helen said. You've been carrying this secret since we met. You've been carrying it? I've been running from it. Do you think I don't know what I am? Do you think I don't know that I slept with a man who ended the world? That I heard him brag about covering up the contamination and I didn't say anything because her voice broke. Not the careful, controlled break of a woman managing her image, but a real break, jagged and wet and ugly. Because I was living in a nice apartment and eating at nice restaurants and wearing nice clothes, and I didn't want to lose that. I knew. And I did nothing. I'm the same as the board. I'm the same as all of them. The barn was very quiet. Andrea's breathing was the only sound, harsh, shaking. The breathing of a woman who'd ripped open a wound she'd been bandaging for 6 weeks. Terry stood up, crossed the barn, put her hands on Andrea's shoulders. "Baby," Terry said. "That was then. This is now. It doesn't matter. It matters because you're here. You survived. And now you have a chance to do something with what you know. Not for absolution. That's not mine to give, and you might not deserve it. But for that little girl in there who needs every advantage we can get." Andrea looked at Terry. Her eyes were red, her mascara, weeks old, absurd, still partially intact, streaking her cheeks. "They'll kill me," Andrea said again. Quieter this time. "Maybe," Terry said. "Or maybe you talk your way out. You're good at that." Andrea almost laughed, didn't quite make it. "Okay," she said. "Okay, I'll do it." Danny felt something shift in the room. Not relief, not hope, but the sense of pieces moving into position. Of a machine assembling itself from parts that had been scattered across 150 miles of dead Ohio. "When?" Andrea asked. "Tomorrow," Helen said. "David needs time to establish himself. You go in the day after." Andrea nodded, wiped her face with her sleeve, straightened her spine. "I need to look the part," she said. "Desperate, exhausted, alone." "You won't have to act," Earl said from his corner. Andrea looked at him. Something passed between them, an acknowledgement, gruff and honest, of the thing they shared, the knowledge that they were both operating on borrowed time for different reasons. "No," Andrea said, "I won't." David's third message came at midnight, delivered through the culvert by Rosie's mud-covered hands. "Danny." "I have access to the children. Tomorrow I begin scripture lessons in the gymnasium." Brooks approved it. He sees me as an asset, a fellow shepherd. His ego is his weakness. He wants to believe that other men of God validate his vision. I've spoken to Lily. Briefly, during a communal meal. She was seated with the other children, supervised by 2 shepherds. She's quiet, more quiet than an 8-year-old should be. She ate mechanically, didn't make eye contact with adults. But when I said I was from Toledo, she looked up. When I said I'd been traveling south, she looked up further. And when I said I was a friend of people who were looking for her, she asked me if I knew her daddy. Danny. I've never lied to a child before. I told her I didn't know. I told her I was just a pastor who'd heard about families looking for each other. But she looked at me with those green eyes. "Your eyes, Danny," and she said, "My daddy is coming. My mom said so." I nearly broke. I held it together because the shepherds were watching and because breaking would have ended everything. "But I need you to know, your daughter is strong. She's scared, and she's quiet, and she's been told things about you, that you're a sinner, that sinners don't keep promises, but she doesn't believe them. She has your stubbornness. She has Amanda's faith. Tomorrow I start the scripture lessons. I'll get closer. I'll find a way. But Danny, the Vanguard men." I overheard them tonight. One of them used the word immune. The other said, "the children." They were talking to Brooks about testing results, about specific children who showed divine protection. I think they've found what they're looking for. Move fast. David Danny held the note and felt the world accelerate. The pieces weren't just moving into position, they were moving toward collision. "Tomorrow," he said. "Andrea goes in tomorrow." "That's too fast," Helen said. "We haven't—" "Helen, they found an immune child. Maybe Lily. Maybe someone else's child. But they're going to take them. We're out of time." Helen looked at her notebook, at the columns and rows and contingency plans that she'd built with the architectural precision of a woman who believed that enough data could defeat uncertainty. "Okay," she said, "tomorrow." Andrea went in at dawn. She'd spent the night preparing, not packing, not arming, but unmaking herself. The Andrea who walked toward New Antioch's south gate was a different woman from the one who'd walked through the barn door 3 days ago. She'd torn her clothes, carefully in places that suggested violence rather than wear. She'd rubbed dirt on her face and arms. She'd cut her palm, a shallow slice that bled impressively, and let the blood dry on her hands and shirt. She looked like a woman who'd barely survived, which Danny realized wasn't far from the truth. "Remember," Helen said, "you're desperate. You're alone. You heard about New Antioch on the radio. You don't know anything about Vanguard. Not at first. You let them discover it. How? You slip. A name, a detail. Something that makes them curious. Not a confession, a leak. You're not offering information. You're failing to hide it." Andrea nodded. Her hands were shaking. Danny noticed because his were too. "Andrea," Danny said. She looked at him. "Thank you." She held his gaze for a moment. In her eyes, Danny saw something he hadn't seen before. Not calculation, not fear, not the careful self-preservation that had defined her. Something simpler. Something that might have been the desire to be, for once, the person she'd failed to be when it mattered. "Don't thank me yet," she said. She sounded like Earl. She walked away. Down the hill, through the trees, across the open ground toward the south gate. Danny watched through the scope. She was good. The walk was perfect, stumbling, desperate, the walk of a woman at the end of her endurance. She fell once convincingly, then pulled herself up and kept going. The gate opened. Shepherds emerged. The same routine as David. Questions, assessment, suspicion. Andrea collapsed at their feet. Genuine or acted, Danny couldn't tell. It didn't matter. They took her inside. The gate closed. Danny lowered the scope. Now they had 2 people inside and 7 outside, and the clock was ticking. And somewhere in that compound, his daughter was sleeping with a photograph of him under her pillow, and he was going to get her out, or die in the attempt. He wasn't going to freeze. Not this time. Not at this door. The next 36 hours were the longest of Danny's life. No messages from David, no signal from Andrea. The compound went about its routine. Guards changed, meals happened, children appeared and disappeared behind the gymnasium's walls. The black SUV remained at the south gate. Danny paced, Earl sat. Helen planned. Terry cooked, even here, even now. The woman found food and made it edible, turning canned goods and wild plants into meals that were less about nutrition and more about the act of caring. The primal human statement that said, "I made this for you because you matter." Rosie made runs to the culvert every 6 hours. Nothing. "Something's wrong," Danny said on the second day. "We don't know that," Helen said. "No messages, nothing." David sends messages every day. He sends messages when it's safe. If something changed, if security tightened, he'd go dark. That's the protocol. Whose protocol? Mine. I wrote it. Helen tapped her notebook. He goes dark, we wait. If we don't hear from him in 72 hours, we reassess. 72 hours is too long. 72 hours is the minimum time needed to distinguish communication disruption from compromise. If he's been caught, going in early gets us killed and doesn't save him. If he hasn't been caught, going in early exposes the operation. Danny's jaw was so tight his teeth ached. He knew Helen was right. He knew it the way he knew the sun was hot, and the dead were dangerous. With certainty, with acceptance, with a complete inability to act on the knowledge. "I can get closer," Rosie said. She was sharpening her knife again. The sound had become the background music of their camp, a rhythmic whisper of steel on stone. "The east cliff. I can get to the wall, maybe hear something." Too risky. Everything's too risky. Breathing is too risky. "Danny, I'm small, I'm quiet, and I can climb that cliff in the dark. I'll be at the wall and back before dawn." Danny looked at Earl. The old man shrugged, a gesture that conveyed volumes. "She's right, and we're running out of options. And sometimes you let the people who are good at things Do the things they're good at. Go tonight, Danny said, and observe only. Don't engage. I know how recon works. Do you? I grew up in a neighborhood where knowing what was on the other side of a wall before you went around it was the difference between going home and going to the hospital. Yes, I know how recon works. She went that night. Danny watched her disappear into the darkness, a small shape, quick and silent, moving through the trees toward the cliff face. He lost sight of her within 30 seconds. She was that good. He waited, on the ridge, in the dark, with Earl beside him and his rifle in his hands, and his daughter 200 yards away. The compound was quiet. A few lights. The main church had electric power, generators humming behind the walls, a luxury that most of the world had lost. The watchtowers swept their spotlights in regular arcs, north, west, south. The east side remained dark. At 2 a.m., Rosie's radio clicked twice, the all-clear signal. At 3 a.m., she was back, muddy, scratched, her red-dyed hair plastered to her skull, but her eyes were alive with the fierce energy she got when she'd accomplished something. "David's in the gymnasium," she said. "I got close enough to see through a window. He's sleeping in there, on a cot, with the children. He must have gotten them to let him stay. Is he okay? He looked okay. Tired. But okay." "Lily?" Rosie's expression changed, softened in a way Danny hadn't seen before. The fierce, guarded, angry girl, revealing something underneath that was tender and raw. "I saw a girl," Rosie said. "Small, dark curly hair. She was sleeping on a cot near the window. She had something in her hand. I couldn't see what, but she was holding it against her chest." The photograph. Lily slept with his photograph. Danny turned away, pressed his hand against his mouth, breathed. "She's there," he said. "She's there. What about Andrea?" Rosie's face hardened again, the softness gone, replaced by the armor she wore like a second skin. "I heard shouting from the main church. A woman's voice, Andrea's, I think. And a man's voice, deep, commanding. The Reverend." "What were they saying?" I couldn't make out words, but it wasn't friendly. Danny looked at Helen. Helen was already writing. "Phase 2, Helen said. We accelerate." "How far accelerated?" "David signals or doesn't signal. Either way, we go in tomorrow night." Danny nodded. His hands were fists again. But this time the fists weren't paralysis. They were preparation. The muscles clenching not from fear, but from readiness. The body's ancient response to the moment before action. Tomorrow night. He looked south, toward the dark mass of New Antioch, its walls invisible in the darkness, its lights glowing like the eyes of something watching. Tomorrow night, he was opening the last door. The morning brought David's signal, but not the one they expected. Rosie went to the culvert at dawn and came back running, not jogging, running, flat out, her feet barely touching the ground, her face white. "They're executing someone," she said, and at the south gate. "Right now." Danny grabbed the scope, sprinted to the ridge, pressed the eyepiece to his face, and found the south gate and the crowd gathered in front of it, and the figure standing on a raised platform, and the figure kneeling before him. The figure on the platform was tall, silver-haired, wearing a white shirt that caught the morning sun. Reverend Solomon Brooks. He was speaking. Danny couldn't hear the words, but the posture was unmistakable. Theatrical, righteous, the pose of a man delivering judgment. The figure kneeling was wearing a clerical collar. "David," Danny whispered, "what's happening?" Earl was beside him, his rifle up, his eye to his own scope. "They've got David. He's on his knees. He's talking to the crowd. There's maybe 100 people out there. Shepherds around the perimeter. Is he?" A gunshot. The sound cracked across the distance. Flat, final, the sound of a period at the end of a sentence. Danny saw David's body jerk, saw it fall sideways, saw it lie still on the platform while the crowd stood in silence and the Reverend bowed his head. Danny's scope went dark. Not because the light changed, because his vision tunneled, the world collapsing to a point so small it held nothing but the shape of a man he'd trusted lying motionless on a wooden platform. "No," Danny said. Earl's hand on his shoulder. Earl's voice in his ear, low and steady, and carrying the weight of every death the old man had ever witnessed. "He's gone, Danny. They killed him. He knew the risk. He went in knowing. He was a pastor. He went to help them. He went to save. I know what he went to do." Earl's hand tightened. "And he died doing it. That's the best any of us can hope for." Danny's hands were shaking. His whole body was shaking. David with his collar and his faith and his insistence that survival wasn't enough, that you had to remain human. David was dead on a platform in front of a crowd that had watched and done nothing. Terry's voice came from behind. She'd seen it. She'd watched through binoculars, and she'd seen. And her voice was a sound Danny had never heard from her. Not anger, not grief, but something between them. Something that had the heat of one and the depth of the other. "We go in tonight," Terry said, "and we bring that girl out." Nobody argued. Nobody could. The plan changed. Helen's careful columns and contingencies were rewritten in the space of an hour. The accountant's precision replaced by something raw, not reckless. Helen was incapable of reckless, but stripped down. Essential. The plan of people who had lost someone and were going to make that loss mean something. "We don't know why they killed David," Helen said. Her voice was even. Her pen was steady, but her knuckles, gripping the pen, were white. "He may have been discovered. He may have tried to take Lily. He may have confronted Brooks about the Vanguard connection. We don't know, and we can't plan for what we don't know. We plan for the worst," Danny said. "They know we're here. They know about Lily. They're expecting us. If they're expecting us, we don't go through the front. We go through the east, the cliff, the culvert. At night, minimum team. In and out." Danny looked at the group. 7 people. Terry, Earl, Rosie, Derek, Tyler, Madison, Helen, plus himself. 8 minus the 2 they'd lost. Andrea inside, David dead. "I go in," Danny said. "Rosie comes with me. She knows the cliff. Earl provides overwatch from the ridge." "I'm coming," Terry said. "You're staying with the vehicles. If we come out running, we need someone ready to drive." "Danny." "Terry, you're the one who keeps everyone alive. That's more important than being inside with me." Terry's jaw worked. The argument she wanted to make, the one about being there, about not waiting, about never again standing on the sidelines while people she cared about walked into danger, battled with the argument Danny was making, which was the same one Terry made every day. Someone has to take care of these people. "I'll have the engines running," she said. "Derek, Tyler, Madison, you stay with Terry. Helen, I'll be on the ridge with Earl. Communications. If something changes, you need to know immediately." Danny nodded, looked at Rosie. "Just us 2 going in?" Rosie asked. "Just us 2. Good. Smaller is quieter." She checked her knife, her gun, the flashlight she kept in her jacket pocket. "What's the exit plan?" "Same way in. Through the culvert. Down the cliff. To the vehicles. South. And if the culvert is blocked, then we find another way. That's not a plan. No, it's a promise." Rosie looked at him. The fierce girl, the angry girl. The girl who'd abandoned her grandmother and carried the guilt like a stone in her chest. She looked at Danny and saw something she recognized. "Okay," she said. "Tonight." They waited for dark. The hours were a special kind of torture. The long, stretching hours of a summer day when you need the sun to set and it refuses, hanging in the sky like it knows you're watching, dawdling through the afternoon with the lazy indifference of a celestial body that has no concept of human urgency. Danny prepared. He checked his weapon, the M9 from the tank plant, loaded, safety on. He checked his flashlight. He checked his boots, tight, laced, no loose fabric to catch or snag. He ate because Earl told him to, because you don't go into a fight hungry. That's the fastest way to make a stupid decision. The food was canned beans and crackers, and Danny didn't taste any of it. He found Earl on the ridge at sunset. The old man was sitting with his rifle across his knees, watching the compound with the patient focus of a man who'd spent his life watching machines and knew that the key to understanding any system was observation. Earl, sit down. Danny sat. Listen to me, Earl said. His voice was different, not the gruff, laconic voice Danny had grown accustomed to, but something underneath it, something that had been waiting for the right moment to surface. I need to tell you something. Okay, I'm dying. The words landed without impact, because Danny had known. Had known since the swamp, since the coughing, since the careful repositioning and the gray face and the wheezing that got worse every day. Cancer, Earl said, lungs. I was diagnosed 2 weeks before the outbreak. They gave me 6 months. That was 7 weeks ago. Earl, don't. Don't say you're sorry. Don't say anything about fighting it or beating it or any of that bullshit people say when they don't know what to say. I'm telling you because you need to understand something. Danny waited. I'm not coming out of this alive, not out of New Antioch, out of anything. The cancer's going to kill me if the dead don't. And the dead aren't going to because I'm too mean and too stubborn. And the cancer called dibs. Earl's mouth twitched, the ghost of a smile, the ghost of humor. So when you're in there tonight and things go sideways, because they will, Danny, they always do, I want you to know that whatever I do, I'm doing it because I've got nothing to lose. That makes me dangerous. And it makes me useful. I don't want you to die for me. It's not for you, it's for Lily, it's for Sarah. Earl paused. The name settled between them. I couldn't save my girl. I can help you save yours. That's not sacrifice, Danny. That's purpose. First time I've had one since the factory closed. I'd say Danny's throat was tight. His eyes burned. He didn't trust his voice, so he did what Earl would do. Said nothing. Sat there. Let the silence carry what words couldn't. They watched the sun go down. The sky turned gold, then copper, then the deep bruised purple of an Ohio summer twilight. The compound's lights came on. The watchtower spotlights began their arcs. It's time, Danny said. Earl stood, extended his 3-fingered hand. Danny took it. You bring her out, Earl said. I will. And Danny, don't freeze. I won't. I know. Earl released his hand. I've known since the refinery. You're not the man you were in that apartment. You just haven't figured that out yet. Danny picked up his pack, checked his weapon, walked down the ridge toward the tree line where Rosie was waiting. A small, dark shape in the gathering darkness, her knife in one hand and her gun in the other. Ready? She said. Yeah. They moved into the night. The cliff on New Antioch's east side was 30 feet of crumbling limestone, a remnant of the glacial geology that had shaped Ohio's terrain, a wall of rock that the compound's builders had considered natural defense enough to forego a watchtower. They were right, for the most part. The cliff was steep, unstable, and offered almost no handholds. But Rosie had climbed worse. She went first, her fingers finding cracks in the rock that Danny's eyes couldn't see in the darkness, her body pressing against the stone with the intimate familiarity of a person who'd spent her life finding ways through spaces that weren't designed for her. Danny followed, his fingers bleeding within the first 10 feet, his arms screaming, his boots slipping on limestone that crumbled like stale bread. Don't look down, Rosie whispered from above. I can't see down. I can't see anything. Then don't look up either. Just climb. He climbed, his world reduced to the immediate. The texture of rock under his fingers, the placement of his toes, the burning in his forearms, the controlled rasp of his breathing. He couldn't think about David, about Amanda, about Lily. He could only think about the next handhold, the next foothold, the next 6 inches of vertical progress. They reached the top in 12 minutes. Danny's arms were trembling, his fingertips raw, his shirt soaked with sweat that had nothing to do with the night's heat. The drainage culvert was right where Rosie had said, a concrete pipe 2 feet in diameter, its iron grate rusted and loose. Rosie kicked it. Once, twice. The third kick sent it clanging to the ground inside the compound, a sound that made Danny's heart stutter. They froze, listened, no alarm, no voices. The nearest guard was 50 yards away, on the south watchtower, his spotlight sweeping the opposite direction. Rosie went through the pipe head first. Danny followed, his shoulders scraping the concrete, his hips barely fitting, the darkness absolute and the smell. Raw sewage, stagnant water. The organic reek of a drainage system that hadn't been maintained, making his eyes water and his stomach lurch. They emerged inside the compound's wall, in a narrow space between the perimeter fence and the rear of the gymnasium building. The grass was wet. The air smelled like cooking food and generator exhaust, and underneath it, the faint sweetness of flowers. Someone had planted a garden along the gymnasium wall, and the flowers were blooming in defiance of everything. Danny pressed his back against the wall. Rosie was beside him, her breathing silent, her body folded into the shadows with the practiced ease of a woman who'd been hiding all her life. "The gymnasium entrance is on the west side," Rosie whispered. "Main door guarded. Windows. East side. The one I saw Lily through, it's 8 feet up. Might be locked. Let's find out." They moved along the wall. The compound was quiet. It was past midnight, and New Antioch's residents were in their quarters, obeying the curfew that Brooks had established. The shepherds patrolled in pairs, their boots crunching on gravel paths, their flashlight beams sweeping in patterns that Helen had mapped from the ridge. Danny counted seconds between patrols. 12-minute intervals. They had 12 minutes to find the window, get in, find Lily, and get out. It wasn't enough. It was what they had. The window was exactly where Rosie had described. A rectangle of dark glass set 8 feet above ground level. The kind of window designed for light, not access. Danny stood beneath it and realized he couldn't reach it. Rosie climbed onto his shoulders. He held her feet, the boots muddy, the weight manageable, the girl light as a thought, and she reached the window's edge, tested it with her fingers. "Latched," she whispered. "Inside. Can you give me 30 seconds?" Danny heard the scrape of metal on glass. Rosie's knife, working the latch. A click. The window swung inward. Rosie pulled herself up and through. Danny heard the soft thud of her landing inside, then silence. 10 seconds. 20. His heart was trying to exit through his throat. "Clear," Rosie whispered from above. "Climb." Danny jumped. His fingers caught the windowsill. His arms screamed, already exhausted from the cliff, the muscles trembling, his grip weakening. He pulled, got his chest to the sill. Rosie grabbed his collar, hauled, and he tumbled through the window into the gymnasium's interior. The smell hit him first, not bad. Clean, actually, cleaner than he'd expected. Laundry soap and disinfectant and the ghost of institutional cooking. The space was large and dark. The gymnasium's basketball court converted into a dormitory. Rows of cots, each with a small figure in it, the shapes of sleeping children barely visible in the light that filtered through the high windows. Children. A dozen of them, at least. Small shapes under blankets, the rhythm of their breathing filling the space, with a sound so peaceful, so normal, that Danny's eyes stung. Rosie touched his arm, pointed. 3rd row, 5th cot from the left. A small figure with dark curly hair, sleeping on her side, her hands clasped against her chest, holding something that caught the dim light. A photograph. Danny's legs moved. Across the gym floor, past sleeping children, past empty cots, past a desk where a shepherd should have been sitting but wasn't. Gone, maybe, on patrol or bathroom break. A gap in the watch that wouldn't last. He reached the cot, knelt down, and looked at his daughter's face for the first time in 3 months. She was thinner. Her cheeks had lost the roundness of childhood, replaced by angles that shouldn't have been there yet. Her hair was longer, tangled, and someone had tried to braid it, clumsily, with love. Maybe Eugene. The gap where her front teeth had been was still there. The new teeth not yet grown in. She was the most beautiful thing Danny had ever seen. His hand reached out, touched her shoulder, gently, the way you touch something you're afraid will break. Lily's eyes opened. Green, his green, Amanda's shape, his color. Eyes that had looked at him with joy and confusion and the particular betrayal of a child whose parents had split up. Eyes that now looked at him with blank, sleep-fogged incomprehension. She didn't recognize him. The longest second of his life. He was thinner, too. Bearded, dirty, scarred. He didn't look like the father who'd picked her up on weekends and taken her to McDonald's and let her win at Go Fish because he couldn't stand the way her lip trembled when she lost. "Lily," he whispered. "It's Daddy." Her eyes widened. The fog cleared. The recognition came not all at once, but in pieces, reassembling the face she knew from the face she saw. The brain of a child doing the impossible work of reconciling memory with reality. "Daddy?" The word broke him. Broke him completely, shattered every wall he'd built since the first scream in the apartment, and he was crying and pulling her to him, and she was grabbing his shirt and pressing her face into his neck, and she was shaking, trembling, her whole body vibrating against his, and she was saying it again, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy." The word a prayer and an accusation and a relief so enormous that it made every mile, every death, every frozen moment at a door worth it. "Yeah, baby," Danny said into her hair. "Time to go." They didn't make it out clean. The shepherd returned, the one who should have been at the desk, and Danny heard the footsteps too late. The door opened. A flashlight beam cut across the gymnasium floor. Finding Danny kneeling by Lily's cot, Rosie pressed against the wall, and 24 children stirring in their sleep. "Breach!" the shepherd shouted. "Breach in the gymnasium!" Danny scooped Lily up. She weighed nothing, impossibly light, the weight of a child who hadn't been eating enough, and she wrapped her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist and held on with a grip that was stronger than anything he'd felt in his life. "Go!" Rosie was already moving. Not toward the window. The shepherd was between them and it. She went for the main door, kicking it open, and the night rushed in, warm and loud suddenly, because alarms were sounding, floodlights snapping on, voices shouting orders in the clipped cadence of people who'd trained for this. Danny ran, through the door, into the compound. Lily against his chest, her face buried in his neck, her breath hot and fast and terrified. The compound exploded into chaos. Floodlights turned the night into a bleached, shadowless noon. Shepherds appeared from every direction, running, armed, their blue shirts bright under the lights. Behind them, residents emerged from their quarters, confused, frightened, the community jolting awake to the reality that their walls had been breached. Danny ran east, toward the cliff, toward the culvert, toward the only exit he knew. A shot cracked the air. Something hit the wall to his left, spraying concrete dust that stung his eyes. Lily screamed, a thin, piercing sound that cut through the chaos and went straight into Danny's spine. "Keep your head down, baby. Keep your head down. Daddy, I've got you. I've got you." Rosie was ahead of him, leading, her gun out, her body moving with the fluid economy of a person who ran, because running was what she'd always done, from her neighborhood, from her grandmother, from every hard thing that life had thrown at her. She wasn't running from anything now. She was running toward the wall, toward freedom, toward the version of herself that went back instead of running away. Another shot, this one closer. Danny felt the air move. "Stop!" A voice on a megaphone, deep, commanding. The voice of Reverend Solomon Brooks. "You are stealing God's children. You will not leave this place." Danny didn't stop. He ran. The culvert was 30 yards away, 20, 10. A figure stepped out of the shadows. Not a shepherd. The man was wearing black, tactical gear, a communications headset. He held a rifle with the relaxed proficiency of a professional. Vanguard. The man raised his weapon. Danny skidded to a halt. Lily was between them. He couldn't move without exposing her. "Put the child down," the Vanguard soldier said. His voice was calm, neutral, the voice of a man following orders that had nothing to do with conviction. "She's my daughter. She's been identified as a priority asset. Put her down. She's my daughter." The soldier's finger moved to the trigger. Danny's hand was on his pistol, but Lily was in his arms, and drawing the weapon meant loosening his hold on her, and he couldn't. The crack of a rifle, not the soldier's. From above, from the ridge, Earl. The Vanguard soldier dropped. Clean headshot. The man was dead before his body realized it, his legs folding, his rifle clattering to the ground. "Move!" Earl's voice, amplified by nothing but fury. carrying from the ridge 300 yards away with the clarity of a man who had nothing left to lose and everything left to give. Danny moved. Through the culvert, Rosie first, then Danny with Lily clamped to his chest. The girl's body pressed flat against him as they crawled through the concrete pipe, sewage and runoff soaking their clothes, the sounds of gunfire and shouting muffled by the earth above them. They emerged on the other side, the cliff face, 30 feet of limestone between them and the ground. "I can't climb with her," Danny said. "I know." Rosie was already pulling rope from her pack, nylon cord 50 feet scavenged from the tank plant. She looped it around a tree root at the cliff's edge, tested it, threw the rest over. "Go, I'll lower you." Danny looked at her, 19 years old, dyed red hair, fierce as a blade. She was offering to stay on top while he went down, which meant she'd be exposed, which meant, "Go, Danny, I'm right behind you." He went, one arm on the rope, one arm holding Lily, his feet bracing against the cliff face, his shoulder, the one he'd wrenched hitting doors and climbing walls, screaming in protest. Lily was silent. Not crying, not screaming, silent, the way children get when fear becomes too large for sound. He reached the ground, set Lily down. She wouldn't let go of his shirt. So he set her down while she held on, her feet on the ground and her fists in his fabric. "Rosie," he called up. The rope moved. Rosie was coming down. Fast, hand over hand, the way she did everything. No hesitation, no doubt, just movement. She was 10 feet up when the spotlight found them. From the watchtower, the south tower, its operator having swung the beam east, finally. Too late to stop the breach, but not too late to illuminate the escape. The light pinned Rosie to the cliff face like an insect on a card. Shots. From above, from the wall. The limestone around Rosie erupted in puffs of dust and fragments. "Drop!" Danny shouted. Rosie let go. Fell 10 feet. Hit the ground, rolled, came up running. Danny grabbed Lily and they ran. Through the creek bed at the cliff's base, through the trees, through the darkness that closed around them as the spotlight lost them. Behind them, New Antioch's alarms wailed. Ahead of them, the barn was half a mile away, and the vehicles, and Terry with the engines running. Danny ran with his daughter in his arms, and the night pouring past and the sound of gunfire fading behind him, and he didn't freeze, didn't hesitate, didn't stop. The door was open. He was through it. They reached the barn in 7 minutes. Terry had the trucks running, both of them, headlights off, engines growling in the darkness. She was standing beside the pickup, a crowbar in her hand. And when she saw Danny come out of the trees with Lily, her face did something Danny had never seen. It crumpled. The woman who'd held everything together, who'd managed and cooked and organized and mothered her way through the apocalypse, crumpled for exactly 1 second before rebuilding herself with a breath. "Get in," Terry said, "now." Danny put Lily in the truck's back seat. The girl wouldn't let go of his hand. He had to peel her fingers off one by one, gently, promising her he'd be right there, right in the front seat. He wasn't going anywhere. "Where's David?" Terry asked. Danny shook his head. Terry's face went still. Not crumpled this time. Still the way water goes. Still before it freezes. "Andrea? Inside. We couldn't—" "She chose this. I know." Terry got behind the wheel. "Everyone in. We go south, now." They loaded. Derek, Tyler, Madison in the minivan. Helen driving, her notebook abandoned, her hands on the steering wheel with a grip that said she was holding onto the vehicle because it was the only thing left to hold onto. Earl was the last one down from the ridge. He moved slowly. His breathing was audible from 20 feet away, a wet rattling sound that had gotten worse in the hours he'd spent lying prone with his rifle. He climbed into the truck's passenger seat with the careful deliberation of a man managing pain that he would never admit to. "Nice shot," Danny said. 270 yards, crosswind, downhill angle. Earl settled his rifle between his knees. "Not my best, but it'll do." Danny looked back at Lily. She was curled in the back seat, her knees up, the photograph of him, crumpled, worn, the edges soft from 6 weeks of being held, pressed against her chest. "Daddy," she said. "Yeah, baby?" "The Reverend said you weren't coming. He said sinners don't keep promises." Danny reached back, found her hand, held it. "He was wrong," Danny said. "Mom said you'd come." She was right. Lily's eyes were wide and wet and impossibly green in the darkness. and she looked at him with the specific trust of a child who has decided to believe, despite everything, that the world contains at least one person who will not let her down. "I'm sorry I took so long," Danny said. Lily's grip tightened on his hand. "It's okay, Daddy. You're here now." Terry drove south. The barn disappeared behind them. The compound's lights faded into the distance. The road opened up, dark and empty, and heading toward the Ohio River, toward Kentucky, toward whatever came next. Danny held his daughter's hand and didn't let go. He would never let go again. They drove through the night, south on roads that Helen had mapped and Andrea had described and Earl had memorized. Back roads, county routes, the labyrinthine network of rural Ohio infrastructure that wound through hills and valleys and over creeks and past farms that were dark and silent and might have held survivors or might have held the dead. Danny sat in the front seat with his hand reaching back, holding Lily's. She fell asleep within 10 minutes, the sudden, total sleep of a child whose body has decided that it's safe enough, that the hand holding hers is the right hand, that the voice saying, "I'm here," is the right voice. She slept with her mouth open and her breath making small sounds, and the photograph pressed against her heart. Terry drove with tears on her face that she didn't wipe. They rolled down her cheeks and off her jaw, and she let them fall because her hands were on the wheel, and the wheel was more important. "David's dead," Terry said, not a question. "They shot him this morning, in front of everyone." "Did he?" She stopped, swallowed. "Was he? I don't know." Rosie said they were gathering the whole community. He was on his knees. Brooks was giving a speech. Then, Danny stopped. The memory of the scope, of the figure falling. It was fast. Terry drove in silence for a long time. The road was dark. The headlights were off. Too dangerous. The lights would draw attention from both dead and living. Terry drove by moonlight, by the instinct of a woman who'd navigated Toledo traffic for 20 years and considered the apocalypse a difficult merge. "He was a good man," Terry said. "He was. He died for something. That matters. I need that to matter." "It matters. Promise me." "I promise." Terry nodded. Drove. The tears stopped. The road continued. In the back of the minivan, Derek was talking, quietly to Tyler, a stream of pharmaceutical terminology and survival tips and nervous chatter that Tyler received with the patient silence of a teenager who understood that Derek needed to talk the way other people needed to breathe. Madison was sleeping, her head against the window, her hand on her stomach. Helen was driving the minivan, her face lit by the dashboard glow, her expression focused and empty of everything except the immediate demands of the road. Earl was awake. Danny could feel the old man's wakefulness, the quality of his silence, the steadiness of his breathing, the way he held his rifle. Earl was watching the road, watching the darkness, watching everything. Because watching was what Earl did and would do until his body refused. "Earl," Danny whispered. "What?" "Thank you. For the shot. For everything. I told you. Don't thank me yet." "Then when?" Earl was quiet for a moment. The truck hummed. The road unwound. "When she's safe," Earl said. "When that girl is somewhere the dead can't reach and the living can't take. Then you thank me." Danny looked back at Lily, sleeping. The photograph, the small sounds of her breathing. "She's safe now," Danny said. "No, she's not. But she's closer." The road went south. The night went on, and somewhere behind them, in a compound that they'd breached and fled, a dead pastor lay on a platform, and a reverend made plans, and Vanguard soldiers regrouped. Ahead of them, the Ohio River, Kentucky, the possibility of something that wasn't running. Danny held Lily's hand and drove into the dark, and the dark held them, and the road went south, and they were alive. All of them. For now. Part 3. The weight of carrying Dawn found them on a ridge overlooking the Ohio River. Danny had never seen a body of water look so much like a border between two different versions of the world. On the north side, Ohio, burning, broken, infested, the land fell away in terraced hills that were thick with summer green and spotted with the dark shapes of houses, whose owners were dead or gone, or wandering with ruined mouths. On the south side, Kentucky, the hills continued, identical in every botanical and geological particular, but suffused with the irrational, desperate, biologically imperative sense that across the water, things were different. They weren't different. Danny knew that. The dead didn't respect state lines any more than they respected locked doors or clerical collars or the specific gravity of a father's love. But his body believed what his mind rejected, that crossing the river meant safety, that the other side was the other side of everything. The truck idled on the shoulder of a road that had once been Kentucky Route 8 and was now a strip of asphalt splitting two walls of untrimmed foliage. Terry had pulled over when the river came into view because Madison had needed to vomit. She'd been vomiting for 3 mornings now, and the group had learned not to comment. Not because they were polite, but because Madison's expression when anyone mentioned it was the expression of a woman daring you to say what she wasn't ready to say herself. Danny got out, stretched. His body was a catalog of injuries: blistered feet, scraped palms from the cliff, a shoulder that screamed when he raised his arm above his head, bruises on his knees and shins from the culvert, and a bone-deep exhaustion that lived in his marrow like a second skeleton. But his legs worked. His eyes were open. And in the back seat of the truck, visible through the window, Lily was sleeping with the photograph in her hands. He walked to the edge of the ridge. Below, the Ohio River moved, wide, brown, unhurried. The current was visible in the patterns on the surface, swirling V-shapes that formed and dissolved around submerged obstacles. On the far bank, trees, houses, a road, a boat. Danny squinted. It was there, small, maybe a 14-footer, aluminum, the kind of fishing boat that populated every river and lake in the Midwest. It was tied to a dock on the Kentucky side, rocking gently in the current. "Earl," Danny said. The old man was already looking. His scope was pressed to his eye, his body still, his breathing the controlled rasp that was now his normal. "I see it," Earl said. "Aluminum John boat, outboard motor, looks intact. Can we get to it? It's on the wrong side." "I know. So somebody has to swim the river, get the boat, and bring it back." "Ah." Danny looked at the water. The Ohio River was not a creek, not a stream, not a thing you waded through. It was 300 yards of current that had been drowning people since before Ohio was a state. In summer, the water was warm but fast. Snowmelt from Pennsylvania pushed through the system for months, and the river's width was deceptive, hiding depths that could swallow a person like an afterthought. "I'll go," Rosie said. She'd appeared beside them. She always appeared, materializing from wherever she'd been with the silent economy of a woman who'd learned that being noticed was often dangerous. "You can swim that?" Danny asked. "I was on the swim team in high school, before I dropped out." Rosie studied the water. "The current's going east. If I enter upstream, it'll carry me to the dock. I just need to angle right. If you miss the dock, then I swim to shore somewhere else and walk back to the boat. Danny, I've been swimming since I was 6. My brother used to throw me in the deep end at the public pool to toughen me up. This is just a bigger pool." Danny wanted to argue. The protective instinct, the same one that had him cradling Lily all night, that made him check her breathing every 20 minutes. Extended to Rosie now, to all of them. To every person who'd followed him south and trusted him and lost people alongside him. But Rosie was right. She was the best swimmer. She was the lightest, the fastest, the most capable of navigating water. And the boat was there crossing. "Go," Danny said. "Be careful." "I'm always careful." You climbed a cliff in the dark and kicked in a grate and dropped 10 feet to the ground. Carefully. She was already stripping off her jacket, her boots. She kept her knife strapped to her calf, the only thing she never took off. "Give me 30 minutes. She walked down the ridge to the riverbank. Danny watched through the scope as she waded in, knee-deep, waist-deep, chest-deep, and then pushed off, her body cutting the brown water with strokes that were cleaner and more confident than anything Danny could manage on dry land. The current took her. She angled against it, upstream diagonal, the way she'd said. Danny tracked her through the scope, his hands steady, his heart not. She was a small shape in a big river, and every second she was in the water was a second where the world could take another person from him. 12 minutes. She reached the far bank. pulled herself out, dripping, her red hair plastered to her skull. She found the dock, the boat. Spent 3 minutes with the motor. Danny could see her hands moving, checking fuel, priming the engine. The outboard coughed. Caught. The sound carried across the water, thin and mechanical and beautiful. Rosie drove the boat across the river with the competence of a woman who learned things fast and permanently. She nosed it into the bank on the Ohio side, killed the motor, and stepped out onto dry ground. "Taxis here," she said. They crossed in 2 trips. The boat held 6, 7 if you squeezed, which they did, because nobody wanted to be on the Ohio side any longer than necessary. Danny went in the first trip with Lily, Earl, Terry, and Tyler. Rosie drove. The motor pushed them against the current, the aluminum hull vibrating, the water slapping the sides with a sound that was rhythmic and mundane and completely at odds with the enormity of what they were doing. Lily sat in Danny's lap. She hadn't spoken much since the rescue. Fragments, questions, the tentative verbal probing of a child whose world had been restructured so many times that language itself had become unreliable. She asked where they were going. She asked if the bad people would follow. She asked about Eugene, the man who'd taken care of her, the man who'd promised Amanda he'd find Danny, the man Danny had left behind. That last question hit hardest. "Eugene helped you," Danny said. "He kept you safe. He was nice. He read to me." Lily's voice was small, calibrated to the size of the boat, as if she'd learned to take up as little space as possible. "The Reverend said Eugene was a sinner. They took him to the basement." "I know. Is he okay?" Danny didn't answer immediately. The truth was that he didn't know. Eugene Webb was still inside New Antioch, confined, beaten, and the group had not rescued him. Could not have rescued him. The plan had been for Lily, and the window of opportunity had been razor thin, and adding a search for Eugene would have gotten them all killed. The truth was also that Danny had made a choice. Lily over Eugene, his daughter over a stranger. It was the right choice, and it was a terrible choice, and the two things coexisted in his chest like mismatched organs. "I hope so," Danny said. Lily looked at him with Amanda's eyes and Danny's color, a genetic combination that had produced a gaze of startling directness, the gaze of a child who knew when adults were lying and was deciding whether to call them on it. She didn't call him on it. She turned to watch the water. The boat reached the Kentucky bank. Danny stepped out, Lily in his arms, and his feet touched ground that was geologically, ecologically, and practically identical to the ground he'd left. But his body exhaled anyway, a full body release of tension that left him lightheaded. "Kentucky," Terry said, stepping onto the bank. She looked around. Trees, road, houses in the distance. "Doesn't look like Salvation." "It looks like ground," Earl said. "Ground that doesn't have New Antioch on it. That's enough for now." Rosie went back for the second trip. Derek, Madison, and Helen. The crossing took 15 minutes. When the boat returned, all 8 survivors stood on the Kentucky bank, wet and exhausted and alive. 8. They'd started as 16 in Toledo. Then 11 after Bowling Green. Then 10 minus Rome. Then 9 after David. Andrea was inside New Antioch. Fate unknown. 8 remained. Danny looked at them. Terry, solid and watchful, her reading glasses on their chain, her hands already planning the next meal. Earl, leaning on his rifle, his breathing a wet metronome. Rosie, wringing water from her hair, her knife back on her calf. Derek, adjusting his glasses, his pharmacy coat finally abandoned. Left in the truck on the Ohio side, a shedding of identity that had taken 6 weeks. Helen, notebook in hand, already mapping their new position. Tyler, backpack on, radio equipment inside, looking at the river with an expression that Danny recognized. The look of a person who's crossed something and knows they can't go back. Madison sitting on a rock, her hand on her stomach, her face green. And Lily, standing beside Danny, holding his hand. 8 years old, missing 2 front teeth, thin, quiet. Carrying a photograph of her father that was so worn from holding that the image was nearly ghost. "What now?" Tyler asked. Danny looked south. The Kentucky hills rolled away from the river, greener and wilder than Ohio's flat farmland. The terrain changing from the glacial plains of the Midwest to the forested ridges of Appalachia's edge. The road climbed, curved, disappeared into trees. "We find shelter," Danny said. "We rest. We figure out what comes next." "Fort Knox," Helen said. Everyone looked at her. The radio broadcasts mentioned military presence in the area. "Fort Knox is," she consulted her notebook, 40 miles south. "It's the most likely candidate for an organized survivor community." "If it's still standing," Derek said. "If it's still standing. And if it's not?" Helen closed her notebook. "Then we keep moving. We've been doing that. We're good at it." Danny nodded. He looked at Lily. She looked back at him. Those green eyes, that gap-toothed seriousness. "Daddy," she said, "I'm hungry." Terry was already moving. They found a house 2 miles from the river. A farmhouse. White clapboard, red barn, a wraparound porch with rocking chairs that creaked in the wind. The house was empty. Not ransacked, not burned, not broken. Empty, as if the residents had simply decided to leave, and had done so with the organized calm of people heading to the grocery store. The beds were made. The dishes were clean. A calendar on the kitchen wall showed June, the month squares empty of appointments. Earl cleared the house room by room with his rifle, while Danny stood on the porch holding Lily's hand. The morning was warm already. The Kentucky summer was no different from Ohio's. The same thick humidity, the same relentless sun, the same sense that the air itself was perspiring. But the sounds were different. Less silence, more birds. The buzz of insects in the overgrown yard was a wall of white noise that Danny found, against all expectation, comforting. "Clear," Earl said from the second floor. His voice carried through the open windows. The house had good ventilation, designed for a time before air conditioning, with high ceilings and cross breezes that moved the warm air from room to room. They moved in. Not permanently, nothing was permanent now, but for long enough to rest, to eat, to process what had happened and plan what would happen next. Terry took the kitchen with the proprietary authority of a woman who'd spent her career turning institutional spaces into homes. Derek found the bathroom medicine cabinet and inventoried its contents with quiet satisfaction. Aspirin, bandages, hydrogen peroxide, the mundane supplies of a household that had never expected to become a medical facility. Helen sat up in the dining room. Maps spread across the table, notebook open, pen moving. She was mapping the route to Fort Knox, calculating distances and fuel requirements, and the probability of encountering organized resistance versus disorganized threat. Tyler found the attic. It had a window that faced south, and he sat there with his radio, scanning frequencies, listening to the static that might contain voices. He'd been doing this for weeks, building a picture of the world through fragments of transmission, the way an archaeologist reconstructs a civilization from pottery shards. Madison found the bedroom with the best mattress and lay down without speaking. She was asleep in minutes, the deep, consuming sleep of someone whose body was doing something extraordinary and demanded rest as its price. Danny found the backyard. A swing set, rusty but intact. The kind of metal frame set that Danny's own parents had bought from Sears in 1995 and that he'd outgrown by the time the century turned. He sat in one of the swings. The chains groaned under his weight. Lily appeared beside him. She stood next to the swing set, looking at it with the cautious assessment of a child who'd learned that normal things could be traps. "You can swing," Danny said. "Is it safe?" The question, asked about a swing set in a backyard by an 8-year-old, was the saddest thing Danny had heard since Amanda's voicemail. "It's safe," he said. "I'm right here." Lily climbed into the swing next to his. Her feet didn't reach the ground. She pumped her legs once, twice, and the swing moved, a small arc that grew with each push, and something in her face changed. Not a smile, not yet, but the shadow of one, the ghost of the expression she'd worn before the world, taught her that joy was dangerous. Danny pushed her. Gently. The swing arced higher. Lily's hair flew. For 30 seconds, in a backyard in Kentucky, at the end of the world, a father pushed his daughter on a swing, and neither of them thought about anything except the arc of the chain and the height of the rise, and the small, breathless laugh that escaped Lily's lips before she could catch it. Then she caught it, stopped laughing, looked guilty, the look of a child who's been told that happiness is a sin, that joy belongs to the old world, that the Reverend's solemn face is the correct face for the chosen. "It's okay to laugh," Danny said. The Reverend said, "The Reverend was wrong about a lot of things. He was wrong about me. He was wrong about you. And he was wrong about laughing." Lily looked at him. Evaluating? Testing the statement against the weeks of indoctrination, the daily sermons, the sacred school, where children learned that the world had ended because people sinned and only obedience could save them. She didn't laugh again. Not yet. But she kept swinging and her feet caught the sun, and Danny pushed her, and the chains creaked, and somewhere inside the farmhouse, Terry was making breakfast, and Earl was cleaning his rifle, and the world was still ending, and none of that mattered as much as the sound of rusty chains and a child's feet in the air. They stayed 3 days. Danny hadn't planned on 3 days. He'd planned on one: rest, refuel, regroup. But Lily needed more than a night. She needed time. She needed the farmhouse and the swing set and the bed with clean sheets, and the meals that Terry produced from the pantry's canned goods and the garden's surviving vegetables. She needed her father. Not the Danny who made decisions and cleared buildings and drove through the night. The Danny who sat with her, who read to her from a book they found on the shelf. A Harry Potter, the third one. The one about the prisoner, and did the voices badly, because he'd never been good at voices, but Lily had always demanded them. Who let her sleep in his bed, curled against his side, her breath warm on his arm, her fingers curled around his thumb? Who answered her questions? "Where's Mommy?" They were on the porch. Second morning. Lily was eating cereal, dry from the box, a luxury that Danny had found in the pantry and presented to her like a jewel. She ate it one piece at a time, savoring each one the way she used to eat M&Ms, by color, saving the blue ones for last. Danny had known the question was coming, had prepared for it, had practiced the words in his head, lying awake in the night, arranging them into configurations that were truthful without being devastating, that honored Amanda without destroying the child who loved her. None of his preparations survived the actual asking. "Mommy got sick," Danny said. The words were stones in his mouth, heavy, wrong-shaped, refusing to pass smoothly. When the bad things started, she got sick, and she couldn't get better. Lily stopped eating. Her hand hovered over the cereal box, a piece of cereal suspended between her fingers. "Sick like the people who turn?" Lily asked. God. The child knew. She knew what sick meant now. Every child in this world knew. "Yes," Danny said, "and did she turn?" "No, baby, she..." Danny's throat closed. He forced it open. She made sure she didn't. She made sure she was safe before the sickness could make her dangerous. She went into the woods, Lily said. Danny stared at her. "Eugene told me," Lily said. Her voice was even, flat, the voice of a child who'd absorbed too much truth and was holding it at arm's length because bringing it closer would destroy her. "He said Mommy walked into the woods, so I wouldn't see. He said she was brave." Danny's eyes were burning. His hands were fists on his knees. "She was the bravest person I ever knew," Danny said. "She said you'd come." Lily put the cereal piece in her mouth, chewed, swallowed. "I waited a long time. I know. Sometimes I thought you weren't coming. I know. But I kept the picture." She reached into her pocket. She'd transferred the photograph from her cot to her jeans. The first thing she'd done that morning. The ritual of a child whose talisman was the only proof that her old life had existed. "See, it's you." She held it up. Danny took it. The photograph was wallet-sized, creased, and worn. The image faded from weeks of being clutched and slept on and cried over. It showed Danny at a barbecue. Amanda had taken it 3 summers ago, the last summer before the divorce. He was standing at the grill, holding tongs, smiling, wearing the Browns t-shirt with the hole under the arm. He looked younger, softer, clueless about what was coming. All of it, the divorce and the distance and the apocalypse and the 150-mile journey through hell to reach the child who'd carried his picture like a prayer. "That's me," Danny said. "You look different now." "I know. You look stronger." Danny looked at his daughter. She was studying him with the frank assessment of a child who'd spent 6 weeks learning to read adults, the way animals read weather, for survival, for safety, for the signs that predicted what would happen next. "I am stronger," Danny said. "I had to be, to come get you." Lily nodded, took the photograph back, put it in her pocket. "Daddy? Yeah? Don't go into the woods." Danny's heart broke. Quietly, without drama, the way a bone breaks when the stress finally exceeds the structure. A clean fracture, the kind you can set, given time. "I won't," he said. "I promise." "Okay." She reached into the cereal box, pulled out another piece, ate it. They sat on the porch and ate dry cereal and watched the Kentucky morning unfold. Birds in the trees, sunlight on the grass, the swing set casting shadows that shortened as the sun climbed. And Danny felt something he hadn't felt since the first scream in the apartment. Not peace, not even hope, but the specific, fragile, irreplaceable sense that the person beside him was the person who was supposed to be beside him, and that whatever else was wrong, the dead, the living, the world, this was right. On the second day, the group had its first real fracture. It started with Helen, because Helen's truths always started quietly and ended loudly. She called a meeting in the kitchen. Terry was cooking, canned chicken, rice from the pantry, wild onions she'd found in the yard. The smell was intoxicating, the kind of smell that made the body remember what the mind was trying to forget. That food was scarce, that the pantry wouldn't last, that every meal might be the last good one. "We need to talk about Fort Knox," Helen said. "We're going," Danny said. We decided to head south. Fort Knox is an assumption, and I've been listening to Tyler's frequencies." She looked at Tyler, who was sitting at the table with his radio, his headphones around his neck. "Tell them." Tyler straightened. He was still a boy in many ways. The acne, the shaggy hair, the Metallica shirt he'd washed twice and was wearing again. But something had changed in the way he held himself. The radio had given him purpose, the way Derek's medical bag had given Derek purpose, a thing he could do that nobody else could. "I've been picking up transmissions," Tyler said. "Mostly loops, recorded broadcasts on repeat. But last night I caught a live signal. A woman. She was broadcasting from somewhere in central Kentucky. She said," he checked his log. "She said Fort Knox is gone." Silence. "Gone how?" Danny asked. "Overrun. She said the base was operating as a refugee center. They took in too many people, too fast. The screening protocols broke down. Someone infected got in. By the time they contained it, the base population was..." Tyler swallowed. "She said thousands. Thousands turned inside the fence." Danny felt the news settle over the group like a weight. Fort Knox, the destination they'd pointed themselves toward, the light at the end of the road, was gone. "She could be wrong," Derek said. "Radio transmissions aren't reliable. People lie, people panic, people..." "She wasn't panicking," Tyler said. "She was calm. She was detailed. She described the base, the layout, the sequence of events. She knew what she was talking about." "Then where do we go?" The question came from Madison, who'd come down from the bedroom, her color still bad, her hand still on her stomach. She stood in the kitchen doorway, and Danny noticed for the first time, because his attention had been consumed by Lily, that her belly was different. Not dramatically, not obviously, but different. The flat athleticism of a college soccer player was giving way to something rounder, lower, a change that Danny recognized because he'd watched the same change happen to Amanda. "Madison," Danny said, then stopped, because it wasn't his to say. Madison looked at him. Her chin came up, the stubborn tilt, the posture of a woman who'd ridden a horse through a zombie horde to save people she barely knew. "I'm pregnant," she said. The kitchen went quiet. Not the shocked quiet of revelation some of them had suspected. Terry, certainly, who'd been watching Madison with the particular attention of a woman who'd managed pregnant teenagers in her cafeteria and recognized the signs. Helen, who tracked everything. Maybe Earl, who noticed what he didn't comment on. But hearing it said, that was different. How far along? Terry asked. Her voice was gentle, practical, the voice of a woman shifting gears from crisis manager to something else. Something older, deeper, the ancient female response to new life that transcended circumstance. 4 months, maybe a little more. Madison's hand pressed against the curve that was now, with the words spoken, visible to everyone. I found out the week before the outbreak. I hadn't decided what to... She stopped. Her jaw worked. It doesn't matter what I was going to decide. The decision was made for me. The father? Helen asked. Doesn't matter either. He's not part of this. Helen nodded, didn't press. 4 months means 5 months to delivery, Derek said. His brain was doing what it always did, converting crisis into data, finding the medical framework that made the unmanageable manageable. We need prenatal care, vitamins, folic acid, iron, regular monitoring, a safe place to deliver. He paused. His hands were shaking. I'm not an obstetrician. You're what we have, Madison said. I'm a pharmacy technician. I can fill prescriptions. I can identify pills. He stopped, took a breath. I can learn. I've been learning everything else. Then learn this too. Madison's voice was steady, the steadiness of a woman who'd been carrying this secret for weeks, who'd walked through swamps and crossed rivers and climbed into trucks with her hand on her belly, protecting something that the rest of them hadn't known existed. Danny looked at her and saw Amanda. Not physically. Madison was taller, blonde, different in every particular. But the quality of determination was the same. The female refusal to let the world's collapse diminish the fundamental act of creating life. Amanda had kept Lily alive. Madison was keeping her unborn child alive. The world ended. Women continued. This changes our priorities, Helen said. She was already writing. We need a permanent or semi-permanent location within 4 months. Somewhere with shelter, water, food, and medical supplies. Somewhere defensible but not isolated. Where? I don't know yet. But I know what it can't be. A military base, a religious compound, or a highway rest stop. She looked at Danny. It has to be somewhere we build ourselves. Danny nodded. The weight of leadership, which he'd never asked for, never wanted, never understood, until now, settled onto his shoulders with the familiar heaviness of something he couldn't put down. We keep moving south, he said. We find the right place. We build. And in the meantime? In the meantime, we survive. The way we've been surviving. Danny. Helen's voice was different, softer. The woman who'd held her dying daughter's hand and counted backward from 10, looking at the man who'd crossed a state to save his daughter, and finding something between them that wasn't friendship. It was darker and stronger than friendship, forged in loss, tempered by impossible choices. In the meantime, we need to talk about Vanguard. The name landed like a grenade. Andrea told us what she knew, Helen continued. Vanguard is looking for immune survivors. They have resources, weapons, personnel. They were at New Antioch. They know about Lily. They don't know she's immune, Danny said. Andrea said they were looking for immune children. That doesn't mean Lily. Danny. Helen's voice was patient, painfully patient. New Antioch tested every newcomer. If Lily was tested, they have her results. If Vanguard has access to those results, they know. We don't know that. We know that Vanguard had people inside the compound. We know they were negotiating with Brooks. We know Andrea said they were discussing test results. She paused. We know a Vanguard soldier tried to stop you from taking Lily. He called her a priority asset. Those aren't words you use for a random child. Danny's fists were on the table, his knuckles white. The truth Helen was presenting was a corridor with no exits, each point leading to the next with the inexorable logic of a woman who'd spent her career following numbers to their conclusions. So they're looking for her, Danny said. They're looking for immune individuals. Lily may be one. If she is, they won't stop. Then we disappear. You can't disappear with 8 people, a child, and a pregnant woman, not from a military organization with vehicles and communications and... Then what do you suggest? The shout echoed in the kitchen. Lily, who'd been in the living room, appeared in the doorway. Her eyes were wide. Her body was pressed against the frame, making herself small, a posture Danny recognized from his own childhood. The posture of a child who'd learned that loud voices preceded bad things. Danny saw her, closed his eyes, opened them. "I'm sorry," he said, to Helen, to Lily, to the room. "I'm sorry, I didn't—" "Daddy?" He went to her, knelt down. She was shaking, a fine tremor, the kind that lived under the skin. "It's okay. The grown-ups were disagreeing. It's okay." The Reverend used to yell. The words hit Danny with the force of a physical blow. His daughter, associating his raised voice with the man who'd held her prisoner, the man who'd killed David, the man who'd convinced her that her father was a sinner who wouldn't come. "I'm not him," Danny said. "I promise. I'm not him." Lily studied him. The evaluation again, the testing. The child who'd been taught not to trust, trying to trust anyway. "Okay," she said. She went back to the living room. Danny heard the sound of pages turning. She'd found a picture book on the shelf and had been looking at it, her finger tracing the images with the careful attention of a child who'd been deprived of normalcy and was relearning it one page at a time. Danny stood, turned to Helen. "I'm sorry," he said again. "Don't apologize for fear," Helen said. "Apologize for acting on it. You didn't act. You caught yourself." She tapped her pen on the table. "That's growth. What do we do about Vanguard? We do what we've been doing. We move. We're careful. We don't broadcast our position. And we find somewhere to settle before Madison's baby makes settling mandatory. And if Vanguard finds us?" Helen looked at him. Her glasses reflected the kitchen window, 2 rectangles of Kentucky sunlight. "Then we make decisions," she said. "Hard ones. The kind you've been learning to make." Danny nodded, sat down. The kitchen was quiet except for the sound of Terry's cooking, the sizzle of onions, the simmer of broth, the domestic sounds that were, in this world, as radical as gunfire. Earl coughed from the living room. The sound was worse than yesterday. Wet, long, the sound of a body that was eating itself from the inside. Danny didn't look at Earl. Earl didn't look at Danny. Some truths couldn't be faced head-on. You circled them, the way you circled a horde, approached from the angle where they were least dangerous, and hoped that the angle existed. On the 3rd morning, Danny woke to the sound of engines. Not one engine. Multiple. The growl of heavy vehicles, the kind that ran on diesel and weighed tons, and were designed for roads that were worse than roads. Military vehicles. The sound carried through the farmhouse windows, muffled by distance but unmistakable. Danny was on his feet before his brain finished processing. His hand found his pistol. His feet found the floor. His body, conditioned now, reshaped by 6 weeks of survival, moved without the hesitation that had once defined him. "Earl," he said, "I hear it." Earl was already at the window, his rifle up, his scope to his eye. The old man had been sleeping in the living room, positioned where he could watch both the front door and the road. He never said why. He didn't need to. 3 vehicles, Earl said. "Coming from the north. SUV and 2 trucks, military paint, antenna arrays. Vanguard. Can't confirm from here, but yeah. How far? Half a mile. They're on the main road. If they turn onto this farm road, wake everyone, now!" The farmhouse erupted into controlled chaos. Terry got Lily, sleeping, groggy, confused, and wrapped her in a blanket. Derek grabbed his medical bag. Tyler shoved his radio into his backpack. Helen had her notebook. Madison moved slowly, but moved, her hand on her belly. Rosie was already outside. She'd slept in the barn, her choice, the girl who couldn't be inside walls without feeling trapped. And she appeared at the back door with her knife in one hand and the truck keys in the other. "Back road," she said. "I found it yesterday. Goes south through the fields, connects to the county road 2 miles out." "You scouted an escape route?" Danny asked. "I always scout an escape route." She tossed him the keys. "I'll take the minivan." They loaded in 60 seconds. Danny had gotten good at this. The rapid pack, the quick calculation of essentials versus expendables, the ruthless triage of possessions. They left the canned goods. They left the books. They left the bed with the clean sheets and the swing set in the yard and the house that had given them 3 days of something that wasn't quite peace but was the closest they'd come. Danny drove. The farm road was dirt. Twin ruts through an overgrown field, the grass brushing the truck's undercarriage. He couldn't see the Vanguard vehicles behind them. The farmhouse blocked the view, but he could hear the engines getting louder. "They're turning," Earl said. He'd positioned himself in the truck bed, lying prone with his rifle, watching the road behind them. "They're coming up the farm road." "How did they find us?" "Radio." Helen's voice from the back seat where she sat with Lily on one side and Tyler on the other. "Tyler's been transmitting. Short range. But Vanguard has better equipment. They could triangulate." Tyler's face went white. I was just listening. The radio transmits a signal even in receive mode. It's faint, but with military-grade detection equipment. I'm so sorry, I didn't know." "Tyler." Danny's voice was firm, not angry, firm. The voice of a man who'd learned that blame was a luxury survival couldn't afford. "It's okay, we're moving. Focus." The farm road met the county road. Danny turned south, floored the accelerator. The truck leaped forward, the engine roaring, the speedometer climbing. Behind them, Rosie's minivan followed, and behind that, "They're on the county road," Earl said. "Gaining." Danny drove faster. The county road was paved but narrow, barely 2 lanes flanked by ditches and trees that blurred into green walls at 70 miles per hour. The truck bounced over potholes, the suspension groaning, Lily clutching Danny's arm from the back seat. "Daddy!" "Hold on, baby. Hold on." A crossroads. Danny swerved right, taking a road that climbed into hills, the terrain changing from farmland to forest. The trees closed overhead, creating a tunnel of green that swallowed the truck. "They won't follow into dense forest," Helen said. "Vehicles that size need room to maneuver." Will they? Maybe not. Or maybe they'll follow on foot. Danny drove for 20 minutes. The road deteriorated. Pavement gave way to gravel, gravel to dirt, dirt to a track that was barely distinguishable from the forest floor. He slowed, stopped. The engines behind them were gone. Either Vanguard had stopped following, or they'd taken a different route. Danny killed the engine and listened. Birds, wind, the tick of the engine cooling, nothing else. "We lost them," Rosie said, pulling the minivan alongside. "For now," Helen said. "For now is all we've got." Danny got out. His legs were shaking. Adrenaline crash, the body's response to the removal of immediate threat. He leaned against the truck and breathed. The forest was dense and green and alive, the canopy filtering the sunlight into shifting patterns on the leaf-littered ground. It smelled like earth and growth, and the particular green smell of summer in the eastern deciduous forest, a smell that had nothing to do with death. Lily appeared beside him. She was holding his hand. "Are the bad people gone?" "For now." "Are they the ones who want to hurt us?" Danny looked at her. The directness, the clarity, the child who'd learned in 6 weeks what some adults never learned, that the world contained people who would hurt you, and the only defense was to be with people who wouldn't. "Nobody's going to hurt you," Danny said. "Not while I'm here." "What if you're not here?" The question was a blade, precision forged by 6 weeks of abandonment. First her father, then her mother, then Eugene, then the illusion of safety that New Antioch had offered. She was asking the question that every child asks after loss. Will you stay? And the answer she needed was not a promise. She'd been promised before, but a fact. Something as solid and unmovable as the ground under her feet. Danny knelt. He took both her hands. "Lily, look at me." She looked. "I walked from Toledo to find you. That's 150 miles. I walked through cities full of monsters. I crossed a swamp where people died. I climbed a cliff in the dark and kicked in a wall and carried you out of a place that wanted to keep you. I did all of that because you're my daughter and there is nothing, nothing on this earth, dead or alive, that will take me away from you." Lily's eyes were wet. Her chin was trembling. "Not even the woods?" she asked. Danny pulled her to him, held her, felt her small body shake against his chest. The tremor of a child who was trying to believe and not quite succeeding, who needed one more thing, one more proof, one more door opened, one more morning of dry cereal on the porch, before the believing became solid. "Not even the woods," he said. She buried her face in his shirt, held on. Behind them, Terry was distributing water. Derek was checking Madison's blood pressure with a cuff he'd found in the farmhouse bathroom. Helen was mapping their position. Earl was watching the road with his rifle and his dying lungs and his pale, patient eyes. Tyler sat on the minivan's hood with his radio in his lap, his face still white with the guilt of knowing he'd led Vanguard to them. Rosie sat next to him. "Hey," she said, "I almost got us killed." "We almost get killed every day, that's not special." "But it was my fault." "Tyler." Rosie's voice was sharp, the voice of a girl who'd abandoned her grandmother and lived with the guilt every minute, and had learned out of necessity that guilt was a weight you carried, not a wall you hid behind. "You made a mistake. You'll make more. So will I. So will Danny. So will all of us. That's what living is, making mistakes and not dying from them." Tyler looked at her, the 17-year-old who was trying to be an adult, looking at the 19-year-old who'd been forced into adulthood years before the world ended. "When does it stop hurting?" Tyler asked. "I don't know. I'll tell you when it does." She punched his shoulder, lightly, the way a sister would. Tyler's mouth twitched. Not a smile, but the architecture of one, the foundation being laid. Danny watched them from across the clearing, Lily against his chest, and felt something he hadn't felt since Toledo. Not hope, not safety, not peace. Connection. The sense that these people, broken, scared, grieving, guilty, were his people. Not because he'd chosen them, but because they'd survived together, and survival was its own kind of love. He stood up. Lily took his hand. "We need to keep moving," Danny said. They kept moving. The Kentucky hills were a different kind of challenge than Ohio's flat farmland. The roads twisted and climbed and dropped, the terrain folding over itself in ridges and valleys that limited visibility to the next curve. Dense forest flanked every road, the trees pressing close, their branches forming canopies that blocked the sun and turned the world beneath into a green twilight. The dead were here too. Not in the concentrations Danny had seen in Toledo or Dayton. The population density was lower, the houses spaced farther apart, the infections spreading more slowly through a landscape that naturally isolated its inhabitants. But they were here. Danny saw them on the roads, individual shapes, walking alone or in pairs, the rural infected whose pre-death lives had been solitary and whose post-death wandering reflected that solitude. They drove for 4 hours, south and west, following Helen's route through a maze of county roads that she navigated with her atlas and her compass, and a preternatural sense of direction that Danny suspected was less about navigation and more about the accountant's refusal to be lost. They stopped in a town called Berea. It was small, a college town, Madison told them, recognizing the campus of a school she'd considered attending before choosing the veterinary program instead. The campus was empty, the buildings locked, the grounds overgrown with summer growth that had been nobody's job to maintain for 6 weeks. "Another campus," Derek said. "Last time we tried a campus." "This isn't Bowling Green," Danny said. "We're not staying. We're resupplying." They scavenged. The college's dining hall yielded canned goods and dried pasta. The health center had medications. Derek's eyes went wide, his hands moving through the cabinets with the focused joy of a man in his element. The maintenance building had tools, fuel cans, and a generator that Earl coaxed to life with 30 minutes of profane engineering. Danny found the library. It was smaller than Toledo's, a modern building with glass walls and open spaces that made him uneasy. Too visible, too exposed. But the books were there, and Lily was with him, and she moved through the children's section with the cautious wonder of a child entering a temple. "Can I take one?" she asked. "Take as many as you want." She took 3. A picture book about a dinosaur who was different from the other dinosaurs and learned to be proud of it. A chapter book about a girl who discovered she could talk to animals, and a worn, coverless paperback that Danny recognized, Charlotte's Web. "Mommy read this to me," Lily said, holding it. She was at the part where Charlotte dies. Danny took a breath. "Do you want to finish it? Will you read it to me?" "Yeah, baby, I'll read it to you." She put the book in her backpack, a child's backpack, pink, that they'd found in the college lost and found. She zipped it carefully, the way she'd zipped everything carefully since the rescue. Each action deliberate, controlled, a child who'd learned that care was the only thing she could control. They left Berea at noon, drove south. The road climbed into the Daniel Boone National Forest, the terrain growing wilder, the trees taller, the sense of human presence fading. This was old land, settled by Europeans for 200 years, inhabited by indigenous peoples for millennia before that, but always slightly wild, always pushing back against the roads and fences that humans imposed on it. Danny felt the wildness as a physical thing. It wasn't hostile, not like the swamp, which had been actively malevolent. It was indifferent, the way the sky was indifferent. The forest would be here long after the dead stopped walking and the living stopped fighting. It would absorb the apocalypse the way it had absorbed every other human catastrophe, patiently, slowly, growing over the ruins until they were memories, then legends, then nothing. "This is beautiful," Madison said. She was in the minivan, her window down, her face turned toward the forest. "I used to hike here with," she stopped, "with the father of her child," Danny guessed. The man who wasn't part of this, whose name she never said. "You can hike here again," Terry said from the driver's seat. "When? When we find our place. When we stop running and start building." "Do you believe that's possible?" Terry was quiet for a moment. The road curved through a gap in the ridge, and for a moment the forest opened up and they could see for miles, ridge after ridge of green, stretching to the horizon like waves frozen in mid-swell. "I have to," Terry said. "Believing it's possible is the only thing that's kept me walking since Toledo." "What about Mr. Rhodes?" Terry's hands tightened on the wheel. A microscopic tightening, visible only because Danny was watching from the truck ahead, looking in the rearview mirror at the minivan's windshield. "Marcus," Terry said. "His name was Marcus. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. You should have. Nobody asks me about him. They think it'll upset me. It upsets me more that nobody asks." Terry's voice was steady, the way a bridge is steady, engineered, deliberate, carrying weight that would collapse a lesser structure. "Marcus was my husband for 28 years. He was a bus mechanic for the city of Toledo. He could fix anything with wheels. He was funny. Not trying to be funny, but the kind of funny that sneaks up on you at dinner and makes you laugh so hard, you snort your wine." Madison was quiet, listening. "He got bit on day 2. Right arm. Deep. I saw it happen. We were trying to get to the library, and he pushed me behind him, and..." Terry took a breath. "Let it out. I got him home, locked him in the basement, told myself I'd find a doctor, find medicine, find something. I knew what was happening to him, but I couldn't..." Her voice cracked for 1 second. Then she rebuilt it. "I couldn't kill my husband. I couldn't watch him die. So I locked him in and I left and I walked to the library and I started organizing and I haven't stopped since." "Is he..." "I don't know. He's in my basement in East Toledo. Either dead or still down there. I didn't..." The crack again. Rebuilt again. "I didn't have the courage to check." Madison reached forward from the back seat, put her hand on Terry's shoulder. "You had the courage to keep going," Madison said. "That's harder." Terry nodded. Drove. The forest closed back around them, the gap in the ridge sealed by trees, and the road went south. They found the place on the 5th day. Not Fort Knox, that was a dead dream. Confirmed dead by 3 more radio transmissions that Tyler picked up, each one adding detail to the picture of a military installation that had tried to save too many and ended up saving none. Fort Knox was a tomb. 40,000 people had died there, turned there, were still there, wandering the base in an army of the dead that was, in its terrible way, the largest organized force in Kentucky. They found something better. It was a state park, a place called Natural Bridge, deep in the Daniel Boone Forest. The park was built around a geological formation, a massive stone arch spanning a gorge, 65 feet high, 78 feet long, carved by water over millions of years. Around it, a network of trails and facilities, a lodge, closed for the season when the outbreak hit, its rooms furnished and empty, cabins, a nature center, campgrounds, and water. A creek that ran year-round, fed by springs that emerged from the rock with the patient reliability of geology. Clean water, the most valuable resource in the New World. Helen saw it first. She was looking at her atlas, tracing the blue line of the creek, cross-referencing it with the topographic contour lines that showed the terrain. Her pen stopped. Her eyes widened. "Here," she said. She held up the atlas, her finger on the green blob of the state park. Defensible terrain, ridges on 3 sides, 1 road in, water source, existing structures, forest for fuel and building material, and she tapped the contour lines. Elevation. We'd be above the valley floor. The dead don't climb well. They drove in. The park entrance was marked by a stone sign, Natural Bridge State Resort Park. The road wound up a ridge through old-growth forest, the trees enormous, their canopy blocking the sky. Danny felt the elevation change in his ears, a subtle popping that signified ascent. The lodge appeared around a curve, a long, low building of stone and timber, built into the ridgeline, its windows facing east over a valley that dropped away into green distance. It was intact, undamaged, unlooted. The doors were locked. Earl handled that with a screwdriver in 30 seconds, and the interior was clean, preserved, the air stale but not foul. Rooms, beds, a kitchen with commercial equipment, a dining hall that could seat 100, a generator building with diesel fuel, a water treatment facility connected to the creek. "This is it," Terry said. She was standing in the kitchen, her hands on the stainless steel counter, her eyes moving over the walk-in cooler and the industrial stove and the prep station and the dish room. "This is our place. We can't just claim a state park," Derek said. "Who's going to stop us?" Earl asked. He was leaning against the wall, his breath coming in the shallow, careful draws that had become his baseline. "The state of Kentucky?" Nobody laughed, but someone should have, because the absurdity was the point. The systems that governed land ownership, deed, title, law, enforcement, were as dead as the people who'd created them. What remained was possession, and possession in the New World was determined not by paperwork, but by presence. "We're 8 people," Helen said. "We can't hold this against a serious threat." "So we find more people," Danny said. "Where?" "They're out there. Tyler's hearing them every night. Survivors, groups, individuals. We find them. We bring them here. We build." He was standing in the lodge's lobby, Lily beside him, her hand in his. Through the window, the eastern valley spread out below, green, vast, wild. The natural bridge was visible from here, a pale arc of stone against the forest, standing the way it had stood for 60 million years, indifferent to the species that named it. "This is where we stop running," Danny said. He said it to Helen, to Earl, to Terry, to all of them. But he was looking at Lily. She looked back. Those green eyes, that gap-toothed face that was starting to fill out already. 3 days of Terry's cooking was performing miracles that medicine couldn't. "Daddy," Lily said, "can I have the room with the big window?" Danny smiled. The first real smile since. He couldn't remember. Since before the outbreak, maybe. Since before the divorce. Since before he became the man who stood at doors and didn't open them. "Yeah, baby," he said. "You can have the room with the big window." They settled in. The word felt strange. Settled, a word from the before world, a word that implied permanence and routine, and the luxury of thinking about tomorrow. But that was what they did. Terry claimed the kitchen. Earl claimed the maintenance building. Derek set up a medical station in one of the guest rooms. Helen established a command center in the dining hall, her maps spread across tables, her notebooks stacked in columns. Tyler found the highest point he could reach, the lodge's roof, and set up his radio station. He broadcast for the first time that evening, his voice thin and young over the shortwave frequencies. "This is Tyler Brandt, broadcasting from Natural Bridge State Resort Park, Kentucky. If you can hear this, we are a group of survivors. We have shelter, water, and medical supplies. We are accepting newcomers. If you are looking for a safe place, come to us." Follow Road 11 south to the park entrance. We will be listening. Repeat, this is Tyler Brandt. The broadcast went out into the night, into the static and the silence, into a world that was broken and dark and waiting for voices. Danny sat on the lodge's front porch with Lily in his lap. She was asleep, the full, boneless sleep of a child who'd eaten well and was warm and was, for the first time in weeks, in a place that felt like a place and not a pause. The stars were extraordinary. Without the light pollution of civilization, the sky had become a spill of light, the Milky Way visible, actually visible, a river of white crossing the dome from horizon to horizon. Danny had never seen it before. He'd lived 34 years under the sky and never once looked up long enough to see what was actually there. Earl sat next to him. The old man was whittling, a piece of wood from the forest, his three-fingered hand moving the knife with the precision of a man who understood that every tool had a correct angle and every material had a correct response. "What are you making?" Danny asked. "Don't know yet. The wood'll tell me." Danny watched him work. The shavings curled and fell. The shape emerged slowly, organically, the way shapes emerge from stone when a sculptor removes what doesn't belong. "Earl." "What? How long?" The knife paused, resumed. "Long enough," Earl said. "For what?" "For this." He gestured, not at the wood, not at the knife, but at everything. The lodge, the stars, the sleeping girl, the future that was fragile and uncertain and real. "Long enough to see you become someone," Earl said. "That's all I asked for." Danny's throat tightened. He looked at the stars. "Sarah," he said. "Tell me about Sarah." Earl was quiet for a long time. The knife moved, the shavings fell. "She was 11 when she died," Earl said. "Car accident. Nothing to do with any of this. Just a car and a truck and a road that was icy and a universe that doesn't give a damn about fairness." His voice was level. The level of a man who'd been carrying this weight for so long that it had become part of his skeleton. "I was at the factory. They called me. I drove. I drove so fast, Danny. 70, 80 on those back roads. I was going to get to her. I was going to fix it. The way I fixed everything. The way I fixed engines and plumbing and every broken thing that people brought me." The knife stopped. "She was already gone when I got there. 20 minutes faster and I'd have..." He stopped. "I wouldn't have. I couldn't have. The doctor said she died on impact. But 20 minutes. For 45 years, I've been carrying 20 minutes. Danny looked at Lily, asleep. The photograph in her hand, even in sleep. The gap where her teeth would grow. "You're not me," Earl said. "You made it. You got to her. You didn't have 20 minutes. He resumed whittling. "But you'll carry something. Rome, David, Andrea, the woman behind the door, Mrs. Ferris. Mrs. Ferris. You'll carry them. That's the price. You pay it and you keep going. Because the alternative is the basement." "The basement?" "Terry's husband. Locked in a basement because she couldn't face it." Earl's knife moved, a long, slow stroke that revealed pale wood underneath bark. "We all have basements, Danny. Places where we lock the things we can't deal with. The difference between surviving and living is going down there eventually and opening the door." Danny thought about doors, the catalog of doors that had defined his journey. Mrs. Ferris's, the libraries, the trucks, Lily's bedroom, the gymnasium window, the culvert. "I'm tired of doors," Danny said. "Yeah," Earl said. "Me too." They sat on the porch. The stars turned overhead. Lily slept. The night was warm and full of sounds that had nothing to do with the dead. Crickets, frogs, the wind in the trees, the creek below the ridge murmuring to itself about the geological patience of water. Tomorrow, Tyler would broadcast again. Tomorrow, Helen would plan. Tomorrow, Terry would cook. Tomorrow, Derek would organize his medical supplies, and Madison would rest, and Rosie would scout. Tomorrow, Danny would start building. Tonight, he held his daughter and looked at the stars and listened to an old man whittle something out of wood that the wood would tell him. and the night passed, and the world turned, and they were alive. For now. For now was enough. The first newcomers arrived on the third day. A family. Man, woman, 2 boys, 12 and 9. They came up the park road in a battered sedan with a mattress strapped to the roof and everything they owned in the trunk. The man's name was James. The woman's name was Patricia. The boys were Marcus and Dion. They'd heard Tyler's broadcast. They'd been living in a church basement in Richmond, Kentucky for 4 weeks, running out of food, running out of hope. The broadcast had reached them at 2 a.m. on a night when Patricia had been lying awake, calculating how many days of canned corn they had left. "We thought it was a trap," James said. He was tall, thin, with the wary eyes of a man who'd learned that kindness could be a weapon. "No, we almost didn't come." "What changed your mind?" Danny asked. The voice. "Your boy, Tyler?" He sounded scared. Not like someone pretending, like someone actually scared who was doing it anyway. Patricia said, "Nobody performing for a trap sounds that scared." Danny looked at Tyler. The boy was standing behind him, his radio in his backpack, his face flushed with the realization that his voice, his scared, teenage, cracking voice, had saved a family. "Welcome," Danny said. "Terry will show you where to sleep. Derek will check you over." "Check us for what?" "Everything. It's a precaution. Everyone goes through it." James nodded. The wariness didn't leave his eyes. It would take weeks, Danny knew, maybe months. But something else entered them. The cautious beginning of something that might, with time, become trust. More came. A pair of elderly sisters from Lexington who'd survived by barricading their apartment and rationing canned food with the discipline of women who'd grown up during the Depression. A teenager named Marcus, different Marcus, this one white, from a farm outside Berea, who'd been alone for 3 weeks and hadn't spoken in a voice above a whisper since. A woman named Dr. Sarah Kim, a veterinarian, who nearly wept when she saw Madison and realized there was a pregnant woman who needed care. "I'm not an obstetrician," Dr. Kim said. "Join the club," Derek said. They laughed. The first laugh Danny had heard from Derek that wasn't tinged with hysteria. A real laugh, born of the absurd recognition that a pharmacist and a veterinarian were now the medical department of a survival community, and neither of them had any idea what they were doing, and they were going to do it anyway. By the end of the second week, they had 22 people. By the end of the third, 31. Tyler broadcast every night, and every night, the static carried his voice a little farther, and the voices that answered carried people a little closer. Danny watched the community grow with a mixture of awe and terror. Awe because it was working. The lodge was becoming a home, the grounds a community, the collection of strangers, a group with shared purpose. Terror because every person who arrived was a responsibility, a mouth to feed, a body to protect, a life that Danny had implicitly promised to preserve by inviting them in. He hadn't asked for leadership. He'd walked away from every chance to lead, had spent his entire pre-outbreak life avoiding the decisions that leadership required. But the people who arrived didn't look to Helen for leadership, or to Earl, or to Terry. They looked to Danny. "Why?" Danny asked Helen one evening. They were in the dining hall, post-dinner. Helen was reviewing supply calculations. Danny was reading Charlotte's Web to Lily. They were at the part where Charlotte's babies were floating away on their silk threads, the part that always made Danny's throat close even before the world ended. "Because you're the one who came for his daughter," Helen said. "That story spreads. Tyler tells it. Terry tells it. Every person who arrives already knows. The man in charge walked 150 miles through the dead to save his child." She looked at him over her glasses. "People don't follow competence, Danny. They follow devotion." "I'm not devoted. I'm stubborn." "In a leader, those are the same thing." Danny looked at Lily. She was asleep against his shoulder, Charlotte's Web open in his lap. The page where Charlotte dies. He'd read it to her 3 nights running. She asked for it every time. the way children ask for the stories that hurt, again and again, until the hurt becomes manageable, until the loss becomes something they can hold without dropping. I don't know how to lead, Danny said. You know how to decide. That's all leading is. Helen closed her notebook. The rest you learn. The rest I can teach. When did you become so human? Helen's mouth twitched. I was always human, Danny. I was just trying not to be. She left. Danny sat with his sleeping daughter and the dead spider on the page and thought about the things Helen had said and the things she hadn't said. And outside the window, the stars came out. And somewhere in the forest, something moved that might have been a deer or might not. And the night settled over Natural Bridge like a blanket over a child. Earl's condition deteriorated on the 4th week. It happened the way he'd said it would, not suddenly, not dramatically, but with the grinding inevitability of a machine whose parts were wearing out. His coughing grew worse. Blood appeared in what he spat. His breathing became audible from across a room, a wet rasping that sounded like an engine running on contaminated fuel. He said nothing. He continued to work, maintaining the generator, fixing plumbing, teaching the newcomers how to handle tools with the patient precision that had defined his career. He ate what Terry put in front of him, drank water, cleaned his rifle, and whittled on the porch each evening, the shape in the wood growing clearer. A bird, Danny thought. Something with wings. But his eyes were changing. The pale blue was becoming paler, the color leaching out, and the sharpness, the assessment, the calculation, the old soldier scan, was softening, becoming something else. Not weakness. Acceptance. Danny found him in the maintenance building one morning, sitting on an overturned bucket, his toolbox open, his hands in his lap. He wasn't working, he was just sitting. Earl. I know, Earl said. You don't have to say it. How long? Weeks, maybe. The cough's in both lungs now. Won't be long before it's everywhere else. He looked at his hands, the missing fingers, the calluses, the history written in skin and scar. I told you I was dying. That hasn't changed. Is there anything? Derek's been giving me what he can. Pain management. It helps. Earl picked up a wrench, turned it, set it down. I want to finish the bird. The bird? The thing I'm carving, it's a cardinal. Sarah's favorite bird. He paused. She used to point them out, every time she saw one, like it was the first time. Danny sat on the floor, not on another bucket, on the floor, because sitting on the floor next to someone was a language he'd learned from Tyler and Terry and Lily. The language of, I'm here and I'm not going anywhere, and the floor's fine because the floor's where you are. What do you need? Danny asked. I need you to keep your promise. Which one? The one you haven't made yet. Earl looked at him, the pale eyes fading, but still sharp enough to cut. When I can't do this anymore, when I can't work, can't shoot, can't... He stopped, coughed. The sound was cavernous, a hollow booming that seemed to come from a chest that was more empty than full. When it's time, I go on my terms. Danny understood. The understanding was a cold thing, a stone in his chest. Earl, don't argue. I've watched people die of cancer. My wife, slow, ugly. She spent the last month not knowing her own name. Earl's voice was hard, not with anger, but with the absolute certainty of a man who'd made his final decision. I choose different. When the time comes, I choose the door I walk through. Danny thought about Amanda, walking into the woods, choosing. Okay, Danny said, okay. They sat in the maintenance building. The tools gleamed on their pegboard hooks, wrenches, screwdrivers, pliers, the instruments of a man who'd spent his life making broken things work. Earl picked up the wrench again, held it. Teach someone, Danny said. What you know, the engines, the repairs. Someone needs to learn. Tyler? Tyler? He's got hands. Good ones. And he listens. Earl smiled, a real smile, rare as a cardinal in winter. Besides, I gave him a wrench last week and he didn't hold it wrong. That's more than most people manage. Danny laughed. Short, surprised, involuntary. The kind of laugh that escapes when something is funny and horrible at the same time. I'll send him to you, Danny said. Or you do that. Danny stood, started to leave, stopped. Earl. What? Her first name was Agnes. Earl blinked. Who? Mrs. Ferris, the woman behind the door. I found out. Her first name was Agnes. A long silence. Earl turned the wrench in his three-fingered hand. Agnes Ferris, Earl said. That's a good name. Yeah, it is. Danny left. Walked through the lodge, past the rooms where 31 people were building something from nothing, past the kitchen where Terry was performing her daily miracle of turning scarcity into sustenance, past the medical station where Derek was teaching Dr. Kim how to calculate drug dosages, and Dr. Kim was teaching Derek how to perform a basic physical exam. He walked to the porch, sat in the rocking chair. The valley spread below, green and vast, the natural bridge a pale arc against the forest. Lily came and sat in his lap. She had Charlotte's Web. Read? She asked. Danny opened the book, found the page, began to read about a spider who'd used the last of her strength to protect the ones she loved, and a pig who lived because someone believed he was worth saving. His voice was steady. His hands didn't shake. The stars came out. The night was warm. The world was ending. Danny read. The crisis that would fracture everything arrived not with gunfire or the shambling dead, but with a radio transmission on a Tuesday afternoon. Tyler picked it up first. He was always first. The boy had developed an almost supernatural sensitivity to frequencies that carried human voices, the way a bloodhound tracks a scent. He was on the lodge roof, headphones on, when the signal came through. He scrambled down the ladder and burst into the dining hall where Danny and Helen were reviewing supply lists. Danny, you need to hear this. He played the recording. The voice was male, calm, military precise. This is Colonel Alan Reeves, Vanguard Biosolutions Security Division, broadcasting on all frequencies. We are conducting an authorized operation in the Kentucky-Ohio corridor. We are searching for a minor child, Lily Kowalczyk, age 8, who was removed from a medical facility by an unauthorized individual. This child has been identified as carrying a genetic profile critical to national recovery efforts. Her return is essential. Any community harboring this child will be considered in violation of federal emergency protocols. Cooperation will be rewarded. Resistance will not be tolerated. We are monitoring all frequencies. This message will repeat. The dining hall was silent. 31 people, because everyone had heard Tyler's shout and everyone had gathered, staring at the radio in Tyler's hands. Danny's blood was ice. Not metaphorical ice. Actual cold. A physiological response to a threat so large and so specific that his body defaulted to the most primitive response available. Freeze. Stop. Play dead. But he didn't freeze. The Danny who froze was the Danny from Toledo, from the apartment, from the door. This Danny, the Danny who'd walked through swamps and climbed cliffs and made decisions, this Danny moved. Turn it off, Danny said. Tyler turned it off. Danny looked at the room. 31 faces. Some scared, some confused, some calculating. Some looking at Lily, who was sitting at a table with her picture book, who hadn't understood the broadcast, who was 8 years old, and didn't know that she was the reason a man with guns and soldiers was coming. That was about my daughter, Danny said. His voice was even. The evenness cost him everything, but he maintained it, because the room needed calm, and he was the one they looked to for it. Vanguard Biosolutions is the company that caused the outbreak. They're looking for immune survivors, people whose blood might help develop a treatment. They believe Lily is immune, murmurs, shifting. The room rearranged itself, not physically, but emotionally. Some people moved closer to Danny, others moved away. The geometry of loyalty versus self-preservation, playing out in real time. They won't find us here, Danny said. We're off their radar. Tyler's broadcasts are short range, and he uses directional. They found you in Kentucky, Helen said, quietly. Not challenging, clarifying. 3 days after you crossed the river. If they found you once, they won't find us again. You can't guarantee that. No, I can't. Danny looked at the room, at the faces that had trusted him, James and Patricia and their boys, the elderly sisters, the teenager who whispered, "Dr. Kim," all of them. I can't guarantee anything, but I can tell you this. My daughter's not a bargaining chip. She's not a genetic profile. She's an 8-year-old girl who's already lost her mother and spent 6 weeks in a cult, and I am not... His voice broke. He rebuilt it. I am not handing her to anyone. Nobody's suggesting that, Terry said. She was standing near the kitchen, her arms crossed, her reading glasses pushed up, her face carrying the particular expression of a woman who'd spent her career feeding children and was now being asked to contemplate giving one away. Nobody in this room is suggesting that. Some of us might be thinking it, said a voice from the back. James, the tall, thin man with the wary eyes. I'm not saying I am, but Colonel Reeves said cooperation would be rewarded. Some people might wonder what that reward looks like. And some people might wonder what resistance looks like, Danny said. He said that too. I'm not trying to... I know what you're trying to do. You're being practical. You're thinking about your boys. I understand that. Danny met James's eyes. I'm thinking about my girl. And my answer is the same as yours would be if it were Marcus or Dion. James held Danny's gaze for a long time. Then he nodded. You're right, James said. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Be ready. The meeting broke up. People drifted to their stations, their rooms, their routines. The normalcy they'd been building, tentative, fragile, real, was cracked but not broken. Helen stayed. We need to prepare for the possibility that Vanguard comes here, she said. I know. This park is defensible but not impregnable. One road in, but the forest is accessible from every direction. If Reeves has the resources Andrea described, vehicles, weapons, trained personnel, what are you suggesting? Helen opened her notebook. New page, new columns. Defenses, she said. Not walls. We don't have the materials or the time. But early warning systems, tripwires, observation posts. A plan for evacuation if we're overwhelmed. And if we're not overwhelmed, then we fight. With what we have. Helen's pen moved. Earl's the only trained shooter. We have 4 firearms. But we have terrain. We have knowledge of the ground. And we have something Reeves doesn't. What? Motivation. She looked at him. His soldiers are following orders. Our people are protecting their home. Danny nodded. The word home sat in the air between them, a word neither of them had used before about Natural Bridge, a word that implied permanence and commitment and the willingness to defend ground, not because you owned it, but because the people you loved were standing on it. Start planning, Danny said. I'll talk to Earl about defenses. Danny, he stopped. Lily, Helen said. She should know. She's 8. She's 8 and she's been through more than most adults. She deserves to know why we're preparing, not the details, the truth, that someone is coming and we're going to protect her. Danny looked through the dining hall window. Lily was on the porch, swinging her legs from the rocking chair. Charlotte's Web open in her lap. She was reading it herself now, slowly sounding out words, her finger tracing the lines. She'd reached the part where Charlotte's babies hatch. I'll tell her, Danny said. Tonight? Tonight. He went to the porch, sat in the rocking chair next to hers. She didn't look up from the book. Lily. I need to tell you something. She looked up. Those green eyes, the evaluation, the child who'd learned to read adults, the way weather forecasters read clouds. The bad people? She asked. Yeah, the bad people. Are they coming? They might. I'm not going to let them take you. Nobody here is going to let them take you. Lily was quiet. Her finger stayed on the page, marking her place in a story about life and death and the things we do for the people we love. Eugene said there were people who wanted me because I was special, Lily said. He said my blood was different. Your blood might be different. It doesn't mean you belong to anyone. The Reverend said I belong to God. You belong to yourself, and to me, and to the people who love you. Danny took her hand. Nobody else. Lily held his hand, looked at her book, looked at the valley. Daddy? Yeah? Will you teach me to be brave? Danny's chest ached. The ache of loving something so much that the love itself is a wound, open, permanent, the price of caring in a world designed to take. Baby, he said, you're already brave. You just don't know it yet. She squeezed his hand, went back to her book. Danny rocked in his chair and watched the valley and the stars that were beginning to appear, and somewhere out there, beyond the ridges and the forest and the road, Colonel Alan Reeves was coming. Danny was ready. He'd been walking toward this door since Toledo, since Mrs. Ferris, since the frozen hand on the doorknob and the screaming on the other side. This time, he wasn't going to freeze. This time, he wasn't going to run. This time, he was going to stand in the doorway and face whatever came through it, because his daughter was behind him and his people were beside him, and there was no more running, only standing, only choosing, only the weight of carrying the things that mattered and refusing to put them down. The night came. The stars turned. Danny rocked, and somewhere in the forest, a cardinal sang. One note, pure and red, hanging in the darkening air, like a promise that the morning would come. It always came, even at the end of the world. Part 4, the cost of standing. The defenses took 2 weeks to build. Helen designed them. Earl supervised construction until his body wouldn't let him, and then he supervised from a chair on the maintenance building's porch, pointing his 3-fingered hand at problems and issuing corrections in a voice that had lost its volume, but none of its precision. Tyler ran cable for the early warning system, a network of tin cans, fishing line, and battery-powered motion sensors scavenged from a sporting goods store in Slade. Rosie scouted the perimeter daily, mapping approaches, identifying blind spots, marking choke points where the terrain favored defenders. Danny dug. It was the thing he could do, the one physical task that didn't require expertise or training, just the willingness to put a shovel in the ground and move dirt. He dug defensive positions on the ridge above the lodge. He dug a latrine trench that doubled as a fallback line. He dug a root cellar behind the kitchen that Terry immediately claimed for food storage, and that Helen marked as the evacuation rally point. He dug because digging was honest work, and honest work kept his hands busy and his mind from spiraling into the black hole of fear that opened every time he thought about Colonel Reeves and what Reeves would do when he found them. Because Reeves would find them. Danny knew this the way he knew his own hands, with the certainty of the body, the knowledge that lives below thought. Vanguard had resources. Vanguard had technology. Vanguard had the single-minded purpose of an organization that believed its survival justified anything. They would find Natural Bridge. The question was when and whether Danny's people would be ready. Lily watched him dig. She sat on a rock near the trench, Charlotte's Web in her lap. She'd finished it twice now and was starting a third time, the repetition serving the same function as Danny's digging, the keeping of hands and minds busy against the things that lurked in idle moments. Daddy? Yeah? Why are you digging holes? Danny stopped, leaned on his shovel. He was learning to answer Lily's questions honestly without overwhelming her, the calibration of truth for an 8-year-old who'd already absorbed more truth than most adults could bear. For protection, he said, in case the bad people come. We can get down in the holes and they can't see us. Like hiding? Like smart hiding. Hiding where you can see them, but they can't see you. Lily considered this. She had Amanda's way of thinking. Methodical, sequential, turning ideas over like stones to examine what was underneath. Can I have a hole? She asked. You want your own? A small one, near yours. Danny's throat tightened. His daughter, requesting a foxhole the way she'd once requested a nightlight. The normalization of war by a child who should have been requesting sleepovers and ice cream. I'll dig you one, he said. He dug her one. Small, shallow, lined with a blanket. She sat in it and read her book and declared it perfect. That night, Danny sat on the porch and cried. Not in front of Lily, never in front of Lily. On the porch, alone, in the dark, the stars indifferent above him, and the forest indifferent around him, and the sound of his grief muffled by the chorus of frogs and insects that sang every night, regardless of what the humans were doing. Terry found him. She always found him. The woman had a radar for suffering that was as precise as Helen's radar for data. She located it, moved toward it, and addressed it with the same no-nonsense efficiency she brought to everything. She didn't speak. She sat next to him and put her arm around his shoulders, a substantial arm, the arm of a woman who'd spent decades lifting industrial kitchen equipment, and held him while he shook. She asked for a foxhole, Danny said. I know. She's 8. I know, baby. She should be asking for a puppy, for a bike, I know. Danny pressed his hands against his eyes. The heels of his palms ground against his sockets, the pressure creating stars that were smaller and less beautiful than the ones overhead. Am I doing the right thing, he asked. Staying here? Fighting? Should I take her and run? Just the two of us? Disappear into the forest and what? Live in a cave? Eat berries? Terry's voice was gentle but firm. The voice of a woman who loved him enough to deny him the comfort of fantasy. Danny, you can't run forever. You tried that in your old life. You ran from Amanda. You ran from responsibility. You ran from every hard thing until there was nowhere left to run. This is different. It's exactly the same. The only difference is the stakes. She squeezed his shoulder. You stopped running in Toledo. When you walked out of that apartment. When you drove south, you stopped running and you started moving towards something. Don't go backward now. Danny breathed. The night air smelled like pine and earth and the faint, ever-present sweetness of decay that drifted up from the valleys where the dead wandered. A smell he'd stopped noticing, the way you stopped noticing the sound of traffic. It was just there, the new baseline, the world's perfume. What if I can't protect her? Then we all fail together. But at least we tried. Terry stood. Come inside, get some sleep. Tomorrow we keep building. Danny went inside. He passed Lily's room, the one with the big window, and pressed his ear against the door. Her breathing was slow and even, the sound of a child sleeping soundly for the first time in weeks. He listened for a full minute, memorizing the rhythm, filing it alongside the voicemail and the drawing and the photograph and all the other artifacts of a love that had survived the end of everything. He slept. He dreamed of nothing. That was a mercy. Earl finished the Cardinal on a Wednesday. He'd been working on it for 3 weeks, longer than any repair, longer than any engine rebuild, longer than any project Danny had seen him undertake. The wood was cherry from a branch that had fallen near the maintenance building, and the bird that emerged from it was startling in its delicacy. Wings half spread, head turned, beak open in mid-song. It was the work of a man whose hands had spent 70 years learning the language of materials and who was speaking it now for the last time. He gave it to Lily. This was my daughter's favorite bird, he said. He was sitting on the porch, wrapped in a blanket despite the August heat, his breathing audible from 10 feet away. She used to say they were good luck. Lily took the cardinal, held it to the light. The cherrywood glowed amber. It's beautiful, she said. What was your daughter's name? Sarah. Did she like dinosaurs? She liked birds. She said they were the dinosaurs that learned to fly. Lily's eyes widened. The connection, birds as dinosaurs, the evolutionary link she'd read about in her books, lit something in her face that Danny hadn't seen since before the outbreak. Wonder. Pure, uncontaminated wonder. The specific magic of a child encountering an idea for the first time. Can I keep it? That's why I made it. Lily put the cardinal in her pocket next to the photograph. 2 talismans now. 2 objects that connected her to the people who loved her. A picture of a father who'd come for her, and a bird carved by a man who'd lost his daughter and found another one to protect. Earl watched her go. His eyes, pale, fading, the color of winter sky, followed her across the porch and down the steps and into the yard where she ran to show Terry. She's a good kid, Earl said. She is. You're doing right by her. I'm trying. That's enough. Trying's always been enough. It's the people who stop trying that... He coughed. The cough was longer now, deeper. A sound that came from a place in his chest that was no longer chest. When it passed, his lips were red. Danny looked away, looked back. Earl. Not yet. Earl wiped his mouth. His hand was shaking. Not the fine tremor of Derek's anxiety, but the gross tremor of a body losing its grip on the signals between brain and muscle. Not yet. I've got things to finish. What things? Tyler. The boy's almost ready. One more week of tools, and he'll be able to keep the generator running, fix a vehicle, maybe even build something. Earl paused, breathed. A careful, rationed breath. The breath of a man who measured his air, the way Helen measured supplies. And I want to see Madison's baby. That's months away. I know how far away it is. Earl's mouth twitched. I said I want to, didn't say I would. Danny gripped the porch railing. The wood was solid under his hands, real, physical, present. The world's answer to the ungraspable. Here is something you can hold. Is there anything you need? Danny asked. Derek's keeping the pain manageable. Terry feeds me even when I can't keep it down. And your girl sits with me when nobody else is around and tells me about dinosaurs. Earl's eyes found Danny's. I've got everything I need. Danny nodded. The nod was all he could manage. The words, the ones that wanted to come, the ones about gratitude and admiration and the specific love that a man feels for the man who taught him to be better, those words were too large for his throat. They'd have to wait. They'd have to live in the nod and in the silence and in the way Danny sat next to Earl every evening on the porch and said nothing and everything. Go dig your holes, Earl said. I'll be here. Danny went. Behind him, Earl picked up another piece of wood, turned it in his three-fingered hand. The wood would tell him. Rosie came back from patrol on a Thursday with information that changed everything. She'd been gone 2 days, longer than usual, deep into the forest, following a trail that she'd found on her second week of scouting. The trail led east, through the ridges, to an overlook that gave a view of the valley below and the road that connected Natural Bridge to the outside world. There's a camp, she said. She was standing in the dining hall, muddy, scratched, her red-dyed hair wild, her eyes carrying the fierce intensity that Danny had learned to recognize as Rosie with intelligence. 8 miles east, in the valley, military style, tents, vehicles, perimeter guards. Vanguard, Helen said. Has to be. I counted 12 personnel, 3 vehicles, 2 SUVs, and a truck. They've got communications equipment, antenna array. 8 miles, Danny said. That's close, too close. Rosie spread a hand-drawn map on the table. They're not moving. They've set up, which means they're not searching. They've found. They've found us? They've found the area. They're monitoring Tyler's broadcasts. They must be. That's how they'd narrow it down. But they haven't located the park specifically. Not yet. How do you know? Because if they'd found us, they'd be here. Helen was already working. Pen, notebook, calculations. If they're triangulating Tyler's signal, they need at least 3 listening positions. One camp means they're not triangulating. They're estimating. They know the general area, but not the specific location. So we stopped broadcasting, Danny said. Tyler, sitting in the corner with his radio, went pale. But the people, there are people coming. That family from Moorhead, they're supposed to arrive tomorrow. If Vanguard intercepts them, if we stop broadcasting, nobody finds us. We stop growing. We stay at 31 people and hope that's enough. Danny looked at the room. Helen's face was calculating. Rosie's was fierce. Tyler's was stricken. Earl, who'd been brought in on a chair, who couldn't walk the distance from the maintenance building to the lodge without stopping twice. Earl's face was stone. We broadcast one more time, Danny said. Tonight, Tyler gives the Moorhead family final directions. Then, we go dark. And the Vanguard camp, Rosie asked? We watch it. You keep scouting. I want to know their routine, their strength, their plans. If they move toward us, I want to know before they crest the first ridge. And if they do move toward us? Danny looked at Earl. The old man met his gaze with those pale, fading eyes. And something passed between them. Not words, not even a plan, but an understanding. The understanding of 2 men who'd been walking toward the same door from different directions and had arrived at the same time. Then we're ready, Danny said. The Moorhead family arrived the next day. 4 people, a mother, her sister, and 2 children, a boy of 10 and a girl of 6. They came in a vehicle that was more rust than metal, the engine coughing, the tires bald. They'd been driving for 3 days. The mother's name was Grace. Her sister's name was Faith. Our parents had a theme, Grace said when Danny raised an eyebrow. She was small, dark-haired, exhausted, holding her daughter on her hip with the practiced efficiency of a woman who'd been carrying children since she was old enough to have them. Is this really safe? Safer than the road, Danny said. That's not much of an answer. It's the one I've got. Grace studied him. She had the same evaluating gaze that Lily had, the look of someone who'd learned to read people for survival, who understood that words were the least reliable data available, and that the real information lived in posture, eye contact, the quality of handshake, the way someone stood when they were being honest versus when they were performing. Okay, Grace said, we'll stay. The community grew to 35, then 3 days later to 38, a couple and their teenage son who'd found one of Tyler's earlier broadcasts recorded on a loop by another survivor's equipment and had followed the directions like a treasure map. Tyler's last broadcast had worked. Natural Bridge was growing, but so was Vanguard's camp. Rosie reported every 2 days. The camp expanded from 12 personnel to 18. A 4th vehicle appeared. The antenna array grew taller, more powerful, wider reach. They were building too, settling in. Patient in the way that military operations were patient. Not rushing, not improvising, but executing a plan that had been designed by someone who understood that time was a weapon you could wield as easily as a gun. They're waiting for something, Helen said during a strategy session in the dining hall. They've found the area. They could search the forest and find us in days. But they're not searching. They're waiting. For what? Reinforcements, equipment, orders. Helen tapped her pen. Or for us to make a mistake. Tyler's stopped broadcasting. But we're 38 people. We cook. We burn fuel. We generate noise, heat, light. A military-grade thermal detection system could spot us from the air. She paused. Andrea mentioned a helicopter. The word landed like a cold hand on the back of Danny's neck. A helicopter changes everything, Helen said. If they have aerial capability, even limited, they can survey the entire park in minutes. Our terrain advantage disappears. So what do? We prepared 2 plans. Plan A. They come on foot, through the forest, in vehicles on the road. We fight, we use the terrain, we have a chance. She turned the page. Plan B. They come with air support. We evacuate, immediately, into the forest, in multiple directions, regroup at a designated point. We can't split up. Not with children. We may have to. Helen, Danny. Her voice was the voice she used when the numbers were bad, and she was going to say them anyway, because truth was the only currency she traded in. If a helicopter puts soldiers on our roof, we cannot defend this position. Not with 4 guns and 38 people. We run, or we die. Danny looked at the table. At Helen's maps, her notebooks, her columns of data that reduced human lives to variables in an equation that had no good solutions. Okay, he said, both plans. We prepare for both. And Danny, you need to think about something else. What? What happens if they take Lily? They won't. What happens if they take her? Not can they, what happens? Because if you don't have a plan for the worst case, you don't have a plan. Danny's jaw clenched. The muscles in his face that he'd been overusing for weeks, clenching, grinding, the physical manifestation of sustained stress, sent a bolt of pain through his temples. If they take her, Danny said, I go get her, the way I did before. Alone? If I have to. Helen held his gaze. Then she wrote something in her notebook, closed it and stood. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, she said. She left. Danny sat in the empty dining hall, his hands flat on the table, his eyes on the maps. Outside, the Kentucky afternoon was golden and warm, and he could hear Lily laughing finally, the sound he'd been waiting for since the swing set, as she played with Grace's children in the yard. He pressed his hands harder against the table, as if he could push his fear through the wood and into the ground and down to a depth where it couldn't reach him. It didn't work. Fear didn't work that way. It lived in the body, in the blood, in the spaces between heartbeats. And the only thing you could do with it was what Danny had learned to do. Carry it, pick it up, walk with it. Don't let it choose for you. He stood, went outside, watched his daughter laugh, carried the fear. Andrea came back on a Saturday. Nobody expected it. She'd been inside New Antioch for weeks, since the morning she'd walked through the south gate, since before David died, since before the rescue and the flight and the river crossing and the lodge and the everything. Danny had assumed she was dead. They all had. In the calculus of survival, a person unaccounted for was a person lost, and the living couldn't afford to grieve the possibly dead when the certainly dead demanded so much. But Andrea was alive. She appeared on the park road at mid-morning, walking. Not running, walking with the deliberate pace of a woman who'd been walking for a long time and had learned to conserve energy the way a desert animal conserves water. She was thin, thinner than Danny had ever seen her. Her designer clothes replaced by practical clothes that didn't fit. Her highlighted hair cut short and ragged. Her face carrying a geography of bruises that told a story Danny didn't want to hear. Rosie spotted her first from the observation post on the East Ridge. The radio crackled. Someone on the road. One person. Female. Walking. Danny went to meet her. He brought his pistol and Earl's rifle. Earl couldn't carry it anymore. His arms too weak, his grip too uncertain, and the weapon had passed to Danny the way the wrench would pass to Tyler. Not given, but transferred. The inheritance of skills from a man who was leaving to a man who was staying. He recognized Andrea at 200 yards. At 50, he could see the damage. Andrea. She stopped, looked at him. Her eyes were different. The calculation was still there. Andrea's fundamental nature unchanged. But underneath it, something had been removed. The polish, the control, the carefully constructed surface that she'd presented to the world. Like a real estate listing. Attractive exterior, well-maintained. All flaws cosmetically concealed. The concealment was gone. What was underneath was raw and honest and exhausted. They killed David, she said. I know. They found out he was communicating with you. A shepherd saw him at the culvert. They brought him to Brooks. Her voice was level. The level of a woman who'd practiced this speech in her head for miles. Brooks gave him a chance to recant, to say he was acting alone, that he'd come to infiltrate, that there was no group outside the walls. David wouldn't lie. No, he wouldn't. Andrea's mouth twisted. He told Brooks the truth, all of it, that a father was coming for his daughter, that the walls of New Antioch were built to imprison, not protect, that Brooks was a false shepherd. She paused. He quoted Ezekiel, chapter 34. Woe to the shepherds who feed only themselves. Should not the shepherds feed the flock? Danny's throat closed. Brooks shot him personally, in front of everyone, as a lesson. Andrea took a breath. Then they came for me. What did they? They found out about Vanguard, about Richard, about what I knew. She touched her face, the bruises, the cuts. They wanted information. The shepherds aren't gentle interrogators. How did you get out? Eugene. The name landed with weight. Eugene Webb. He escaped confinement during the chaos of your rescue. When the alarms went off, when the shepherds were chasing you, Eugene got out of the basement. He's been hiding inside the compound for weeks. Living in the walls, literally. There are maintenance crawl spaces between the buildings. He's been stealing food, moving at night. Eugene is alive. He got me out. The same culvert you used. Andrea stopped. Her composure, which had held through the recitation of horrors, cracked. He said to tell you he's sorry. He promised Amanda he'd keep Lily safe, and he failed. He says he knows it's not enough. Where is he now? Still inside. He wouldn't leave. He said there are other children, not immune, just children, who need someone. He's going to try to get them out. She looked at Danny. He's going to die trying. You know that. Danny knew. Eugene Webb, a man he'd never met, who'd promised a dying woman he'd protect her child, who'd carried that promise through a cult and a beating and weeks of hiding in walls, was going to die inside New Antioch because he couldn't leave children behind. He's a better man than me, Danny said. He'd say the same about you. Andrea straightened. The crack sealed. The polish might be gone, but the structure remained. The architecture of a woman who'd survived through adaptation and was adapting still. I have intelligence, New Antioch's defenses, guard positions, Brooks's plans. But more important, I have Vanguard intelligence. How? Because Vanguard took over New Antioch 3 days after you left. The words fell like stones into still water. Reeves came in force, Andrea continued. 20 soldiers, armored vehicles. He offered Brooks a deal. Cooperate, hand over the immune children, and New Antioch continues under Brooks's leadership. Refuse and... She shrugged. The gesture was eloquent in its economy. Brooks cooperated. The children, the immune ones, were taken. 3 children, Danny. They tested positive. Andrea's voice was controlled, but something underneath it was screaming. Lily wasn't the only one. 3 children were taken from New Antioch and transported to the Vanguard facility. Where? Outside Kenton, the original research lab. That's where Reeves operates. That's where he's taking the immune individuals. He's continuing the research, not for a cure, not for the public. For himself, for Vanguard. Whatever he develops, he controls, Danny processed. Danny. The information was enormous. A cascade of implications that Helen would spend days mapping and calculating. But the immediate fact was simple. Vanguard was at New Antioch. Vanguard had taken children. Vanguard was 8 miles east in a camp that was waiting, with patient military precision, for the right moment. The camp in the valley, Danny said. That's a forward observation post? Yes. Reeves has teams across the region. He's searching for immune individuals in every direction. The camp near you is one of 6. 6? The man is thorough. He has 50 soldiers, military vehicles, communications, a helicopter. How often does the helicopter fly? Every 3 days. Supply runs and aerial surveillance. Danny's mind was racing. Helen's fear, the fear that had kept Danny awake, was real. The helicopter changed everything. When was the last flight? 2 days ago. So, tomorrow. Tomorrow. Danny looked at the sky. Clear, blue, empty. Tomorrow it wouldn't be empty. Tomorrow it would contain a machine that could see through forest canopy and find 38 people hiding in a state park, and then it would bring soldiers, and then... Andrea, Danny said, can you walk? I've been walking for 3 days. I can walk more. Good, because we might need to run. The next 12 hours were controlled chaos. Danny called everyone together. 38 people, 39 now with Andrea, crowded into the dining hall. He stood at the front next to Helen's maps and told them what was coming. He didn't soften it, didn't hedge, didn't offer false comfort. He told them about Vanguard, about the camp, about the helicopter, about the children taken from New Antioch. He told them that tomorrow a helicopter would fly over their position and might, not would, but might, spot them. If they see us, they'll come. Fast. With more people and more weapons than we have. Danny looked at the room, at the faces that had trusted him, followed him, built something with him. I'm not going to lie to you. If they come in force, we can't hold this position. Murmurs, fear, the specific quality of fear that comes when the thing you've been afraid of stops being hypothetical and becomes scheduled. We have 2 plans, Danny continued. Plan A. They don't find us. We go dark. No fires, no generator, no noise. We cover every reflective surface. We stay inside. We become invisible. And Plan B? James asked. His boys were behind him, 12 and 9, their eyes wide. Plan B? We run. We've prepared evacuation routes, 4 directions, pre-designated rally points. We split into groups, we scatter, We regroup at a location Helen has identified 20 miles south. Split up? Patricia's voice was tight. With children? Every group will have adults. Every group will have supplies. It's not ideal. It's not ideal, it's... Patricia. Terry. The voice of authority, the voice of a woman who'd been managing crises since before most of these people were born. Let the man finish. Danny nodded at Terry. The gratitude was a physical thing, a warm pressure behind his sternum. I know this is terrifying, Danny said. I know you came here because you heard a voice on the radio that promised safety. And now I'm telling you that safety might be temporary. But I'm also telling you this. We're together. We have each other. And as long as we're together, we have a chance. A chance at what? Grace asked. She was holding her daughter, the 6-year-old who'd been playing with Lily yesterday, running through the yard with the boneless joy of children who'd found other children. A chance at running forever, a chance at surviving, at building something new somewhere else if we have to, at keeping our children safe. Danny looked at Lily, who was sitting with Tyler, the teenager's arm around her shoulders. That's what this has always been about. Not a place, not a building. The people. The room was quiet. Not the silence of agreement, the silence of people who were processing, weighing, measuring the man in front of them against the fear inside them. Earl spoke. He was in his chair at the back, wrapped in his blanket. He hadn't said a word during the meeting, conserving his breath for the sentences that mattered. Now he leaned forward, and the room turned to him, because Earl, quiet, dying, fading, had an authority that was earned by the simple fact that he'd been alive longer than anyone in the room and had spent every one of those years doing hard things without complaint. I've been dying since before I got here, Earl said. His voice was rough, low, barely carrying to the front of the room. Cancer, lungs. I'm telling you this because it's relevant. He paused, breathed. I came south because a man needed help finding his daughter. I didn't have anything else to do. I was going to die in a factory town with nobody to notice. Instead, I'm dying here with you. And I want you to know, this is better. The room held its breath. Danny Kowalczyk is not a soldier. He's not a leader. He's a forklift operator from Toledo who couldn't make a decision to save his life. Earl's mouth twitched. Literally. He froze. He panicked. He stood at a door and listened to a woman die because he was too scared to open it. Danny's face burned. The words were true, everyone, and hearing them said aloud, in front of everyone, was a stripping, a removal of the carefully constructed myth of the man who'd walked 150 miles. But he opened the next door, Earl said, and the one after that, and the one after that. He opened every door between Toledo and here, and he got his girl, and he built this place. And he's standing in front of you right now, telling you the truth instead of telling you what you want to hear. Earl looked at Danny. That's a leader, not the one who's never afraid, the one who's afraid and opens the door anyway. Silence. Then Terry. What Earl said. Then Derek. Yeah. Then Rosie, sharpening her knife. We staying or running? Danny looked at the room. At the faces that had shifted, not from fear to courage. Nothing that simple, but from fear to something that coexisted with fear. Resolution, maybe. The human capacity to be terrified and to act anyway, which was the only definition of bravery that had ever meant anything. Tomorrow we go dark, Danny said. Everyone stays inside. No exceptions. If the helicopter passes without spotting us, we continue as planned. And if it spots us, then we run, together, and we find another place. And we build again. He looked at Lily. She was looking back, those green eyes steady, the wooden cardinal in one hand and the photograph in the other. Her two talismans, her two proofs that love existed even at the end of the world. She nodded. Danny nodded back. The meeting broke. People moved to their tasks, covering windows, damping fires, preparing evacuation packs. The lodge hummed with purpose, the specific energy of a community that had been told the worst and had chosen to face it rather than fragment. Danny stood in the dining hall alone. The maps were still on the table. Helen's notebooks. The plans, A and B, written in her precise handwriting, the handwriting of a woman who'd counted backward from 10 while her daughter died, and who measured the world in columns because columns didn't grieve. He put his hands on the table, pressed down, felt the wood. Tomorrow. The helicopter came at 11:47 a.m. Danny heard it first, a distant thudding, the rhythmic chop of rotors that was unmistakable even to someone who'd never been in a helicopter. The sound grew, swelling from the south, and Danny's body responded before his mind. Stomach dropping, hands clenching, sweat breaking across his shoulders despite the lodge's shade. "Everyone down," he said, not shouting, not whispering. The voice of a man who'd practiced this in his head for 12 hours and was now performing it with the calm of a surgeon whose hands know what to do even when his brain is screaming. 39 people went flat, on the floors, under tables, behind furniture. The children, Lily, Grace's two, Patricia's boys, the newcomer's son, were placed in the center of the dining hall, surrounded by adults, covered with blankets that were dark green and brown. Camouflage, improvised. Every window was covered, every reflective surface turned or hidden. The generator was off. The fires were out. The lodge was dark and silent and from the outside, indistinguishable from the dozens of other buildings in the park. The cabins, the nature center, the maintenance structures, all empty, all abandoned, all unremarkable. The helicopter passed overhead. The sound was enormous. Not just loud, but physical. A vibration that Danny felt in his chest, in his teeth, in the floor beneath him. The rotors beat the air like something being punished, and the shadow passed across the windows. Brief, dark, there, and gone. Danny pressed his face against the floor. Beside him, Lily was curled into a ball, the blanket over her, her breathing fast and shallow. He put his hand on her back, felt the bird-rapid flutter of her heart. "Stay quiet, baby." "I am quiet. I know. You're doing great." The helicopter circled. Danny could track it by sound. The Doppler shift as it moved away, then grew louder again, the pilot making a search pattern, flying overlapping loops across the landscape. Danny counted. 1 pass, 2, 3. On the 4th pass, the sound grew louder, closer. The helicopter was hovering, not moving, stationary, the rotors holding it in place over something it had seen. Danny's blood was ice. The hovering continued. 30 seconds, a minute, an eternity, measured in heartbeats, that Danny counted because counting was the only thing keeping him from grabbing Lily and running. Then, the sound moved. Away, diminishing. The rotors fading into the distance, south, toward the valley, toward the camp, toward wherever Colonel Reeves waited with his plans and his soldiers and his absolute certainty that the world belonged to people who seized it. The helicopter was gone. Danny exhaled. Around him, 39 people exhaled. The collective breath was a wind in the room, a release of held terror that left them all lightheaded and trembling. "Stay down," Danny said. "Another 30 minutes. They might come back." They didn't come back. After an hour, Danny stood, went to the window, peeled back the covering and looked outside. The park was unchanged, trees, sky. The natural bridge visible from the lodge's east windows, pale stone against green forest. A cardinal, real, alive, red as blood, sat on a branch near the window and turned its head to look at Danny with one bright eye. "We're clear," Danny said. The room erupted. Not in celebration, in the specific release of people who've survived something they weren't sure they'd survive. Patricia was crying. James was holding his boys. Grace was rocking her daughter. Tyler was on his back, staring at the ceiling, his mouth open, breathing like he'd just sprinted a mile. Derek was counting pills. His hands were shaking badly. The anxiety medication was running low again, and the stress of the past hour had burned through whatever buffer the pills provided. He counted by touch, by rote, the way a man counts the rungs of a ladder in the dark. Helen was already at her notebook, writing, calculating, processing the helicopter's flight pattern, estimating its range, projecting its next visit. 3 days, she said to Danny. If the pattern holds, we have 3 days before the next flight. And then we do this again, unless something changes. What would change? Helen looked at him. Her glasses reflected the dim light of the covered room. Everything, she said, or nothing. Those are always the options. Something changed on the second day. Rosie came back from patrol at a run, not her usual lope. The efficient ground-covering stride of a scout, but a flat-out sprint. Her red hair flying, her face carrying an expression Danny had never seen on her. Hope. The camp's moving, she said, bent double, hands on her knees, gasping. Vanguard. They're packing up. Moving where? North, back toward Ohio. They've loaded the vehicles. The antenna's coming down. She straightened. Danny, they're leaving. Danny didn't trust it. Couldn't trust it. The lesson of Bowling Green, of New Antioch, of every sanctuary that had turned out to be a trap, was branded into his brain. Nothing good was free. Nothing safe was permanent. Every gift had a price. Why? He asked. I don't know. But they're doing it. Right now. He went to the ridge with Rosie and Earl's rifle. Through the scope, 8 miles away and below, the Vanguard camp was disassembling. Tents folded, vehicles loaded, the antenna lowered. Soldiers moving with the efficient coordination of a unit executing orders. Helen was beside him, binoculars to her eyes. Something happened, she said. They've been here for weeks. Settled in. You don't dismantle a forward observation post on a whim. Something recalled them. New Antioch, maybe? Or something at the main facility, or... She lowered the binoculars. Or they found what they were looking for somewhere else. More immune people? It's possible. If they located a larger population of immune survivors, a community, a settlement, that would be a higher priority than one 8-year-old girl. Danny watched the camp disappear. Vehicle by vehicle, tent by tent, the military presence that had haunted his nights for weeks was folding itself up and driving away. North. Away from Natural Bridge. Away from Lily. He should have felt relief. Instead, he felt the specific unease of a man who'd been watching a predator circle and had suddenly lost sight of it. Keep scouting, Danny told Rosie. 2 more days. I want to be sure they're gone, not repositioning. Copy. He went back to the lodge. Found Lily on the porch, reading Charlotte's Web for the 4th time. She looked up when he sat down. Are the bad people gone? Maybe. Maybe is better than no. Yeah, baby. Maybe is better than no. She went back to her book. Danny rocked in his chair and watched the valley and tried to feel the relief that should have come and found instead only the weight. The carrying weight of a man responsible for 39 lives, a pregnant woman, a dying old man, and a daughter who measured the world in maybes because certainty had been stolen from her. Vanguard didn't come back. A week passed, then 2. Rosie scouted daily, expanding her range, checking the valleys and ridges in every direction. The campsite was abandoned. Tire tracks, crushed grass, nothing else. The helicopter didn't return. The radio was silent. Tyler started broadcasting again. Carefully, Helen's rules, short bursts on rotating frequencies, never longer than 60 seconds. More people came. 43, 48, 52. The lodge filled. The cabins filled. The campground became a tent city, with cooking fires and latrines and the beginning of something that looked, if you squinted, like a town. Danny watched it happen with the amazement of a man who'd never built anything in his life. Not a career, not a marriage, not a shelf in his apartment, and was now, somehow, building a community. Helen organized it. Of course she did. Helen organized everything. The world reduced to columns and rows, needs versus resources, inputs versus outputs. She created a governing council. Danny, Terry, Helen, Rosie, and James, who'd proven himself steady and fair and smart. She established work rotations, guard schedules, supply chain protocols. She counted everything, measured everything, predicted everything, except the thing she couldn't predict. Earl died on a Tuesday. Not the dramatic death he'd wanted. Not holding a bridge against a horde. Not firing his rifle until the barrel melted. Not going down in a blaze that made his death mean something beyond the slow biological theft of cancer. He died in bed, in the lodge, at 3:47 a.m., the time that haunted Danny, the time that had marked Rome's death in the swamp, the time that seemed to be the universe's preferred hour for taking the people he loved. Danny was with him. He'd been with him for 3 nights, sleeping in a chair by Earl's bed, because Earl's breathing had changed, become shallow, irregular, the rhythm of a machine running out of fuel. And Danny knew. He'd watched his mother die of cancer. He recognized the sound. Earl woke at 3:30. His eyes were clear, clearer than they'd been in weeks, the deathbed clarity that the dying sometimes achieve. A final gift of lucidity before the light goes out. Danny, I'm here, the bird. Lily has it. She sleeps with it. Earl's mouth moved, the ghost of a smile. Good. Earl, don't. The old man's hand found Danny's. 3 fingers. The grip was nothing, a whisper of the iron it had been. But Danny held it the way you hold something made of glass, carefully, reverently, aware of its fragility and its worth. You did good, Earl said, and the holes, the defenses, the people. That was Helen. Helen planned. You decided. That's the difference. Earl's breathing hitched, caught, resumed. Tyler, he's ready. The generator, the vehicles. He'll keep them running. I know. And Danny, Earl's eyes found his. The pale blue was nearly white now, the color of snow, the color of absence. Don't freeze. I won't. I know. The smile again ghostly there and gone. I've known since the refinery. Earl's hand tightened on Danny's. One squeeze. The kind of squeeze that says everything. Every lesson, every shared silence on the porch, every grunt of approval. Every time Earl handed Danny a tool and watched him learn to use it. Then, the hand relaxed. The eyes didn't close. They just stopped seeing. The breathing stopped with a small sound, like a sigh, like a man setting down something heavy he'd been carrying for a very long time. Danny sat in the chair and held Earl's hand and didn't move. He sat there for an hour, until the hand was cold, until the sky outside the window began to lighten, the stars giving way to the gray pre-dawn that Earl had always liked best. The hour of getting things done, he'd called it, before the world wakes up and starts making noise. Terry found him. She came in, saw, and went still. Her hand found the doorframe and gripped it, and Danny saw the tremor go through her. Not grief, not yet, but the recognition of it. The moment before the wave hits, when you see it coming and know you can't outrun it. Oh, Terry said, a single syllable that contained everything. Danny stood, his legs were stiff, his back aching from the chair, his hand cramped from holding Earl's. He looked at the old man, wiry, small, still wearing his mesh cap, his toolbox on the floor beside the bed where he'd insisted it stay. He went easy, Danny said. Good. Terry's voice was thick. Good. He deserved easy. They told the others at breakfast. Terry made the announcement because Danny couldn't speak. His throat had closed during the night and hadn't reopened, his body holding the grief the way a dam holds water. Silently, enormously, with the constant awareness that the structure might not hold. The community grieved. Not everyone had known Earl well. The newcomers knew him as the old man on the porch, the one with the cap and the missing fingers who whittled and said little. But everyone understood what he'd been. The mechanic, the teacher, the man who kept things running. The pillar that nobody noticed until it was gone. Tyler cried. Openly, messily, the way teenagers cry, without the social awareness that makes adults hide their grief. He sat on the maintenance building floor with Earl's toolbox in his lap and cried until Rosie sat beside him and put her hand on his shoulder and said nothing, because some griefs were too large for words. Lily brought the cardinal. She placed it on Earl's chest carefully, the way you place something sacred on an altar. For Sarah, she said, so he can give it to her. Danny picked up his daughter and held her and felt the dam crack and the water come through. Not a flood, not a collapse, but a slow seep. Tears that ran down his face and into Lily's hair, while she held him and said nothing. They buried Earl on the ridge above the lodge, in a spot he'd liked, a clearing with a view of the valley, a place where cardinals came in the morning. Danny dug the grave himself. It was the last hole he wanted to dig, and the most important. David would have said something. David with his collar and his faith and his deep voice that could fill a valley the way water fills a cup. But David was dead, and there was no pastor, and the words fell to Danny. He stood at the grave with 52 people behind him and a shovel in his hand, and the Kentucky sky enormous above, and said the only thing he could think of: Earl Whitmore was the best man I ever knew. He taught me to shoot. He taught me to fix things. He taught me that action matters more than intention. Danny's voice broke. He let it break. Let the 52 people see the crack, because hiding grief was another kind of freezing, another door he wouldn't open. He had a daughter named Sarah. She died when she was 11. He carried that for 45 years. And he carried us, all of us, from Toledo to here. He carried tools and rifles and other people's burdens, and he never asked anyone to carry his. Danny looked at the grave. The dirt was dark, rich, alive with the organisms that would do what organisms do: transform, recycle, return. He told me once that the question was never whether you knew how. The question was whether you were going. Danny's throat was raw. His eyes were burning. The sun was hot. The cardinal was singing somewhere in the trees. One note, pure and red. The bird that Sarah had loved. Earl was going, his whole life. And he got to where he needed to be. He picked up the shovel, filled the grave. Each scoop of dirt was a word he couldn't say. Thank you, I'm sorry, I'll miss you, I'll try. I'll carry the toolbox and the lessons and the memory of a three-fingered hand holding a wrench with the precision of a man who understood that broken things could be fixed. When the grave was full, Lily placed a stone on top. A flat stone, river smoothed, that she'd carried from the Ohio River crossing. She'd kept it in her backpack. Danny hadn't known. And she placed it with the solemnity of a child who understood in the way that children understand, that some things were forever. Bye, Earl, she said. The cardinal sang. The community went back to work. Danny stood at the grave for a long time. Then he picked up Earl's toolbox and carried it to the maintenance building and set it on the workbench where Earl had sat on the overturned bucket and told Danny he was dying. He opened the toolbox. Inside, on top of the wrenches and screwdrivers, a piece of paper. Earl's handwriting, cramped, small, the writing of a man who communicated through actions, not words. Danny, don't carry the wrong things. Carry the toolbox. Carry the girl. Leave the rest. Danny folded the note, put it in his pocket. Then he picked up a wrench and went to check the generator, because the generator needed checking, and Earl wasn't here to do it. And the community needed power, and the world wasn't going to fix itself. He worked until dark, until his hands were black with grease, and his back ached, and his mind had quieted from the screaming grief to the dull ache of a wound that would heal, but never disappear. He worked because Earl had taught him that work was the answer. Not the cure, the answer. The thing you did when the world was too much, and the feelings were too large, and the only alternative was freezing. Danny didn't freeze. He worked. September came to Kentucky the way it comes to the whole of the eastern United States, gradually, then all at once. The days shortened, the nights cooled. The forest began its annual performance. The maples turning first, splashes of red among the green, then the oaks in amber and bronze, then the whole canopy ablaze with the specific beauty of things dying in color. Danny sat on the porch and watched the change. Lily was beside him, Charlotte's Web in her lap. She'd finished it 5 times now and had moved on to the animal talking book, but she kept Charlotte's Web close, the way you keep a friend close even when you're spending time with others. The community had 57 people now. Helen's governance system was working. The council met weekly, disputes were resolved, resources were managed. Terry's kitchen fed everyone twice daily, and the meals were getting better as the garden, planted in the first week, tended by a crew of volunteers who'd never gardened before, began producing tomatoes, beans, squash. Madison's belly was round and obvious and beautiful, and Dr. Kim had a birthing plan that she'd written on 6 pages of Helen's notebook paper. And Derek had assembled a medical kit that included everything a pharmacy technician and a veterinarian could improvise from salvaged supplies and pure determination. Tyler's radio brought news, fragments of a world that was broken but not dead. Communities in Tennessee, Virginia, West Virginia. A coalition forming in the Appalachian region, connecting settlements by radio, sharing resources and information. Tyler was becoming the node in a network, the connection point between isolated groups, the voice that said, "You're not alone." Rosie was Rosie, fierce, sharp, the scout who kept them safe, who knew the forest the way Earl had known engines. She'd taken on 3 new scouts, volunteers from the newcomers, and trained them with the impatient efficiency of a woman who'd learned to survive in the hardest school available and had no patience for students who didn't pay attention. And Danny was Danny. Not the Danny from Toledo. That man was gone, buried under the miles and the losses and the doors. This Danny sat on porches and made decisions and held his daughter and grieved the dead and planned the living and carried the toolbox and the note and the weight of 57 lives on shoulders that had once been too weak to carry his own. He was enough. Not perfect. Not heroic. Not the man that movies would make him if movies still existed. But enough. A man who'd been afraid and had chosen to act anyway, again and again, until the choosing became who he was rather than what he did. "Daddy?" Lily said. Yeah? Are we safe now?" Danny looked at the valley. The leaves were turning. The natural bridge stood against the sky, ancient and patient. The stone that had outlasted everything and would outlast them too. Below, the community was working. Voices carrying up from the garden, the kitchen, the maintenance building where Tyler was checking the generator with Earl's tools and Earl's lessons, and the steady hands of a 17-year-old who'd found his purpose. "We're safer than we were," Danny said. "Is that the same as safe?" "No, but it's closer." Lily considered this. She had Amanda's way of thinking. She had Danny's stubbornness. She had something that was neither, something that was entirely hers, born in the fire of 6 weeks of loss and captivity, forged by the belief that her father was coming and the courage to hold that belief when everything said otherwise. "Okay," she said, "closer is good." She went back to her book. Danny rocked in his chair. The cardinal sang. The evening came. Gold, then copper, then the deep purple of an Appalachian twilight that was so beautiful it hurt. The kind of beauty that persisted despite everything. The sunset that didn't care about the apocalypse. Danny rocked. And somewhere north, beyond the river, beyond the hills, beyond the 150 miles of dead and dying Ohio, Colonel Allen Reeves was regrouping, recalculating, redeploying. The threat wasn't over. But tonight, on this porch, with his daughter beside him and his people around him and the leaves turning and the cardinal singing and the sky doing what it did every evening regardless of what the humans were doing below it. Tonight, Danny chose not to carry the fear. Tonight, he carried only what mattered. The toolbox, the girl. Everything else could wait until morning. Part 5. The Bridge and the Fire. The radio changed everything on a Monday in mid-September. Tyler was on the roof, his usual perch, headphones on, scanning the frequencies that had become his native language. The crackle and hiss and occasional human voice that constituted the world's new nervous system. Danny was below, in the dining hall, reviewing supply projections with Helen, when Tyler's feet hit the ladder rungs, fast enough to rattle the building. "Danny!" Tyler was in the doorway, headphones around his neck, his face carrying the specific expression that Danny had learned meant Tyler has heard something important. Live transmission, military frequency. It's Reeves. Danny was on his feet before Tyler finished the sentence. They gathered in the communications corner. Danny, Helen, Rosie, Terry. Tyler played the recording. The voice was the same. Calm, precise, military. Colonel Allen Reeves speaking to his units. "All teams, this is actual. Operation Shepherd is moving to Phase 3. Forward elements converge on primary target. Timeline: 72 hours. Air support confirmed. Ground elements will establish perimeter at 0600 on day of action. Rules of engagement: non-lethal preferred for immune assets. All others at discretion. I repeat, all others at discretion. Actual out. The recording ended. The dining hall was silent. Primary target, Helen said. Her voice was even. Her pen was not. It shook in her hand, a tremor so fine that only Danny, standing beside her, could see it. That could be anything. It's us, Danny said. We don't... Helen, it's us. They left because they were regrouping. Now they're coming back. Helen opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. The accountant's need for certainty, warring with the survivor's need for action. The two imperatives that had defined her since the world ended. 72 hours, she said. 3 days. Can we evacuate 57 people in 3 days? We have to. Where? Danny looked at the map. Helen's map, covered in notes and routes and calculations. The map that had guided them from Toledo to here, that had been redrawn and revised and annotated until it was less a document and more a palimpsest. Layer upon layer of decisions, each one leading to the next, the cartography of survival. South, Danny said, deeper into the forest. The Appalachian communities Tyler's been contacting. They've offered alliance. We go to them. That's 40 miles through mountain terrain, with children, with a pregnant woman who's 7 months along. Madison's tough. Madison's 7 months pregnant. There's a limit to what tough covers. Then we find vehicles. We take the road as far as we can, then we walk. Helen was writing. Fast, her pen moving in the shorthand she'd developed over weeks of crisis planning. Symbols and abbreviations that only she could read. The personal language of a mind that processed fear by converting it to data. We need a rear guard, she said. If Reeves is bringing ground and air, he'll move fast. Someone needs to slow them down. Danny knew what she was saying. A rear guard wasn't a defensive position, it was a sacrifice. The people who stayed behind would face Vanguard's full force while the community fled. I'll do it, Danny said. No. Terry, from the kitchen doorway, where she'd been listening. You will not. Terry, you have a daughter who needs her father alive. You are not staying behind. Terry's voice was iron. Not angry, absolute. The voice of a woman who'd lost her husband to a locked basement, and her friend to a Colt's bullet, and her mentor to cancer, and was not going to lose another person to heroism. Someone has to, Danny said. Then, someone who doesn't have an 8-year-old girl will? Terry crossed her arms. I'll do it. You're not. I'm 52 years old. I've fed this community since Toledo. I've buried more people than I've saved, and I am not... Her voice cracked. She rebuilt it. I am not going to watch you die in front of that child. Not after everything she's been through. Terry, you can't... I can cook. I can't shoot. I can't run. I slow everyone down. The truth of it was in her face. The honest assessment of a woman who knew her strengths and her limitations, and was making the calculation that Helen made with numbers, but Terry made with love. I stay. I give you time. And you take that girl south, and you never look back. No. The word came from the doorway. Not Terry's doorway, the front entrance, Andrea. She'd been outside, walking. She walked every morning now, rebuilding the body that New Antioch had broken. She stood in the entrance, thinner than before but straighter, her short hair catching the morning light. Neither of you stays, Andrea said. I do. The room shifted. Andrea walked to the table, looked at the map, at the people, at Danny. I've been carrying something since before the outbreak, Andrea said. You all know what it is. I knew about Vanguard. I knew about the contamination. I knew, and I said nothing, because I was comfortable, and saying something would have made me uncomfortable. She paused. Every person who died, every person in this room who lost someone, that's on me. Not all of it, but some of it. Enough. Andrea, let me finish. Her voice was the voice Danny had heard in the farmhouse. Controlled, calculated, but with something new underneath. Not fear, resolution. The specific resolution of a person who has found the thing they're willing to die for and is, for the first time, at peace with the finding. I know Vanguard. I know how they think, how they move, how they communicate. I can slow them down better than anyone here because I know their protocols. I know their frequencies. I know. She stopped. Something moved in her face. I knew Richard Elliston. Before. He was Reeves's boss, the executive who covered up the contamination. I know things about Vanguard's operations that Reeves doesn't know I know. What things? The kind that can stop a military column. If I'm in the right place at the right time. Andrea looked at Danny. Her eyes were clear. The clearest he'd ever seen them. The calculation and the control and the careful maintenance of image. All of it stripped away, leaving something underneath that was simple and honest and final. Danny, you saved a community. You found your daughter. You built something real. Let me do one real thing. She almost smiled. Let me be useful. Danny stared at her. The woman who'd lied, who'd hidden, who'd manipulated and calculated and survived by ensuring that she was never the one who paid the price. That woman was standing in front of him, offering to pay the ultimate price. And the offer was genuine. Danny could read people now, the way he'd learned to read terrain and weather and the specific quality of silence that meant danger. And Andrea was telling the truth. You'll die, Danny said, probably. Andrea, Danny, she held up her hand. I've been dying since the outbreak. The person I was before, the woman who knew and said nothing, she died when the world ended. What's left is someone who wants to do one thing that matters. Let me. The dining hall was silent. 57 people breathing. The weight of the decision, not Danny's alone, but his to voice, because the room looked to him and would look to him until the day they stopped looking. Okay, Danny said. Andrea nodded. No drama, no tears. She turned to Helen. I'll need maps, frequencies, and whatever explosives Tyler's scouts have found. Explosives? Tyler said. There's a mining supply depot 12 miles south. Rosie found it on her last long patrol. Andrea looked at Rosie. You reported dynamite. Rosie's eyes narrowed. Old dynamite. Unstable. Unstable is fine. I don't need precision. I need noise. Helen was already writing. The plan, Plan C, the plan that none of them had wanted to make, taking shape under her pen with the terrible efficiency of a woman who'd been planning for this since the first day. Danny watched it happen. The room mobilized. Tyler went to the radio to coordinate with the Appalachian communities. Rosie went to prepare evacuation routes. Terry went to the kitchen to cook. The last meal, Danny realized. The last meal in this place that had become home. He went to the porch, sat in the rocking chair. Lily was in the yard, playing with Grace's children. A game they'd invented that involved running between trees and touching them in sequence. A game that was pure childhood, unmarked by the world's collapse, the resilience of play asserting itself against everything. Danny watched her run. She was faster now, stronger. 3 months of food and safety, and the gradual healing that children do. The way bones knit and skin closes and the psyche, given time, finds its equilibrium. She wasn't the hollow-eyed girl he'd carried out of New Antioch. She was becoming herself again, or becoming a new self, one that contained the old Lily and the survivor Lily and the eventual adult Lily, all of them coexisting in a body that was growing new teeth and running between trees and learning to laugh again. The laugh had come back. Not all at once, in pieces, the way everything came back after trauma. A giggle one morning when Tyler tripped over his own radio cable. A snort one evening when Terry burned the rice and said a word that Lily had never heard from an adult and immediately demanded the definition of. And then, finally, 2 days ago, a real laugh, full and free and ringing across the yard, when one of Grace's boys told a knock-knock joke that was so bad it circled back to funny. Danny had been on the porch when he heard it. He'd stopped rocking, listened. The sound was so familiar and so strange. The sound of his daughter's laughter, which he'd heard 1,000 times before the world ended and not once since. That his body didn't know whether to cry or celebrate. So it did both, tears running down his smiling face. Now he watched her run and thought about the 72 hours and the convoy and the helicopter and the man who was coming to take her because her blood was different, and different blood in this world was more valuable than the girl it flowed through. Not her, Danny said, to nobody, to the sky, to whatever was listening. Not her. The sky didn't answer. It never did. But the cardinal sang, the one that lived in the tree by the porch, the one Lily called Earl's bird. And its song was one note, pure and red, and Danny chose to believe it was an answer. The evacuation began at dawn on day 2. Not a panicked flight. Helen wouldn't allow panic, not in anything she organized. It was a planned withdrawal, executed with the precision of a woman who'd spent her career managing budgets and had transferred that skill to managing the end of the world. Group 1, families with young children. 12 adults, 8 children. They left first in 2 vehicles, heading south on the Park Road toward the Appalachian communities that Tyler had contacted. They carried food for a week, water for 3 days, and the radio frequency that would connect them to Tyler once they reached their destination. Grace and her children were in this group. She held Danny's hand before she left. "Thank you," she said, "for the radio, for the voice that brought us here. Thank Tyler. I'm thanking you for having the courage to take us in when taking us in made you a bigger target." She squeezed his hand. "Find us. When this is over, find us." "I will." Group 2, the elderly, the injured, those who couldn't fight or run. 8 people, including the 2 sisters from Lexington, who'd survived the Depression and the pandemic and the apocalypse, and were not, they declared, going to be stopped by a man in a uniform. "We've seen worse," the elder sister said. She was 83. She carried a rolling pin in her bag. Not much worse, but worse. Group 3, Madison, Derek, Dr. Kim, the medical team, the pregnant woman, and the supplies they'd need when the baby came. This group was the one Danny worried about most. Madison was 7 months along, her belly enormous, her feet swollen, her energy limited to bursts that left her gasping. But she walked to the vehicle with her hand on her belly and her chin up and her expression daring anyone to suggest she couldn't do this. "Madison," Danny said. She looked at him. "Be safe. Be brave." She got in the vehicle. Derek was beside her, his medical bag on his lap, his hands steady for once. The crisis had overwhelmed his anxiety, the way a river in flood overwhelms its banks. And what was left was pure function, pure purpose. "Danny," Derek said through the window, "Augmentin is for broad-spectrum bacterial infections. Dosage is 500 milligrams every 12 hours. If Madison develops a fever during labor..." "Derek, right, okay." He adjusted his glasses. "I'm scared. I know. I'm always scared. I know that too. But I'm going." Derek's mouth firmed. The pharmacist who'd been scared of everything since the day Danny met him, whose hands shook and whose mouth ran and whose anxiety had been a constant companion, that man looked at Danny with something that wasn't courage exactly, but was adjacent to it. The decision to be scared and to go anyway. Earl's definition of bravery, lived out in a pharmacy coat that Derek had finally abandoned, but whose ghost he still wore. "You're going to be okay," Danny said. "You don't know that." "No, but I'm saying it anyway." Derek almost smiled. The vehicle pulled away. Group 4, the remainder. 23 people, including Danny, Lily, Terry, Rosie, Tyler, Helen, and Andrea. This group was the last to leave. They would stay until the final moment, maintaining the appearance of occupation to slow Vanguard's advance. Andrea would stay longer. The last night at Natural Bridge was quiet. Not by design, by exhaustion. The evacuation had consumed every joule of energy the community possessed, and what remained was a silence that was less peace than depletion. 23 people in a lodge that had held 57, the empty rooms echoing with the absence of the people who'd filled them. Danny sat on the porch. Lily was asleep inside, the room with the big window, which she refused to give up even now, even knowing they'd leave in the morning. The cardinal carved by Earl was on her nightstand. The photograph was under her pillow. Charlotte's Web was on the bed, open to the page where the baby spiders float away on their silk threads. going out into the world to find their own places. Terry brought him coffee, not real coffee, a brew she'd concocted from roasted chicory root and dried acorns that tasted terrible and wonderful simultaneously. The taste of a woman who refused to let the apocalypse deprive people of the ritual of a warm cup in the evening. "Thank you," Danny said. "For the coffee?" "For everything." Terry sat in the rocking chair next to his. She rocked. The chairs creaked. The sound was domestic, ancient, the sound of porches across America on summer evenings since porches were invented. "I need to tell you something," Terry said. "Okay. Marcus is dead." She said it simply, the way you say something that's been true for so long that the truth has become furniture, present, familiar, unremarked upon. "I know that. I've known it since I locked that basement door." He turned. "Down there in the dark. And he's still down there, or he broke out, or..." She stopped. "It doesn't matter. He's dead. My husband is dead." Danny waited. "I've been carrying that the way you carried Mrs. Ferris, the way Earl carried Sarah, the thing we didn't do, the door we didn't open." Terry's rocking slowed. "Earl said we all have basements, places where we lock the things we can't deal with. He said the difference between surviving and living is going down there eventually." "Yeah, he did." Terry looked at the stars. The Milky Way was there, always there. The one thing the apocalypse couldn't touch. The light of dead suns traveling unimaginable distances to land on the eyes of living people who might not be alive tomorrow. "I'm going down there," Terry said. "Not now, not today, but someday, when we stop running, when there's time. I'm going to go back to Toledo, and I'm going to open that basement door, and I'm going to see what's down there, and then I'm going to close it, for good." Danny reached across the space between the rocking chairs and took her hand. "I'll go with you," he said. "You don't have to..." "I know. I'll go with you anyway." Terry squeezed his hand. Her grip was strong, always strong. The hands of a woman who'd lifted industrial kitchen equipment and kneaded bread and held dying people and never once complained about the weight. "You're a good man, Danny Kowalczyk." "I'm trying to be. That's what a good man is, someone trying." They rocked. The stars turned. The coffee cooled in their cups. The night sounds of the forest, the crickets, the frogs, the owl that lived in the barn, filled the silence the way water fills a container, completely, naturally, as if silence were just another word for the sounds that nature makes when humans stop talking. At midnight, Andrea appeared on the porch. She'd been in the communications room with Tyler, reviewing frequencies, memorizing the codes and protocols she'd learned from Richard Elliston's pillow talk. Information that had been poison in the old world and was now weaponry. "I'm ready," she said. Danny stood, looked at her. In the moonlight, Andrea looked different. Younger, maybe, or older. The distinction between the two seemed irrelevant. She looked real. That was the difference. The layers of performance and protection and calculation that had defined her were gone, stripped away by the decision she'd made. And what was left was a woman who was going to die and had made peace with the going. "The mining depot," Andrea said. Rosie confirmed the dynamite. "I'll go tonight. Set the charges on the approach road, the bottleneck 3 miles north. When Reeves's convoy hits it, the road goes. They'll have to go through the forest on foot. That buys you hours. And then I use the radio. Reeves's frequencies. I give him something he wants more than Lily." "What's that?" "Me." Andrea's smile was thin, sharp. The smile of a woman who'd spent her life reading people and was about to be read for the last time. "I'm the only person alive who can identify the Vanguard board members by voice. I know their names, I know their faces, I know where they lived, where they hid, where they planned to go when everything fell apart. Reeves has been looking for them. They abandoned him, left him to clean up their mess. He wants them, I can give him that." "You'd trade Vanguard's board for our escape?" "I'd trade everything for one real thing." She looked at him. "Danny, when I said I wanted to do one thing that mattered, this is it. Not the dynamite, not the radio. This, telling you that I'm sorry for knowing and not speaking, for being comfortable while the world burned." For every death that my silence helped cause. Danny looked at her. The woman who'd lied, who'd hidden, who'd survived by never being the one who paid. I forgive you, he said. Andrea's face changed. Not dramatically, a shift, a softening. The way rock changes when water finally finds the fissure and enters. Her eyes were bright. Not tears, something else. The light that comes when a weight is lifted that you've been carrying so long you'd forgotten you were carrying it. Thank you, she said. Don't die. I'll try not to, but if I do, she paused. Tell people the truth. About Vanguard, about the board, about the vote. 7-3. The 3 who voted to disclose were fired. The 7 who voted for cover-up are the reason you lost your neighbor and your wife and your pastor and your friend. People should know. I'll tell them. Andrea nodded, turned, walked off the porch, into the darkness, toward the road that led north. Danny watched her go. She didn't look back. The darkness swallowed her the way it swallowed everything, completely, impartially, without preference for the good or the bad. Danny went inside, found Lily's room, stood in the doorway and listened to her breathe. Tomorrow they would run again. Tomorrow they would leave another place that had become home. Tomorrow they would walk into the forest with everything they could carry and nothing they couldn't. But tonight, his daughter was breathing, and the cardinal was on the nightstand, and Charlotte's web was on the bed, and the stars were overhead, and Terry was on the porch, and somewhere in the dark, a woman who'd carried guilt like a second skin was finally setting it down. Tonight was enough. Danny closed his eyes. They left at dawn. The morning was cool. The first truly cool morning of the season. A reminder that summer was ending and fall was arriving. And time, which had seemed to stop on day one, was moving again with the relentless progression of a planet that didn't care about the species clinging to its surface. Danny drove the truck. Lily was beside him, her backpack on her lap, the cardinal in her pocket, the photograph in her hand. She held the photograph when she was scared. Danny had learned this the way he'd learned everything about his daughter, through observation and the patient accumulation of data that was less science and more love. Where are we going? Lily asked. South, to the mountains. There are people there who want to help us. More people like us? Yeah, more people like us. Will there be kids? I think so. Lily considered this. Okay. She looked out the window. The forest was sliding past, the autumn colors catching the early light. Daddy? Yeah? I want to go to school. The sentence was so normal, so absurdly, beautifully, heartbreakingly normal. A child asking to go to school, the complaint and aspiration of every 8-year-old in history, that Danny's hands tightened on the wheel and his vision blurred and he had to blink fast to clear it. We'll find a school, he said, or we'll make one. With books? With books. And a teacher? We'll find a teacher. Can Tyler be the teacher? He knows about radios and stuff. Danny smiled. The smile was real. Not forced, not brave, not the performing kind. Real, the kind that starts in the chest and reaches the face last. Yeah, he said, and Tyler can be the teacher. They drove. Behind them, the lodge grew small in the mirror. A building that had been their home for 3 months, that had sheltered them and fed them and given them the space to become something more than survivors. It was just a building. Stone and timber and glass. But it was also the place where Earl had died, and Lily had laughed, and Tyler had broadcast, and Terry had cooked, and Helen had planned, and the community had become a community. Danny didn't look back. He'd learned that from Earl. You don't look back. You carry the toolbox, and you carry the girl, and you leave the rest. The road went south. The explosion came at 10:17 a.m. They heard it from 12 miles away, a deep, rolling boom that echoed off the ridges and sent birds erupting from the trees in clouds of panicked feathers. The sound arrived from the north, from the direction of the approach road, from the bottleneck that Andrea had mined. Danny stopped the truck, listened. A second explosion. Smaller. Then a third. She did it, Rosie said from the back. She was standing in the truck bed, her face turned north. her expression fierce and sad and proud. She blew the road. Danny listened for more. The explosions faded. What followed was silence. Not the silence of nothing happening, but the silence of aftermath. The pause between the action and the reaction. "They'll go through the forest now," Helen said. She was in the cab, her notebook open, her pen tracking the time. On foot, that's slower. 3 miles through forest terrain, that's 2 hours minimum for a military unit in formation. And the helicopter? If it's on station, it could spot us from the air regardless of the road. Then we move faster. They moved faster. The road climbed into the mountains. Real mountains now. Not the hills of the bluegrass region, but the ridges of the Cumberland Plateau, where the terrain was steep and the forest was old, and the rock formations jutted from the hillsides like the bones of a creature so large that the earth itself was its body. Tyler's radio crackled. A voice, not Vanguard's frequency, not Tyler's, a new voice, female, steady. Natural Bridge Group? This is Appalachian Coalition Waypoint 7. We have your advance parties. They're safe. Repeat, your people are safe. We're tracking your position. Continue south on Route 77. We have guides waiting at the junction of 77 and 715. Follow the guides. They'll bring you in. Tyler looked at Danny. His eyes were bright. They made it, Tyler said. The families. Madison, Derek. They're safe. Danny exhaled. A breath he'd been holding for days, maybe weeks, released itself from his lungs with a force that left him lightheaded. Keep driving, he said. They drove. The road narrowed, the forest pressing close. Danny could see the junction ahead, a crossroads where 2 mountain roads met at an angle, surrounded by trees that were turning gold and red, and the particular burnt orange that signified October approaching. 2 figures stood at the junction. Not Vanguard, civilians, dressed in outdoor gear, carrying hunting rifles. They waved as Danny's truck approached. "Coalition?" Danny asked through the window. "Waypoint 7. You, Danny?" "Yeah. We've been waiting for you. Follow us." The guide pointed south, down a road that was more trail than road. 20 minutes to the settlement. Your people are there. The pregnant lady's asking for you. Is she okay? She's fine. Bossy, though. Told our midwife how to do her job. Danny almost laughed. Almost. They followed the guides. The road, the trail, the path, the scar through the forest that someone had cleared with chainsaws and determination, wound through the mountains for 20 minutes before opening into a valley that Danny hadn't expected. A settlement. Real. Established. Not a lodge, claimed from a state park, or a campus fortified against the dead, but a community built from the ground up. Log structures, a water system, gardens, livestock. Smoke from cooking fires. Children playing, adults working. The sound of a hammer on wood. And people. Hundreds of people. Tyler's broadcasts had reached further than they'd known. The Appalachian Coalition wasn't a handful of settlements. It was a network. Dozens of communities, connected by radio and shared purpose, stretching across the mountains from Virginia to Tennessee. Danny stopped the truck, got out, stood in the valley, and looked at what humans had built while the world ended. "Daddy," Lily said, tugging his hand. "Look." He looked. She was pointing at the settlement's central structure, a long building, log-walled, with a sign painted above the door in colors that were still bright. School. Danny's eyes burned. "Can I go?" Lily asked. "Yeah, baby, you can go." She ran. Danny watched her run. Through the settlement, past the cooking fires in the gardens, toward the building with the sign. She was fast. She'd always been fast. But now she was fast and strong and alive, and the gap in her teeth was closing because the new ones were finally growing in. Terry appeared beside him. "We made it," she said. "We made it." "What about Andrea?" Danny looked north. The mountains were between them and everything they'd left. The lodge, the road, the bottleneck, the woman who'd stayed behind. "I don't know," he said. "Will she—" "I don't know." Terry nodded, put her arm around his shoulders. They stood in the valley and watched Lily reach the school and put her hand on the door and push it open and walk inside. A door opening. A child walking through it. Danny's chest cracked. Not with grief, with something too large for the word, too complex, too human. Joy and sorrow and relief and loss, all of them tangled together like roots under a tree, inseparable, feeding the same growth. Terry, Danny said, "Yeah, baby? I think I'm going to be okay." Terry squeezed his shoulders. "I know you are," she said. Andrea's last transmission came that evening. Tyler was on his radio, always on his radio. The boy had become the ears of the community, the listener who translated static into survival. When the signal cut through. "Danny!" Andrea's voice. Thin, distant, but steady. "Danny! If you can hear this!" Tyler scrambled, boosted the signal, patched it through the settlement's speakers. "I'm here," Danny said into the microphone. "Andrea, I'm here." The road worked. The convoy hit the charges. 3 vehicles disabled. They're on foot now in the forest. A pause, static. "I'm on Reeves's frequency. I've been talking to him, telling him about the board, names, locations. He's listening. Andrea. He's pulled his people back. Toward the Vanguard facility. He wants what I'm giving him more than he wants Lily." Another pause. Longer. The static thickened. "Danny. He knows about New Antioch. About what Brooks did. About the children. What about them? Eugene got them out. The children. He used the chaos. The Vanguard takeover. The shepherds fighting back. He got 19 children out through the culvert. Your culvert, Danny. The one Rosie kicked open." Danny gripped the microphone. His knuckles were white. "They're heading south. Eugene is leading them. He's..." Static. Lost signal. Recovered. "Heading for the coalition. Tyler's broadcasts. He heard them. He's bringing 19 children to you." "Andrea, where are you?" "I'm at the mining depot. The one with the dynamite." Her voice changed. Not scared. Settled. The voice of a woman who'd found her place and was standing in it. "Reeves is coming for me. He wants the board members, and he wants them in person. I'm the only one who can deliver. You're going to him. I'm going to give him what he wants. And while he's looking at me, he won't be looking at you." A breath. "Danny. Yeah. Tell people. About the vote. 7-3. Tell them the world ended because 7 people decided their quarterly targets mattered more than human lives. Tell them the 3 who voted to disclose were named..." Static. "Martinez, Dr. Sarah Chen, and Thomas Blackwell. They tried to do the right thing. They were fired for it. Someone should remember their names." Danny was gripping the microphone so hard his hand ached. "Martinez, Chen, Blackwell," he repeated. "Yes." Andrea's voice was fading, the signal weakening. "And Danny? Would it have brought anyone back?" "What?" "What I knew. If I'd said something sooner. Would it have brought anyone back?" Danny thought about the question. The question Andrea had asked him in Ohio, on the road, when she'd first confessed. Would it have brought anyone back? The answer was no. The information was historical. A cause, not a cure. Knowing why the world ended didn't unend it. Knowing who was responsible didn't resurrect the dead. But the question wasn't really about the dead. It was about Andrea. About whether her guilt had a purpose. Whether her silence had a cost beyond the obvious. Whether the woman she'd been before the outbreak, the comfortable, complicit, deliberately ignorant woman, was redeemable. "No," Danny said. "It wouldn't have brought anyone back. But it might save someone going forward. If people know the truth, they can make sure it doesn't happen again." Silence. Static. "That's enough," Andrea said. Her voice was barely there, a whisper in the noise. A human signal struggling against the entropy that consumed all signals eventually. "That's enough for me." The transmission ended. Danny held the microphone. Tyler stood beside him, headphones on, hands on the dials, searching for the frequency. "She's gone," Tyler said. "Keep listening." "Danny, keep listening." Tyler kept listening for hours, through the night, into the morning. The frequency was silent, Andrea Sullivan, real estate agent, liar, survivor, and the woman who'd traded her life for the truth about the end of the world, was gone. Danny went outside. The settlement was quiet. The hour between midnight and dawn, the hour Earl had called the hour of getting things done. The sky was clear, the stars enormous, the mountains rising around the valley like walls that had been built by something older and more patient than any human hand. He sat on the ground. Not a porch. There was no porch here, not yet. Just the ground, the dirt, the earth that held everything and returned everything and didn't judge anything. He thought about Andrea, about the choice she'd made, about the information she'd carried and the guilt she'd borne and the way she'd finally set it down. Not through confession, not through forgiveness, but through action. The only currency that mattered at the end of the world. He thought about Rome, about David, about Earl, about Helen, who was inside, already planning the settlement's integration. About Derek, who was in the medical tent, organizing supplies with the focused joy of a man in his element. About Terry, who was in the kitchen. Of course, she was in the kitchen. She'd found it within 10 minutes of arrival and had begun transforming it. He thought about Mrs. Ferris, Agnes Ferris, 73 years old, his neighbor for 11 years, dead because he'd frozen at a door. He thought about every door since, and he realized, sitting on the ground in the dark, in the mountains, with his daughter asleep in a school building that had books and a teacher and the word school painted above the entrance, that the doors were finished. Not because there were no more doors. There would always be more doors, more decisions, more moments where fear said stop and survival said go, and the space between the two was the space where a person was defined. But the freezing was finished. The man who stood at doorknobs had become the man who opened them, and the transformation was not a moment, not a single dramatic breakthrough, but an accumulation. 150 miles of accumulation. Every step, every choice, every person who taught him or saved him or died beside him, building the architecture of a man who could act. Danny stood, went inside, found Lily's room, a cot in the school building surrounded by other children. The first night in months, she'd slept in a room full of people her own age. She was sleeping, the photograph under her pillow, the cardinal in her hand. Danny knelt beside her, brushed the hair from her face, the dark curls that were Amanda's and the green eyes, closed now but he knew, that were his and the gap-toothed smile that was entirely Lily's own. "I'm here," he whispered. She stirred, didn't wake. "I'm here and I'm not going anywhere." He stood, went to his own cot, lay down, closed his eyes. Sleep came easily. For the first time since the screaming started in Eastgate apartments at 4:17 a.m., on a morning that was a lifetime ago, Danny Kowalczyk fell asleep without fear. Not without grief. Not without memory. Not without the weight of the carried things, the toolbox, the note, the names of the dead, but without fear. The morning would come. It always did. And Danny would be ready for it. Part 6. Until the river. The settlement didn't have a name when Danny arrived. By the end of the first week, people were calling it Bridge. Not because of the natural stone arch they'd left behind in Kentucky. Nobody mentioned Natural Bridge, the way people don't mention a house they've lost to fire. The name came from Tyler, who'd been broadcasting to other communities and needed a call sign, and who chose the word because Pastor David had said it once on a rooftop in Toledo, watching the city burn. "We are not the last. We are the bridge," Tyler remembered. Tyler remembered everything people said, the way he remembered radio frequencies and the particular static pattern that meant a signal was human versus atmospheric. He carried the words of the dead the way Lily carried the photograph and the cardinal, as talismans, as proof, as the thread connecting what was to what would be. Bridge, the settlement in the Appalachian Valley, surrounded by mountains and forest and the accumulated silence of a world that was learning to be quiet. Danny stood at the settlement's edge on a morning in late September and watched the fog lift from the valley floor. It rose in layers, white, then silver, then translucent, revealing the community beneath like a photograph developing in solution. First, the rooftops, then the paths, then the gardens, where the fall harvest was coming in. Squash and potatoes and the last tomatoes, green on the vine, which Terry insisted on pickling because green tomato pickles are a human right, Danny. I don't care if civilization ended. The community had grown. Not just Danny's people. Bridge was an amalgamation, a fusion of groups that had found each other through Tyler's broadcasts and the Appalachian Coalition's network. There were families from Virginia who'd been living in a state forest for 3 months, a group of college students from West Virginia University who'd fortified their dormitory and held it for 6 weeks before running out of food. A retired Marine named Jackson, who'd been running a one-man survival operation in the mountains and who, upon arriving at Bridge, had taken one look at Danny's defensive preparations and said, "We need to talk." They talked. Jackson was 55, lean, with a quiet competence that reminded Danny of Earl. He didn't say much. He didn't need to. When he spoke about defensive positions and fields of fire and tactical withdrawal, the words had the weight of experience that no amount of reading or planning could replicate. "You've done well," Jackson told Danny on the second day. They were walking the settlement's perimeter, a task Jackson performed twice daily, with the ritualistic consistency of a man who understood that vigilance was a habit, not an event. For a civilian, for someone who had no training, no preparation, "You've done well." "I had help. Everybody has help. The question is whether you listen to it." Jackson stopped, looked at Danny. His eyes were dark, assessing. The eyes of a man who'd evaluated hundreds of recruits and could tell, within 30 seconds, who would fight and who would freeze. "You listen." "I learned to." "That's rarer than you think." They walked. The perimeter was a rough circle, a mile around, marked by trail cameras that Tyler had salvaged and motion sensors that beeped when anything larger than a raccoon crossed the boundary. Inside the perimeter, the settlement operated with the organized energy of a community that had passed through chaos and emerged with an understanding of what mattered: food, water, shelter, medicine, and each other. Helen ran the administration. She'd found her element. A community of 200 people required exactly the kind of precise, relentless organizational management that she'd spent her career providing. Budgets became supply allocations. Quarterly reports became resource projections. Performance reviews became work assignments. The systems were the same, only the stakes had changed. She sat in the administrative building, a log structure that served as the settlement's nerve center, surrounded by notebooks and maps and the accumulated data of a community's survival. When Danny found her, she was calculating food reserves for the winter. "We need more protein," she said without looking up. "The hunting teams are producing, but not enough. If we can establish trade with the coalition settlement in Virginia, they have livestock." "Helen." She looked up. Her glasses reflected the light from the window. Behind them, her eyes were tired, always tired now. The tiredness of a woman who'd been carrying numbers since Toledo and whose back was bending under the weight. "When's the last time you slept?" Danny asked. "I slept." "When?" She paused. Consulted her notebook, as if sleep were a data point she'd recorded. "Tuesday. It's Friday. I'm aware of what day it is." Danny sat down across from her. The desk between them was covered in papers, supply lists, maps, population records, the bureaucracy of survival that Helen had created, because without bureaucracy, communities were just crowds. "Helen, you can't keep this pace. Someone has to. Someone will, but it doesn't have to be just you." Danny leaned forward. "We have 200 people. Some of them can count. Some of them can plan. You need a team." Helen's pen stopped. She looked at him, the assessing look, the one that weighed and measured and calculated. But something in it was different now. Softer, not weak. The woman was incapable of weak, but willing for the first time to consider the possibility that she didn't have to hold everything alone. "I've been doing this since Jisoo died," Helen said. The name, her daughter's name, spoken aloud for the first time in Danny's presence since that night in the McMansion, hung in the air between them. "Counting, organizing, managing. It's how I survive. If I stop, you won't stop. You'll delegate. There's a difference. Is there? Earl taught me that. He could have fixed every engine himself. Instead, he taught Tyler. Because the point isn't doing the work. The point is making sure the work gets done after you're gone. Helen's eyes glistened. Behind the glasses, behind the calculations, behind the armor of competence and control, a woman who'd counted backward from 10 was considering, for the first time, the possibility of counting forward. "I'll train a team," she said. "And thank you. Don't thank me. Thank Earl." "I do. Every day." Helen nodded. Went back to her notebook. But the pen moved differently, slower, more deliberate. The strokes of a woman who was beginning to understand that survival was a collective verb. Madison's baby came on October 1st. It was early. 2 weeks early, which was not unusual, Derek said, for pregnancies complicated by stress and malnutrition and the end of civilization. He said this from behind a surgical mask, improvised from a t-shirt, his hands gloved in latex from a veterinary supply kit, his eyes wide with the specific terror of a pharmacy technician who was about to deliver a human being. "I can do this," Derek said, to himself, to the room, to Dr. Kim, who was beside him, steady and calm, the veterinarian whose experience with animal births had translated to human obstetrics, with a reliability that would have been comic if it weren't saving lives. "You can do this," Dr. Kim confirmed. "It's the same process, different patient. It's very much not the same. Derek, focus." Derek focused. Danny waited outside. Not because he wasn't welcome. Madison had asked for Terry and Dr. Kim and Rosie, and they were inside, but because the waiting was what Danny could do. He waited on the steps of the medical building, his hands clasped between his knees, his eyes on the ground, and he thought about Amanda. Amanda, who'd given birth to Lily in a hospital with fluorescent lights and machines that beeped, and a doctor who'd done this 1,000 times. Amanda, who'd squeezed Danny's hand so hard she'd left bruises, who'd sworn at him in languages she didn't speak, who'd looked at Lily for the first time and said, in a voice that was wrecked and holy, "Oh, there you are. There you are," as if she'd been looking for Lily her whole life and had just found her. Danny sat on the steps and missed Amanda with a ferocity that surprised him. Not the complicated, guilt-laden missing of the first weeks, the resentment and the regret and the what-if, but a clean, simple missing. He missed the woman who'd loved their daughter. He missed the partner who'd been better at this than he was. He missed the person who would have known what to say to the community, who would have organized the settlement with Helen's precision and Terry's warmth, who would have held Danny's hand and told him he was enough. She'd said it in the end, through Eugene, through the message that had traveled from a dying woman's lips to a stranger's ears, to a piece of paper in a drainage culvert to Danny's hands. Tell him I was wrong about him. Tell him to be the father I knew he could be. Danny had carried those words from Ohio to Kentucky to the mountains. He carried them now on the steps of a medical building, while a new life fought its way into a world that was broken and mending. The door opened. Terry. "It's a girl," Terry said. Her face was wet. Her smile was enormous, the biggest Danny had seen from her. The smile of a woman who'd spent months surrounded by death and was now, for the first time, in the presence of its opposite. Danny stood. His legs were shaking. "Madison?" "Tired, happy, asking for you." Danny went inside. The medical building was warm, a fire in the wood stove, blankets, the smell of antiseptic and sweat and something else. Something primal and irreducible. The smell of a body that had just accomplished the most extraordinary thing a body can do. Madison was in the bed, propped up on pillows, her face slick with sweat, her hair plastered to her temples, her eyes half closed with exhaustion and half open, with something that Danny recognized, the particular alertness of a new parent, the hyper-awareness that never fully goes away, the part of the brain that has been permanently rewired to monitor the breathing of a very small person. The very small person was in her arms. Tiny, red-faced, eyes closed, hands curled into fists that were smaller than walnuts. "Danny," Madison said. Her voice was a wreck, hoarse, spent. The voice of a woman who'd screamed and pushed and fought for hours. "Meet her." Danny approached the bed, looked down at the baby. the smallest person he'd seen since Lily was born, and the sight hit him with the same force it had hit him then. The overwhelming, irrational, biologically mandated awe of a human being encountering new life. "She's perfect," Danny said. "She's angry." Madison smiled. The baby was frowning in her sleep, the disapproving frown of a person who'd been comfortable where she was and had been evicted against her will. "I think she takes after me." "What's her name?" Madison looked at Danny, her eyes exhausted, bright, carrying the specific light of a woman who'd created something in a world that only destroyed, found his. "Hope," Madison said. Danny nodded. The words settled into the room. Not heavy, not dramatic, not the grandiose statement it could have been. Just a name, just a word, just the thing you called a person who represented the possibility that the world could produce something new. "Hope," Danny repeated. "That's a good name. It's the only name." Madison looked down at her daughter. Everything else was taken. Derek was in the corner, his mask pulled down, his gloves off, his hands shaking so badly that the medication bottle he was trying to open was rattling like a maraca. He looked up at Danny with eyes that were red-rimmed and bright and full of something that Danny had never seen in them before. Pride. "I did it," Derek said. "You did it!" The placenta was anterior and the presentation was slightly oblique, and I had to... He stopped, laughed. The laugh was new. Not the hysterical laugh of a man on the edge, but the exhausted, genuine, earned laugh of a man who'd faced the hardest thing he'd ever faced and had come through it with a living baby in his hands. "I delivered a baby." "You delivered a baby." "Holy shit. I delivered a baby." "Derek, sorry. He was crying now, laughing and crying, the two things happening simultaneously in the way they sometimes do when the body can't decide which response is appropriate and settles on both. "I'm a pharmacy technician. I fill prescriptions, I count pills, and Dr. Kim put her hand on his shoulder. "You did well," she said. "For any doctor, for someone with no formal training, you did extraordinarily well." Derek sat down, put his head in his hands, shook. Danny left the room, walked outside. The settlement was going about its business, the fall harvest, the construction of a new storage building, the 100 small tasks that constituted the daily life of 200 people trying to rebuild from nothing. He found Lily. She was in the school building, the building with the sign, the building she went to every morning with the reverence of a child, entering a cathedral. She was sitting at a desk, reading. Not Charlotte's Web, a new book, a chapter book, about a girl who discovered she could talk to animals. She was halfway through, her finger tracing the words, her lips moving silently. "Lily." She looked up. "Is the baby here?" "Yeah, a girl. Her name is Hope." Lily's face lit up, the specific illumination of a child who has heard good news and is processing it with the full bandwidth of an 8-year-old's emotional capacity. "Can I see her?" "Later. Madison needs to rest." "Is Hope going to live here, at Bridge?" "Yeah, she's going to live here. She'll need books, baby books, with pictures." Danny smiled. "We'll find some." Lily went back to her reading. Danny watched her, the bent head, the moving finger, the concentration. She was filling up. That was the only way to describe it. The hollow girl he'd carried out of New Antioch. The ghost child who flinched at loud voices and asked for foxholes. That girl was filling up with books and laughter and school and the daily, unremarkable, essential experience of being a child among other children. She wasn't whole yet. The cracks were still there, the moments when a door slammed and she went rigid, the nights when she woke screaming for Amanda, the times when she held the photograph and the cardinal and said nothing for hours, retreating into the interior space where she kept her grief. The cracks would always be there. They were part of her now, the way Danny's cracks were part of him. Mrs. Ferris and Rome and David and Earl and Amanda, the losses that had shaped him into the person he'd become. But the cracks weren't the whole story. Between the cracks, Lily was growing. New teeth were coming in. Her hair was longer, and Rosie had learned to braid it. Badly, but Lily didn't mind. She was taller, heavier. Her cheeks had the roundness of a child who ate regularly, and her eyes, those green eyes, had lost the flat, guarded quality of the cult child, and were becoming slowly the eyes of a girl who believed the world contained good things. Danny left the school, walked to the settlement's edge. The mountains rose around the valley, the autumn foliage blazing in the October light. Red, gold, amber, the specific and extravagant beauty of things at the end of their cycle, putting everything into one last display before the quiet of winter. He thought about the journey, Toledo to Bridge, 150 miles that had taken 3 months and cost 6 lives. Rome, David, Earl, Helen, Derek, Andrea. No, not Helen and Derek. Helen was alive in her office, delegating for the first time. Derek was alive, in the medical building, shaking with pride. They'd made it. Some of them had made it. The 6 who hadn't. Rome, pulled under in the swamp. David, shot on a platform. Earl, taken by cancer on a quiet Tuesday. Andrea, gone into the dark, with dynamite and the truth. And 2 who weren't his group, but were his losses. Amanda, who'd walked into the woods so Lily could live. And Agnes Ferris, who died behind a door he didn't open. 6 names, 6 doors. Danny carried them. Not as burdens. Earl had told him not to carry the wrong things. He carried them as lessons, as the price, as the proof that survival wasn't free and wasn't meant to be, that the cost was measured in the people you lost and the person you became. He was not the man he'd been, the forklift operator, the third shift ghost, the man who microwaved the lasagna and watched YouTube and avoided decisions the way a river avoids high ground. That man was gone. In his place stood someone who was afraid and acted anyway. Someone who carried a toolbox and a girl and a note that said, "Don't carry the wrong things." Someone who'd opened every door between Toledo and here and was still standing, still going. Earl's question. The question isn't whether you know how. The question is whether you're going. Danny was going. The threat returned on a Wednesday. Not Vanguard, at least not directly. Tyler intercepted a transmission that changed the calculus of everything. Coalition alert, Tyler read from his log, standing in the dining hall where Danny and the council, Helen, Terry, Rosie, James, and now Jackson, met weekly. All settlements. Confirmed, large-scale horde movement originating northeast. Estimated size, 5 to 10,000 infected. Direction of travel, southwest, following the I-64 corridor. Projected arrival in the Appalachian settlement zone, 7 to 10 days. The room absorbed the information the way a sponge absorbs water, completely, with a change in weight that was felt but not seen. 10,000, Jackson said. He was leaning against the wall, arms crossed, his face carrying the expression of a man who'd fought in wars and understood that some numbers were beyond fighting. Even if a quarter of them reached the valley, 2,500 infected, Helen said. Her pen was moving. Against 200 living. We're outnumbered 12 to 1. Can we hold? Danny asked Jackson. Not in the open, not against those numbers. We can hold a choke point, a bridge, a pass, a narrow approach. But a horde that size will flow around obstacles. They'll spread, fill every valley and hollow in the mountain range. So we run again, Rosie said. She was sharpening her knife. The sound, steel on stone, the rhythm of a woman who'd been preparing for the worst since she was old enough to understand what worst meant, filled the silence. We don't run, Danny said. Everyone looked at him. We've been running since Toledo. I've been running my entire life. Danny looked at the table, at the maps, the notebooks, the accumulated intelligence of a community that had built itself from nothing. This is our place. These are our people. We have 200 lives, a newborn baby, a school with books in it. We don't run. Danny, Helen started, we fight. We hold. We use the terrain. He looked at Jackson. You said we need a choke point. What about the bridge? Jackson straightened. What bridge? The one at the north end of the valley. The road bridge over the river. It's the only approach from the northeast. If the horde follows the road, they follow sound and movement more than roads. But a road channels them. A bridge is a bottleneck. Jackson was thinking now, the military mind engaging. If we hold the bridge, we force them across the river elsewhere. The river's deep. Some will wash downstream. The banks are steep. Some will get stuck. The bridge becomes a kill zone. How do we hold a bridge against 10,000? We don't hold it forever. We hold it long enough. Long enough for the horde to pass through the area. Long enough for them to find other paths, other attractions. Hordes aren't armies. They don't besiege. They move. If the bridge doesn't let them through, they'll move around. Eventually. Eventually is a long time. Eventually is the only timeline we've got. Danny looked at the council. 6 faces. Each one carrying the weight of the decision differently. Helen calculating, Terry resolving, Rosie preparing, James weighing, Jackson planning. We hold the bridge, Danny said. No one argued. The time for arguing had passed somewhere on the road between Toledo and here, in the swamp where Rome died, on the platform where David fell, in the quiet room where Earl stopped breathing. The arguments had been made by the dead, and the dead had won. You stand or you die, and standing was always better. I'll need volunteers, Jackson said, 10 armed, willing to hold a position under pressure. I'll be there, Danny said, and Terry, I'll be there. He looked at her. Not because I'm brave, because I'm the one people follow. Earl told me that, Helen told me that. If I'm on the bridge, people know it matters. Terry's face worked. The muscles of her jaw, her cheeks, the architecture of a face that had held itself together through deaths and births, and the daily grinding pressure of keeping people alive. That architecture flexed, bent, nearly broke, and held. You come back, Terry said. I will. Promise me. I promise. That's what Amanda said. The words were out before Terry could stop them. She flinched, put her hand over her mouth. Danny looked at her, the hurt of the comparison. Danny's promise measured against Amanda's, the woman who'd promised and then walked into the woods, was a blade. But Danny took it. Let it cut. Let the blood flow. I'm not Amanda, Danny said. I'm not going into the woods. I'm going to a bridge and I'm coming back. Terry nodded, didn't trust her voice, left the room. Danny watched her go. Then he turned to Jackson. Show me the bridge. The bridge was concrete and steel, a 2-lane span over a river that the locals called Rock Castle, a fast-moving mountain river that had carved a gorge through limestone over millennia, creating banks that were steep and rocky and, for the purposes of a zombie horde, largely impassable. Jackson walked him through it like a classroom exercise. The bridge is 60 feet long, 20 feet wide. Approaches on both sides are clear for 100 yards. Former road shoulders, now overgrown but still flat. That's your kill zone. How do we hold it? Barricades at the midpoint. Vehicles, debris, anything heavy. We don't let them cross. We stack bodies. Bodies become their own barricade. Jackson's voice was clinical, the way Derek's voice was clinical when discussing medication. The professional detachment that allowed a person to discuss terrible things without becoming part of the terror. We rotate shooters, 4 positions, 2 shooters each. The bridge is narrow. They can only approach 8, maybe 10 abreast. That's manageable. For how long? Depends on the horde's density and persistence. Hours. Maybe a day. And if they get across, then we fall back to the second position. Jackson pointed south to a ridge above the road. Natural high ground. Clear lines of sight. If we lose the bridge, we hold the ridge. And if we lose the ridge, Jackson looked at him. Then we lose. Danny nodded. The honesty was bracing. The military man's refusal to sugarcoat, to offer false comfort, to pretend that plans survived contact with 10,000 walking dead. We won't lose the ridge, Danny said. You don't know that. No, but I'm saying it anyway. Jackson studied him. The assessment, again, the 30-second evaluation that read posture and eye contact, and the intangible quality that distinguished a leader from a person standing at the front. You'll do, Jackson said. High praise. It is. They walked back to the settlement. The afternoon was cool, October in the mountains, the air carrying the crisp edge that promised frost, and the long slide toward winter. The leaves were at their peak, the canopy ablaze, the mountains painted in colors that were so vivid they seemed artificial. The world's last art project, the grand gesture of a biosphere that didn't know or care that its dominant species was collapsing. Danny found Lily in the school. She was sitting with 3 other children, cross-legged on the floor, listening to a woman named Mrs. Patterson, a former elementary school teacher from Virginia, who'd arrived with the WVU group and had taken over the school with the natural authority of a woman who'd spent 30 years teaching 3rd graders. Mr. Kowalczyk, Mrs. Patterson said when she saw Danny in the doorway. She was 50, round, with the specific cheerfulness of a person who genuinely liked children and hadn't let the apocalypse change that. Lily was just telling us about dinosaurs. She knows a lot about dinosaurs. She knows more than I do. She corrected me on the difference between a pterodactyl and a pteranodon. Mrs. Patterson smiled. I learned something. Danny looked at his daughter. She was sitting with her back straight, her hands in her lap, the posture of a child who was in her element. The classroom, the place of learning, the environment that made her feel competent and valued and normal. Daddy, Lily said, did you know that birds evolved from theropod dinosaurs? That means Earl's cardinal is actually a dinosaur. Danny's chest tightened. The cardinal. Earl. The connections that a child made naturally without the adult understanding that the connections also led to grief. Earl would have liked that, Danny said, and I told him, before. Lily's voice was matter-of-fact. He said, well, that explains the attitude. Danny laughed. The laugh came from somewhere deep, a place he'd forgotten existed, a reservoir of joy that had been sealed shut since the first scream and had, without his noticing, been slowly unsealing itself. The laugh was too loud for a schoolroom and too real for the apocalypse and too necessary for him to stop it. Lily grinned. The gap in her teeth was almost closed. The new teeth coming in, adult teeth, permanent teeth. The teeth she'd carry for the rest of her life. Come home for dinner, Danny said. Okay. She turned back to her classmates. Anyway, the velociraptor was actually much smaller than in the movies. Danny left the school, walked to the bridge site, stood on the concrete span, and looked north, toward the direction from which 10,000 dead were coming. The river moved below him, fast, cold, the water that had carved this gorge over millennia, carrying with it the patience of geology, the understanding that everything passed eventually. The horde would pass. The dead would pass. The winter would come, and the cold would slow them, and the spring would bring new growth over old bones, and the world would continue its ancient project of existing. Danny placed his hands on the bridge's railing. The concrete was rough under his palms, solid, real. I'm standing here, he said, to nobody, to everybody, to Mrs. Ferris and Rome and David and Earl and Amanda and Andrea and every person who'd brought him to this bridge. I'm standing here. The horde arrived 6 days later. Rosie saw them first, from the northernmost observation post, 3 miles up the road, where she'd been stationed since the coalition's warning. Her radio call was terse, professional, the voice of a scout delivering intelligence. Contact, North Road, moving south. I can see the front. The column is... A pause. When she spoke again, her voice was different. There's a lot of them. Danny was on the bridge within 10 minutes. His team was already there. 10 volunteers, plus Jackson, plus Danny himself. 12 people, armed with hunting rifles, shotguns, the 2 M9 pistols from the Lima tank plant, and the fire axe that had traveled from Toledo's library to this bridge in the mountains. The barricade was built. 2 vehicles pushed nose to nose at the bridge's midpoint, sandbags stacked on top, creating a wall 4 feet high. Behind the wall, shooting positions. Behind the shooting positions, the bridge's south end, and beyond that, the road to the settlement. Danny took position at the center of the barricade. His rifle, Earl's rifle, the Remington 700 that had taught him patience and precision, rested on the sandbags. He looked through the scope and saw the road stretching north into the trees. Empty. For now. Steady, Jackson said. He was beside Danny, his own rifle ready, his voice carrying the calm authority of a man who'd been in worse situations and had survived them through discipline and the refusal to panic. They'll come. Don't fire until they're on the bridge. Conserve ammunition. And remember, headshots. Nothing else works. Danny nodded. His hands were steady. Not because he wasn't afraid. He was terrified, the terror living in his legs and his stomach and the back of his skull, but because the terror had become familiar. A companion. The thing he carried alongside the toolbox, and the girl, and the weight of every decision that had brought him here. He heard them before he saw them. The sound was not what he expected. Not moaning. That was the movies. The lazy shorthand for a thing that was, in reality, far more complex. The sound was a rustling, a shuffling, the collective whisper of thousands of feet on asphalt, thousands of bodies displacing air, thousands of ruined lungs pushing and pulling in a rhythm that was not breath but the muscular memory of breath, the body continuing what the brain no longer commanded. It sounded like wind, like a storm approaching through trees, like the world exhaling. And then he saw them. The front of the horde emerged from the tree line 100 yards north of the bridge. They came like water, flowing around obstacles, filling the road, spilling into the shoulders and the ditches and the forest edge. Not running, not shambling, walking, with the broken, purposeless gait that Danny had first seen on the streets of Toledo. The movement of bodies whose operating system had been replaced with something simpler. Approach, consume, continue. They were in every state of decay. The fresh ones, infected within the past weeks, their bodies still largely intact, their faces recognizable as faces, walked at the front, drawn by the sound of the living, pushed from behind by the mass of the horde. Behind them, the older dead, gray-skinned, sunken, the flesh sloughing from bones that moved with the mechanical persistence of things that didn't understand they were destroyed. And behind those, worse, the fragments, the pieces, the infected whose bodies had deteriorated to the point where walking was impossible but crawling wasn't, dragging themselves with arms that had no hands, pulling with torsos that had no legs. Danny looked through the scope and saw a woman in a hospital gown, a man in a business suit, a child in a school uniform. He looked away from the child. "Hold," Jackson said. The horde reached the bridge's north end. The front ranks stepped onto the concrete. Danny could hear the change, the sound of feet on pavement becoming the sound of feet on bridge, a hollow, resonant echo that amplified the shuffling into something that sounded almost like music. Hold. 50 yards. The front of the horde was halfway across. Danny could see individual faces now. The ruined features, the empty eyes, the mouths that opened and closed with the mechanical regularity of things that had forgotten why mouths existed. Hold. 20 yards. The smell hit them. Not the bloater smell, the dry rot smell, the overwhelming sweetness of decomposition, the scent that Danny had stopped noticing until it was concentrated by 1,000 bodies into something that penetrated every defense his nose had built. Fire! Danny squeezed the trigger. The Remington kicked. The shot was clean. Earl's teaching, weeks of practice, the patience of a man who understood that every bullet was a decision. The round hit the front zombie center mass. Wrong, too low, and the zombie staggered but kept coming. Headshots, Jackson said. Not scolding, correcting. Danny adjusted. Fired again. The zombie's head snapped back. It dropped. The bridge erupted. 12 rifles firing in sequence. Jackson's discipline, the rotation that ensured continuous fire without everyone reloading at once. The sound was enormous, amplified by the gorge below, echoing off the rock walls until it sounded like the mountain itself was shooting back. The front of the horde fell. The second rank walked over the first. The third rank walked over the second. The barricade was doing its job. The vehicles and sandbags created a wall that the dead couldn't climb, forcing them to pile up, to stack, to become their own obstacle. Danny fired, reloaded, fired. The mechanical rhythm of combat, the reduction of the world to sight and trigger and breath, the meditation of violence that soldiers described and civilians couldn't understand until they'd lived it. Time dissolved. Danny didn't know if he'd been firing for 10 minutes or an hour. His shoulder ached. The Remingtons recoil, multiplied by dozens of shots. His ears rang. His hands were steady, but his legs were vibrating, the sustained adrenaline creating a tremor that he managed by pressing his knees against the sandbags. Magazine, someone shouted. One of the volunteers, a farmer from Virginia who'd never fired at a person, living or dead, until today. Danny heard the click of an empty rifle. The fumble of reloading, the resumption of fire. The pile at the barricade grew. Bodies stacked 2 deep, 3 deep. The dead climbed over each other, the ones behind pushing the ones in front. The mindless pressure of a horde that couldn't understand obstacles and responded to them with the only tool available: more bodies. "They're going around," Jackson said. Danny looked. Jackson was right. The edges of the horde, the flanks, were spilling off the bridge, dropping into the gorge. Some fell into the river and were swept away, tumbling in the current. Others landed on the rocks below and broke, legs snapping, spines fracturing, but kept moving, dragging themselves across the riverbed. "The banks," Danny said. "They're climbing the banks. Some of them. Not many. The banks are too steep for most." Jackson's voice was calm. The professional assessment of a man who'd seen worse. Or the same. Or the thing you never got used to, no matter how many times you saw it. Danny fired. And fired. And fired. The day passed. The sun moved. The pile at the barricade grew until it was a wall of its own. A wall of the dead, stacked 4 and 5 deep. The bodies of 1,000 former people creating a barricade more effective than anything the living had built. The horde thinned. Not because they'd killed them all, they hadn't, couldn't. The numbers were too vast. But because the horde was moving. Jackson had predicted it. They weren't an army. They weren't besieging. They were flowing the way water flows, finding the path of least resistance. The bridge was not the path of least resistance. The bridge was a bottleneck filled with gunfire and stacked corpses. The horde flowed around it, east and west, through the forest, across the river at points where the banks were lower, filling the landscape with the slow, grinding migration of death. By sunset, the bridge was clear. Not safe, nothing was safe, but clear. The pile of dead at the barricade was 6 feet high and 30 feet deep, a wall of flesh and bone that steamed in the cooling evening air. Danny lowered his rifle. His arms were shaking. His shoulder was bruised to the bone. His ears rang with a sound that might never fully stop. He looked at his team. 12 people, all alive. The farmer from Virginia was sitting on the ground, his rifle across his lap, staring at nothing. A woman from the WVU group was leaning against a sandbag, her head in her hands. Jackson was standing, his rifle at his side, his face unreadable. "We held," Danny said. "We held," Jackson confirmed. "The horde? Moving through west and east. The settlement's protected by the terrain. The valley's not on their path. They'll pass." Jackson looked at the pile. "Most of them." Danny sat down on the bridge. The concrete was cold. His body was spent. Every muscle, every nerve, every cell that had been operating on fear and adrenaline for 12 hours, collapsing into the specific exhaustion of a person who'd been in sustained danger and had survived. He looked at the river below. It was carrying things. He didn't look at what things. He looked at the sky. Stars were appearing, the first ones, the brightest ones, the ones you could see even when the sky was still pale. Venus, maybe, or Jupiter. He'd never learned which was which. "I'm going home," Danny said. He stood, walked south, off the bridge, up the road, through the trees, into the valley, where the settlement's lights were glowing. Fires, lanterns, the generator that Tyler maintained with Earl's tools and Earl's lessons. He walked to the school. Lily was inside, not sleeping, waiting. Sitting at her desk, Charlotte's web open in front of her, her eyes on the door. "Daddy." "Hey, baby. Are the monsters gone?" "They're going. They'll be gone soon. Are you okay?" Danny looked at his hands. They were dirty, scratched, bruised from the rifle's recoil. They were the hands of a man who'd fought for something and was still standing. "I'm okay," he said. "Promise?" "Promise." Lily ran to him. He caught her, held her, felt her arms around his neck and her face against his shoulder and her breath warm on his skin. "I knew you'd come back," she said, "yeah? Mom said you would." Danny closed his eyes, held his daughter. The schoolroom was warm and smelled like books and chalk and the specific irreplaceable scent of children, milk and soap and the sweetness of skin that hadn't yet learned to sweat. "Let's go home," Danny said. "Where's home?" Here, this is home. Lily pulled back, looked at him. Those green eyes, serious and deep, the eyes of a child who'd been through everything and was still, somehow, willing to believe. Okay, she said, home. Danny carried her out. Not because she couldn't walk. She could. She was strong now, the strongest 8-year-old he'd ever known. But because carrying her was the thing he'd been doing since the beginning, the thing he'd carry forever. The weight of her was everything. October became November. The horde passed. The dead moved through the mountains like a river through a landscape, following the terrain, flowing around obstacles, thinning and spreading until the concentration that had been terrifying became the scattered presence that was simply the new normal. A handful of infected here, a dozen there, manageable, avoidable, the background radiation of a world that had been fundamentally altered. Bridge survived. More than survived. Grew. The bridge defense had proven something to the coalition that Danny's settlement could hold, could fight, could protect. Communities that had been hesitant to ally now sent delegates. Trade routes opened. The Virginia settlement with its livestock, a Tennessee group with a functioning smithy, a West Virginia community that had a doctor, an actual doctor, board certified, who examined Madison and Hope and declared them both healthy, and who looked at Derek's medical records and said, "You did this? With what training?" "YouTube," Derek said, "and a veterinarian." The doctor stared at him, then laughed, then offered to teach him. Derek said yes. The school grew. Mrs. Patterson recruited 2 more teachers, a retired professor from the WVU group and Grace, who'd been a kindergarten teacher before the outbreak, and who cried when she stood in front of a classroom for the first time in months. Lily brought her friends, the children of Bridge, the children of the apocalypse, kids who'd seen things no child should see, and who sat at desks and learned to read and write and add and subtract and raise their hands and wait their turn. The small rituals of civilization that turned out to be the most important ones. Terry cooked. The kitchen was her church, the place where she performed the daily sacrament of feeding people, turning scarcity into sustenance, turning ingredients into meals, turning the act of eating into the act of caring. She trained apprentices. She created menus. She pickled the green tomatoes, and they were, as she'd promised, a human right. Helen organized. With her new team, 3 people she'd trained in the art of counting and planning, and the specific Helen Cho discipline of converting chaos into columns, she managed the settlement's growth from 200 to 300 to, by November's end, 400 people, 400 lives, each one a variable in an equation that Helen solved daily with her pen and her notebook, and the relentless, grinding, indispensable work of making a community function. Rosie scouted. The forest was her domain now. She knew it the way Earl had known engines, with the intimate familiarity of a person who'd spent months learning its language. She trained a scout corps. She mapped the region. She established the early warning system that had saved them during the horde, and that would save them again, because the dead were still out there, and the living were sometimes worse. Tyler broadcast. His radio station, Bridge Radio, he called it, with the quiet pride of a 17-year-old who'd found his purpose, was the settlement's connection to the world. He broadcast twice daily, news, information, the call to survivors that had brought hundreds of people to the valley. He'd become famous in the small way that fame existed now. His voice was known across 3 states, the voice of a scared boy who'd decided to talk into the void and had found that the void talked back. And Danny led. Not because he'd asked for it, not because he'd trained for it, because he'd walked 150 miles through the dead to find his daughter. And the people who heard that story followed the man who lived it, because he made decisions. Not perfect ones, not painless ones, but decisions. Each one a door opened, each one a step away from the man who'd frozen at a doorknob. He held meetings. He resolved disputes. He planned expansions. He walked the perimeter with Jackson in the school with Mrs. Patterson in the kitchen with Terry, and the medical building with Derek, and the radio station with Tyler, and the scout posts with Rosie. He listened, he decided, he carried. And every evening he sat on the porch of the cabin he shared with Lily, a real cabin built from logs by hands that included his own, and read Charlotte's Web. Not because Lily needed him to anymore. She could read it herself, had read it 7 times, could recite passages from memory, but because the reading was their ritual, their door, the thing they opened together every evening to find each other on the other side. The last evening was in late November. The first snow had come, light dusting, the kind that melted by noon but announced the coming of something more serious. The mountains were gray and white, the trees bare, the forest reduced to its skeleton, branches and trunks and the dark geometry of things that had shed their beauty and were waiting for spring. Danny sat on the porch. Lily was beside him. Charlotte's Web was in his lap, closed, the spine cracked from 8 readings and 100 miles, and the specific wear of a book that had been loved beyond the capacity of its binding. "Read?" Lily asked. "In a minute." She waited. She was good at waiting now, patient in a way that wasn't passivity, but awareness. The patience of a child who understood that adults sometimes needed silence, the way children sometimes needed noise. Danny looked at the settlement. Bridge, his community, 400 people, going about the business of living. The evening routines of dinner and dishes and conversations and the small, unremarkable, essential interactions that constituted the fabric of human society. Terry was in the kitchen. He could see her through the window, large, solid, warm, her reading glasses on her chain, her hands moving with the practiced efficiency of a woman who'd fed 10,000 children and was now feeding 400 survivors and considered the 2 tasks equally important. Helen was in the administrative building. The light was on. She was working, always working, but working differently now, with a team, with delegation, with the hard-won understanding that she didn't have to hold everything alone. Tyler was on the radio. His voice carried faintly across the evening air. Thin, young, cracking on the vowels, broadcasting to a world that was broken and mending, connecting the dots of human survival across a landscape that had tried to erase them. Derek was in the medical building. Dr. Kim was teaching him sutures. He was learning. His hands shook. They always shook. But the sutures were clean and the patients healed, and the pharmacy technician from Toledo was becoming something else. Something that didn't have a title yet because the world that issued titles was gone. Rosie was on patrol. Somewhere in the forest, moving silently, watching, the fierce girl from a bad neighborhood who'd abandoned her grandmother and carried the guilt like a stone had become the woman who kept 400 people safe by refusing to let anything approach without her knowledge. Madison was in her cabin, feeding hope. The baby was 2 months old, fat and loud, and perpetually displeased, and Madison held her with the specific competence of a mother who'd been afraid of motherhood and had discovered in the act of it that fear and love were not opponents but partners. And Lily was on the porch, 8 years old, 9 in December, missing no teeth now. The new ones had come in, straight and white, the teeth of a person who would grow up in this world, who would know no other. She held the photograph of Danny in one hand. She still carried it, though she no longer needed it, the way you carry a key to a house you've already entered, and the wooden cardinal in the other. "Daddy? Yeah? What do we do now?" The question she'd asked on the banks of the Ohio River at dawn, after the escape from New Antioch. The question that had defined every moment since. What now? What next? What do you do when the world ends and you're still standing? Danny looked at his daughter, at the green eyes that were his, at the dark curls that were Amanda's, at the face that was entirely Lily's own, the face of a survivor, a student, a child who'd carried a photograph across a ruined state because she believed her father was coming. He'd come. He'd opened every door. He'd crossed every bridge. He'd carried every weight. And he was here, on a porch, in the mountains, with his daughter, and the snow was falling, and the community was alive, and the dead were out there, but so was the living, and the living was louder. "We start over," Danny said. Lily looked at him, the green eyes steady, the gap-toothed grin, No, the full-toothed grin, the new grin. The grin of a child who was growing into the world, even as the world was growing into something new. "Can we start with dinner?" she asked. Danny laughed, real, full. The laugh of a man who'd walked through hell and found the other side and was sitting on a porch with his daughter. And she was hungry, and dinner was being made by a woman who considered feeding people a human right. "Yeah, baby," he said. "We start with dinner." He stood, took her hand. They walked off the porch and through the settlement, past the school and the kitchen and the medical building and the radio station, past the garden where the winter crops were in and the workshop where Tyler was maintaining the generator and the administrative building where Helen's light was burning. They walked to Terry's kitchen. The door was open. The light was warm. The smell was extraordinary, something involving the last of the fall vegetables and a chicken that Jackson's hunting team had brought in and the specific Terry Rhodes magic that turned ingredients into love. Danny stood at the door. His hand was on the knob. His daughter was beside him. He thought about Mrs. Ferris. He thought about every door since. He opened the door. They walked through. Behind them, the snow fell. The mountains stood. The river ran. The stars came out one by one, the same stars that had watched the dinosaurs and the glaciers and the civilizations and the collapse, and would watch whatever came next, with the patient, infinite, indifferent light of things that had been burning for billions of years and would burn for billions more. The world was ending. The world was beginning. Danny Kowalczyk, 34 years old, forklift operator from Toledo, Ohio, sat at a table with his daughter and his people and ate dinner. It was enough. It was everything. The end.